Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
Supervisor McGordy.
He said here, but we can't hear him. Looks like it may be on our side.
All right, can you guys go ahead and try to speak now?
client spoke.
Oh, man.
We can hear you now.
Roll call.
Supervisor McGorty,
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Here.
Supervisor Hashak,
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Here?
and Chair Williams.
Here. CEO Antle will lead us in the pledge.
Please follow me. I pledge allegiance.
Item 2, public expression. Please feel free to approach one at a time. Try to keep 6 feet of distance. And state your name for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO with the county, and I'm here today to introduce you Doug Gerhardt. Doug has been the acting air pollution control officer for the county of Mendocino via an MOU that was approved by your board, and I wanted to give him a chance to introduce himself.
Thank you, and good morning, board. I just introduced myself. I'm Doug Gerhardt. I am currently the Lake County Air Quality Management District Air Pollution Control Officer and your interim Mendocino County Air Quality Management District Air Pollution Control Officer, which is a really long title to have both of those together. So I've been, air districts, we're very happy to help each other. It's part of our nature. The air doesn't stay local. It travels all over California. It travels all over the world. So it's something that we all need to work with. So I'm happy to help, and I'm happy to be here to help you get through this time of trying to find someone and trying to make this transition into bring things back up to speed with the air district. So I have a 19 years with Lake County and 6 months coming up on 6 months with Mendocino County. And it's been a pleasure, and if you have any questions for me, I'll provide, Steve has my contact information, my personal cell phone, which he can give all of you as well, just in case something comes up. And if you don't have it already, feel free to call me if there's any questions or any issues. Even after the MOU expires, we have a long-standing provide assistance MOU with Mendocino and the North Coast, and so you're always welcome to call me if you have questions or need an outside input for the future. So,
Supervisor McGorty.
Just a quick comment. I'm on the ad hoc with Supervisor Jurdy for the Air Quality Management District, and trying to pull it back together and restaff it. And working with Doug is really a pleasure. He's very responsive. If we need anything, he's got great ideas and lots of experience, and we're really, really fortunate to have him on our team.
And I would second that. Doug, thank you for serving us. And I think in this county, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary arrangement.
I understand. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and board members. My name is Kristen Novedal. I'm the director of the Mendocino Cannabis Department. I'm hoping to provide a brief update to the update that is on your consent calendar. I fear that in my desire for brevity and simplicity, I may have provided some information that was unclear. So I'm here to try to clear any questions up before the item comes before the board today. Starting with the state licensing timelines, the tables that start on the top of page 10 have the licensing timelines for provisional license holders trying to accomplish new provisional licenses. And in that table, the exception to the June 30th deadline, which allows for new provisional licenses to be issued so long as the applicant has applied by July 1st. They are eligible for a provisional license to be issued by September 30th. The table only suggests that those licenses would be available to outdoor license holders, when in actuality, mixed light license holders equal to or less than 22,000 square feet, and indoor license holders equal to and less than 22,000 square feet are also eligible for provisional licensing, so long as they have applied by July 1st of 2022. They can receive that provisional license by September 30th of 2022. There are some great FAQs that the clerk of the board was gracious enough to upload this morning that are also attached to the item that help provide additional clarity, not just to these timelines, but also to elevated environmental requirements that provisional license holders, new provisional license holders, and renewed provisional license holders are subject to. So I hope that you'll take the time to reference those materials if you have any questions. Additionally, the regulations have been uploaded. So if you have any questions about the parameters of the new provisional issuance that is available to cultivators through September 30th of 2022, you can find the full language for that section in the regulations, section 15001.1, subsection B as in boy. So the reason why this is important, I think, for clarification's sake, is because there's been a lot of concern expressed about what happens to folks who are in the corrections portal with the Mendocino Cannabis Department but have not been reviewed yet, and what happens with those applications. So for clarification, we have 52 individuals in the corrections portal that have been prioritized for review that have applications pending with the Department of Cannabis Control. We have 184 reviews that we're wrapping up. That includes the 52 with applications. We'll be wrapping those up today, tomorrow morning at the earliest, and sending over a list of all completed applications through that corrections portal by the end of the week. And in my conversations with the Department of Cannabis Control yesterday, I did call them to verify that receiving this information by the end of the week would provide them what they need in time to ensure that those applications do not fall out of their system. So we have that reassurance, and I just wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to share that with the board members and the public and the executive office today. A couple exciting things that have transpired since we put together the update. As all of you probably remember, the department was directed to prioritize the review of applications that are not delinquent in taxes. So we did receive permission from GoBiz late last Friday to allow LEAP waivers. That's our local equity program. We can now allow and are accepting LEAP waivers for the purpose of paying delinquent taxes, so long as the individual who is delinquent in the taxes first goes to the Treasurer Tax Collector's office and pays all interest and penalties associated with those delinquencies. They can then bring that statement or email that statement from TTC to MCD, along with their LEAP certification letter and a completed LEAP tax waiver form. Because we do not get to see the dollar amounts associated with those delinquent taxes, and the LEAP waiver program has a $15,000 threshold, we're kind of watching to see what comes in, and if we do need to increase that threshold to say $25,000 to help cover those delinquencies, we are prepared to do so. And as you note, there is some financial reporting in the report about the equity program. We've spent about $238,000 of the $800,000 set aside for the waiver program. So I do think we have adequate funds to ensure that we can help cover the cost of these delinquent taxes for equity eligible applicants. Two more things before I go, and I apologize for taking so much time. I just wanted to address the questions that came up around ACELA and whether or not ACELA would qualify for budget support from the LJAGP budget. And all of the items that ACELA brings to the table are slated in that budget under the guise that we would develop them ourselves as a county with the help of informational services. I don't see a problem in ACELA picking up those dollar amounts so to speak, as we will be accomplishing the same goals that were already approved under the LJAGP. But if it is the board's will to transition into Acela, we will be applying for a budgetary amendment to the LJAGP grant to help cover the costs of the Acela program. And then I wanted to, last update is that the technical assistance program that MCD will be running with multiple agencies is currently listed as starting at the end of July in your report or your update today. That technical assistance program will be starting August 5th, and the first one will be here in Ukiah. So we'll get that information out, but I wanted to make sure that those changes were noted. So thank you very much for the time.
Maybe hang on a second in case we have any questions from supervisors. Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. So I just wanted to make sure that I get this right because there's been a lot of communications regarding the licensing and June 30th deadline. So for the provisional licenses, the state is saying that anyone who's in our portal system will be all right.
Anyone who is a cultivator. Now, nursery operators are subject to the the March 30th application deadline and may not be eligible for a provisional license if they applied after March 30th. The provisional licensing cutoff for nurseries is July 1st, unless you are an equity eligible applicant. So if you're deemed equity eligible, you have through March of 2023 to apply for a nursery license, provisional license, which would be issued by the cutoff date of July 1st of 2023.
Okay, so people who are in the portal who might get veg modification letters, they would still be considered eligible by the state?
If they are, well, once they complete their application with us, they would be, their status would be changed to having a completed application. And if they are a cultivator, an outdoor cultivator, a mixed light cultivator, or an indoor cultivator, they do have until June 30th to apply for their provisional license and until September 1st for that issuance.
Okay, so you don't see a need for any kind of blanket statement saying they're making significant progress or compliance, you know, any kind of statement like that to the state?
I do not see the need for that at this time, and I also, in my conversations with the Department of Cannabis Control, their primary concern is issuing provisional licenses to folks who have incomplete applications that may potentially be denied. In the provisional licensing program at the state, if an applicant or a provisional license holder loses local authorization, the state has to go through a revocation process. So this is why their preference is to hold open those applications while we complete the review of them, as opposed to issuing provisional licenses that they may have to move forward with revocation actions on.
Okay, and so do you know how long this process will take?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we had, let's see here, 271 correction portal applications submitted. 184 have been prioritized, meaning that 86 were deprioritized due to lack of licensure and or tax delinquencies. We'll be wrapping up the review of the 184 probably today, if not first thing tomorrow morning, and then we'll be sending an updated list of completeness to the state regarding that 184 this week. Those who are not in the corrections portal, potentially due to vegetation modification, we're still working through those applications with County Council, and I can't speak to the timeline on those specifically, but we did have a number of folks who have vegetation modification come into the portal, and so there are a number of vegetation modification applications that we're reviewing that will be included in that status update of the 184 this week.
Okay, thank you.
And Kristen, I want your staff to know that the board stands with them. Proposition 64, SB 94, and related regulation make it very difficult for rural counties to support the small farmer. And I know your staff probably hears a lot of the frustration associated with the state's cannabis program. And I know how hard they're working, and I want them to know that there is recognition that despite what a struggle it is, the board appreciates their work.
We thank you for that. Yeah.
Seeing no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Ansel, County Council Christian Curtis. I am Swen Malela. I am here to present Travis Kilmer with the County of Mendocino Employee Recognition Award, their Certificate of Innovation. To earn this award, one needs to be courageous enough to step away from routine methods and carve the way forward. They challenge the way it's always been done and transform the organization by adding value through new solutions. Travis has proven to be a trailblazer, a strategic thinker, and a creative thinker. He goes above and beyond for new ways to assist fire survivors, and he's constantly working with the state on new and creative ways to assist our county. Right when he started, he coordinated the Hopkins Fire Emergency Watershed Protection Project, where he was able to bring in agencies such as the Russian River Keepers, the Conservation Corps, county staff, and county contractors in a short amount of time to complete emergency work before the rain arrived. On behalf of CEO Ansel, our team at PERM, I would like to recognize Travis and thank you for his hard work and dedication to the county.
Really have anything to say, but thank you.
And what comes with the certificate is for all your late night staying, attending meetings, you also had a magnet.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I want to thank Travis too personally because I was there watching him work in the first district on our fire and recovery efforts, and he was quite amazing. He got everything, all of our ducks in a row. We worked through some kind of emergency complicated things like the alternative certification of a burn area cleanup, and with Supervisor Hasjack and was always prepared and made things happen, and always goes everywhere with that same So we recognize him from a distance, and I thank him heartily for all the work that he does.
I also want to thank you, Travis. You've clearly made a difference here.
Okay, could you pass out those documents to the board members?
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Don Popowski. I am a board member of McCavan Care and Prevention Network. I'm here to talk about and bring to your attention that the repayment of funds to our nonprofit for grants that have asked us to perform, services that have asked us to perform. And as you can see on the first page, average repayment time for ESG, 76.6 days. Average payment time for home care is 59.11 days. And then harm reduction and syringe services, average repayment time is 65 days, 6-7. So we are a small agency. Our staff makes barely more than minimum wage. And if for some reason, and McCavan doesn't have a huge reserve of funds, so that if the county owes us $60,000 and they're holding it back for 3 months or 2 months, we're putting the payment of our staff members in jeopardy. And so for this reason, I would like you supervisors to find out why the repayment is so long, when other agencies are quite prompt in their repayments. Basically, that's it, yes.
Yeah, it's a good question. I wonder if we could direct it to CEO Antle to determine where that delay is. Is it behavioral health or is it the auditor's office?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. Yes, I can take that direction and work with the departments to find out where the delay is.
And come back later today or next meeting?
I think we can probably do it later today.
So I'm expecting an answer by today?
Well, it will be on video and in the record, so I don't expect you to stick around all day unless you'd like to stay with us.
Well,
or maybe you could send it in an email or leave your number.
okay, I can, if you wish, I can send you an electronic copy of the spreadsheet. If you give me an email address, I'll give you an electronic copy, and that way you can manipulate it any way you want.
I think we have what we need, and we might have an answer later today about the delays.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing it to our attention.
Hello and good morning. My name is Maria Avalos Fuentes, and I am here representing UVA Vecinos en Acción, a local community-based organization that focuses on engaging and informing the Latino community in Mendocino County. Based around ARPA funding, I would like to ask for transparency and clarity on whether the community organizations that presented on 6/7 at the board meeting, whether they were invited or if there was a call put out to the community, as well as how accessible this information was. I would also suggest that in the future, when community organizations are invited to ask, that the Board of Supervisors can look at our population and see that Latinos make up 25.8% of our population, and that the Spanish-speaking community and Latinos are invited and have a seat at the table as well. I would also ask for transparency on whether the Board of Supervisors has engaged with the public on where before these funds have been allocated, which was advised. I feel like the American Rescue Plan is a great opportunity to join and access the needs of the community. Thank you.
Any comments from supervisors about transparency? I will say that I did not reach out to any organization advertising the availability of ARPA funds because I didn't know whether we would have any after core government expenditures. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, this is a good time for clarity from CEO Antle. So what was the exact intent of our funding for Mendocino County, so we're clear?
CEO.
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. So at first quarter, which was November of 2021, the board direction was to take care of internal uses for the use of the ARPA funds. The team has been guarding that. We did have departments ask to present, not departments, excuse me, outside agencies to present during budget to ask for those funds. That has been put on a list for this board to determine. Whenever they are ready, we can bring that back and determine those uses. But again, the first direction of this board was to be using those funds for internal purposes. Those reports on the use and the spending of those funds have been regularly in the CEO report.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity, and I do think it is important that the public and the community organizations understand that the board direction was to deal with our internal issues first, and if there will be funds distributed to community services organizations, there needs to be a countywide call to action to receive whatever kind of updates. I think that, or presentations from nonprofits. I think that the board is currently not in a fiscal place to be able to distribute those funds, and I believe that's why we were on hold for any kind of community-wide call to action.
CEO Antle, how did those particular organizations come to present when others didn't know about the opportunity? What was there outreach by staff?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. So the majority of those folks had reached out either to our staff or someone, a board of supervisor, and were directed to that session. Also, I believe it was on KZYX at 2 different times.
County Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind the board, and frankly for the benefit of the public as well, to just the board can't take action on any items that aren't agendized here, and there's limits as to how much you're able to really go into discussion. You do have the ability to discuss whether you'd like to set this for a future agenda item for more detailed conversation, but any direction or action would either need to be added as an appropriate off-agenda item, meaning there's a certain urgency, or simply deferred to the next meeting.
Understood. Do any supervisors wish for this item to come back as an agenda item? Not seeing any.
No, I actually would, and I think that it's important to if we're going to offer this to anybody, we offer to everybody the opportunity.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, I would agree with Supervisor McGordy on that, is that we are going to have some funds, and at some point we're going to have to decide what to do with those community requests. And I think that if there are organizations out there, we should invite them to present in the future.
And I can support that, but I would like to give staff some guidance on when it should come back. Would we prefer staff come back after we know how much ARPA funds remain after county utilization?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. At this point, the asks for internal work is greater than the ARPA funds that we have received. Now, some of those ARPA funds have gone out to the community early last year at the end to support food, rent, and utilities, and that was through NCO and the Community Foundation at the end of Great Plates and the room key that was supported by the FEMA government.
So with that explanation, I withdraw my support. I think it would be disingenuous to invite community groups to present if we know we don't have any funds to award. Is there a third for bringing this item back on the agenda? Supervisor McGordy?
Well, I would concur. If there's no money, why have people apply for something that doesn't exist?
Okay, let's continue with public expression and no direction to staff.
Chair Williams, if I may.
Yes.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Just as the room fills up, I'd like to let everybody know we do have an overflow room set up in the courtyard in conference room B. There's adequate airflow. Just if more people start coming in and you want to do that, the Zoom is up on the screen. You can come in here when you want to make comment, but that is an option. If you go out the door and directly to your left through the double doors, you'll see it in there.
Any further public expression?
My name is Wendy, and I just had a couple of questions. Is there a plan to remedy this new streetscapes? It's really difficult to make a right-hand turn.
Are you speaking about Ukiah?
Yes.
That would be city council. That's in the incorporated, so it wouldn't be under county oversight.
Okay, perfect. And then also my other question is the air quality in Mendocino County. Seems to be quite a haze all the time, every day, especially if you look out over the mountains and such. It's just always a haze. I just wondered if there was an explanation or if anyone knows I've never seen it like that before.
So maybe we can jot that down as a question for when air quality next presents.
Thank you.
Going to public expression online, you can press raise hand or *9 on the telephone. Hannah Nelson.
Good morning. Thank you. This is Hannah Nelson. I would request that the cannabis update to the update be also listed on that agenda item so that those that weren't listening to public expression can have the benefit. I also would direct your attention to the memo that I posted, and I posted it to both public expression and that agenda item because I wasn't sure which was most appropriate. I do have some more specific comments regarding that memo, and in kind of contrast a little bit to Director Nevedal's comments. And I certainly, as Chair Williams indicated, appreciate the hard work that the Cannabis Department has been doing, and especially with outreach to the state. But I think that there are some serious gaps with respect to who will be shut out of licensing. And this is urgent enough that I think it requires specific action at this time by the board. Not only people who have held embossed receipts for nursery permits, but it's my understanding that also mixed light and indoor may be at issue 2 with respect to new licenses being issued by the state after June 30th. Regardless, I guess I would implore you to get to the bottom of this and have a more robust discussion. And so I'm going to leave my comments for a time that hopefully we can discuss it in the context of the report or supervisor reports. Thank you very much.
Ron Edwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure when the cannabis report should be, but I wanted to, after listening last week to the HIP camp discussion, wanted to find out if there's any possibility that there could be 2 board members to bring the cannabis minimum acreage to play, because at 10 acres, you know, we're treating a cannabis plant like it's really destructive to neighbors, yet HIP camp is a 3-acre thing, so I'd hope we could do that. And in consideration with the LEAP grants, I mean, we are now almost into July, and farmers have been planning their year far ahead, and we've only got 5 checks to go out. And I don't know, I know the department's working, I know things get held up in county counsel's office, but, you know, the gentleman spoke earlier about getting paid going 90 days. Well, these farmers have been waiting way longer than 60 days, way longer than 90 days to get these funds. And so I'm not sure if the board can do anything to speed that up, because if those farmers get those funds, then they are able to conduct business, to pay taxes. But if they had planned their year, and we're almost through the year, with that money, they still haven't received it. So I think that would be a benefit to get those funds moving. Thank you.
Jude Tillman.
Jude, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Okay, sorry about that. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jude Tillman, 4th District, owner of Dragonfly Wellness Center on the coast, and a member of MCA. As some of you know, I've been counseling patients and teaching classes on the science and use of medical cannabis for going on 10 years now. Now we in the medical community are beginning to panic because the best quality tinctures, topicals, transdermals, edibles, these are all disappearing because our manufacturers are falling out of licensure path. And smoking cannabis flower is not the best path toward healing, though it is excellent for all kinds of symptom management, pain, sleeplessness, stress, and much more. Our local medicine makers know how to manufacture cannabis meds in a way that connects the specific combination of compounds from the plant with the system in our bodies that achieves root-level herbal healing without the side effects that so famously accompany the use of synthetic pharmaceutical drugs. Our medicine makers are blocked by complicated and poorly interpreted regulations, including inconsistent evaluations by reviewers, surprise rejections for things that should be encouraged and are a plus for sustainability, such as applicants installing solar power to run their farms. As is described in Hannah Nelson's memo, which I fully support and recommend that you consider, some applicants, quote, may have only small technical corrections to make, but they languish in limbo, waiting to continue to make their living as they have for years. The number one rule I teach in my classes for choosing and using your cannabis wisely is to be sure they're pure and potent. No chemical pesticides, fertilizers, etc. And that is the gravest danger that we face. Simply put, we will lose that guarantee of purity and potency if we lose control of our cultivation and product production. Here's the punchline. If you hand over, even de facto by denying permits so they can get their licenses, if you hand over our precious organic, sustainable, regenerative farming techniques and products, not to mention our decades-old culture of respect for the land, if you hand them over to big ag or even medium ag, we will simply lose the purity and potency of the highest quality, most effective herbal medicines in the world. Our small craft legacy farmers and medicine makers are going out of business if they can't get permitted by the county in a timely way so they can continue to produce these unique and irreplaceable medicines. I urge you to set a goal today of expediting designation of the application complete status by June 30th, the deadline for the state to confer provisional licenses. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Jude? Jude, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
So we can't have 5 supervisors micromanaging the cannabis program through public expression. We do have an ad hoc supervisors, McGordy and Hascheck. And of course, I will support my colleagues if they bring an item forward to address any of the permitting licensing issues in cannabis. Can you work with them? I'm afraid I don't want the board to drop the ball, but we can't take this up in public expression.
I understand that, Chair Williams. And I think that what we're doing is trying to emphasize points that we've already been working very strongly with the ad hoc committee to make, and to make sure that the public and the rest of the supervisors hear the points that Supervisor Hascheck and Supervisor McGordy have already been listening to and interacting with us about. We work with them, Chair Williams, and we'll continue to do so. We'll continue to work with anybody who will work, especially with MCA, to try to fine-tune how the county is dealing with the lack of permits in our system. This public expression is a chance to give the supervisors a sense of where we are right now in this moment, in this day, and to give it public expression, to express these ideas to the rest of the public who's listening to these meetings. Thank you.
Understood, and thank you for your words. Elizabeth Swenson.
Am I on?
We can hear you.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Swinson. I'm a member of HAT, the Housing Action Team on the North Coast. Today, we submitted to the board a proposal for a short-term rental ordinance and a petition signed by over 600 county residents agreeing with our proposal. The lack of housing for people who live and work on the coast has reached truly crisis proportions. While there is no single or simple solution to the crisis, it makes sense to be able to use some of the housing that already exists on the coast for the people who live and work here. When HAT learned that there were over 400 short-term rentals on the coast and that most of these are houses in residential areas, not multi-million-dollar oceanfront jewels that most people think of as the short-term rentals, we began to think about how we could retrieve some of the houses for the community, for the people who live and work here. We researched short-term rental ordinances from several counties in California and beyond, and developed elements of a short-term rental proposal from what we learned. It is a proposal that can be one part of the housing solution. While we don't expect an ordinance governing short-term rentals and applying 2% short-term rental housing limit will solve our housing problem, with an ordinance and working towards a 2% limit of short-term rentals, by having a moratorium on new short-term rentals until we have reduced the short-term rental to the limit will mean that over the next few years, some houses will again become available to the people who live and work here. And it would be a significant improvement, even if only a partial solution to the housing's needs. While we have focused on the coast, we think the proposed ordinance as countywide, and while the 2% limit won't affect most areas of the county, it might be helpful in Anderson Valley. One supervisor recently described the job of the county supervisors is to preserve our way of life. We think preserving housing for our community is one way to preserve our way of life. Thank you for considering our proposal.
Patrice?
Can you?
We can hear you.
Patrice, you muted yourself again. You'd have to unmute yourself again. You're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You muted yourself again. You're on mute.
Now.
We
now
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you for hearing from me today. I'd like to thank my name's Patrice Byerly. I'm a cultivator in the 3rd District. I'd first of all like to thank Kristen for her doing a job that nobody could really ever thought anybody could do. And I think she's doing a fine job. I'd like to thank her for her time and her energy. I'd also like to thank Hannah and the MCA for their support of small farmers. And I'm here to encourage the county to release the LEAP funds for us. I think they need to understand that part of this county is reliant on the cannabis industry, and the rest of the county is reliant on those people that are in the cannabis industry. And if you allow the legacy farmers to go down without providing them with the opportunities that are provided on a state level, then we're going to have problems. Already in the 3rd District, we're losing 2 teachers in the Laytonville School District now because of people moving out of this county because there's no work. So I would just encourage the county to do everything they can to support the people of the 3rd and the 4th District who are most affected by the regulations and the added time and distance to living in Mendocino. I think you guys need to take a little bit more consideration of us in the 3rd and 4th District. We do support the other districts of this county, and I would just like to see the funds released and the county to get forward with issuing permits and allowing us to move forward in the cannabis industry. Thank you for your time.
Call in user 1. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Michael Schaefer. Do you hear me?
Yes.
I'm part of the Citizens Committee for the Library Initiative, and we passed a milestone last week by submitting our petitions to the elections office for them to certify. This is the result of dozens of volunteers working hundreds of hours and having thousands of conversations with Mendocino County voters. We, in the end, had over 4,500 signed signatures of registered voters, and this is quite an accomplishment. And I hope you'll, acknowledge that. I think that we started this from the ground up in order to make sure that a 50% vote means that this is a tax that is dedicated to the library. And, that there's no way any future Board of Supervisors can take the money and apply it to some other purpose. And in regard to that, I have a question in terms of at what time does the Board of Supervisors think they will get to item 6A, which is, the Board of Supervisors general tax?
We will do our best to take up that item at approximately 3 p.m.
3 p.m. Okay. Thank you very much.
Anne Marie Weibel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Dear Supervisors, I support the petition and additional documents by HAT. I hope you have read the 2 studies done by the grand jury about homeless people and housing. The Mendocino County Planning Commissioners, architect Diana Wiedemann and Marie Jones, came up with a proposal. Please be in touch with them. The Coastal Commission and the county worked on regulations about additional housing on people's properties. Cities like Fort Bragg make it possible to have a granny unit on the property. Community members have been successful, along with the help of the Mendocino County Planning Commissioners, that turned down an application for a short-term rental in Albion on G Road. The county is not getting the TOT tax from all the short-term rentals. We cannot wait until the county approves a new general plan. Berkeley, for example, has come up with a tax on empty houses. Why can't we? Doctors, dentists, nurses, teachers, and many others cannot find housing in this community. The situation is bad inland, where people cannot accept jobs, partly also due to the fires, and is even worse on the coast. Something has to change, and now it has to change. This area is becoming a ghost county as far as locals living here is concerned, and we cannot find people to work here. For example, Elk has only 3 rental units left. Even famous restaurants can only be open 4 nights a week, like the Albion River Inn. And I understand that Dan Jurdy and Ted Williams are on a subcommittee dealing with this issue, but I have not heard anything about the outcome. This, I am concerned, might be just like all the other 28 subcommittees, where the community might never know what transpired or if something transpired. So I encourage you to really look into what Elizabeth Swenson and her team has come up with, and let's come up with a plan, because this is not possible to continue like that. And in addition, I just want to also put in my support for the library tax and have no additional taxes on fire and water currently. People have no money and it would be competing. Thank you so much for letting me talk. And
Voicemails.
Hello, my name is Joanna Jensen, and this is a public comment on non-agenda items. I am a volunteer with the Housing Action Team of the North Coast of Mendocino County. We are also known as HAT. We recently sponsored a petition urging the Board of Supervisors to license and limit the number of vacation rentals. You should have a copy of the petition, but for the record, I'd like to read it now. The undersigned residents of Mendocino County ask the Board of Supervisors to immediately create a short-term rental STR ordinance that preserves long-term housing by licensing and limiting STRs. The ordinance should not limit the number of primary residence STRs because renting out rooms or one's home for short periods does not affect housing availability. The ordinance should restrict the number of licenses for STRs owned by individuals that do not reside full-time on the property. These STRs should not be licensed when they are more than 2% of area housing. When they're below the 2% threshold, more may be licensed. Existing STRs in good standing may remain operational, but they must become licensed. All licenses should be non-transferable and expire upon sale or transfer of the property to gradually return houses to long-term housing and improve availability over time. We urge the Board of Supervisors to approve a short-term rental ordinance before the end of 2022. Now, for the record, I want to point out that 612 county residents signed the petition in support of reasonable STR regulations. I understand that a few realtors have written to the board and the Planning Commission in opposition of HAT's balanced common sense proposal. This petition makes it obvious that the views of those realtors, ones whose livelihoods depend on vacation rentals, are not shared by the vast majority of county residents. 164 people used the petition to tell you how their lives have been upended when their homes were converted to short-term rentals, or to share concerns about ways STRs are hurting our communities. HAT joins them in urging you to adopt a short-term adopt an STR ordinance before the end of the year. Thank you.
Hi, this is Bertie Holmes, and I'm calling about the HAT, Housing Action Committee team, that will be presenting a petition to the County Board of Supervisors asking for an immediate moratorium on vacation rental or short-term rental in the coastal zone. I am opposed to any changes in the rental, short-term rental ordinance unless a lot more investigation or research is done. Also, I believe that the Planning Commission, whose meeting I attended on June 16th, is also not pursuing the right avenue as far as short-term rental goes versus low-income or affordable housing. I saw them deny a rental, vacation rental application, saying that the people who were applying obviously had financial means, and so they didn't need a vacation rental. It was just an assumption on their part and an opinion about what this homeowner may or may not have as far as financial backing goes. They also mentioned that since they're up in the air about licensing, that the license should not be granted. There are no stays on licenses at this time, so any applications received should be processed as usual until they make changes. I do believe that the Planning Commission and the Housing Action Team are not, that their approach is not correct as far as trying to limit short-term rentals versus trying to find or build more affordable housing. So please keep this in mind and do not let any changes happen at the Planning Commission stage without Board of Supervisors approval. And please understand that vacation rentals should be embraced, not denied, and that illegal rentals should be brought into compliance, and a portion of the funds that they generate in the significant amount of income that they bring to the tax basis of Mendocino County should be allocated to building and developing short-term rental. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Chair Williams.
Zach, Supervisor Jurdy, go ahead.
For public expression.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a recorded message. I just thought
these are voicemails.
Apparently, she's a realtor. I just looked her up online.
Can we continue? One more voicemail.
Zach for public expression. Honorable Supervisors, County of Mendocino staff. I've just called to leave a public comment on item 4D. I carefully prepared remarks that I would read for that occasion. The county's website, as linked to in the agenda, advises that remarks should be limited to 3 minutes. Upon calling the voicemail comment number 707-234-6333, I was informed by the automated system that my remarks should be
no longer than 2 minutes. So which is it? For me or any other members of the public, this is very frustrating and it needs to be fixed. It should be fixed before the next meeting. Thank you.
Was that the last voice message?
That was.
Okay, any final public expression in the room? Public expression is closed. I'd like to move on to item 4A because we have county staff in the room waiting. And as a courtesy, I think it's appropriate. This is discussion and possible action, including recognition of employee service awards for eligible employees with 15 to 40 years of service.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, Interim CEO Antle, and County Counsel Curtis. My name is Katie Ford, HR Manager, and I'm proud to introduce the next item recognizing our employees who have reached the 15 to 40 years of service milestone with the County of Mendocino. On behalf of the County of Mendocino, it is with great pride that we recognize these individuals on their service anniversary milestone. We are delighted to honor your commitment to this organization and your dedication as a loyal public servant. Thank you for being a valued member of the County of Mendocino team. I would also like to invite everyone to a service anniversary reception in Conference Room A immediately following this item. At this point, I would like to pass it off to Chair Williams and Deputy CEO Johnson, who will be distributing certificates of appreciation to our recipients.
So good morning, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. Welcome. Thank you for all being here in our first post-COVID service awards. So nice to see everyone here. It is my honor to announce our service award recipients today. So we'll be starting with the 15 years, and after all the employees are announced, then there'll be public comment to speak. So our first 15 years is Ray Anderson. Next 15 is David Barrett. David's not here today, but thank you, David.
Probation. Pass it on.
Next we have Paula Burns Heron. Lynette Cater. Not here. Okay, we'll make sure she gets that. Sandra Cadillo.
You got another one.
Elaine Chan. We will make sure Elaine gets hers. Melinda Driggers. All right, thank you. Marlena Dooley. Margarita Gonzalez. Ray Iannetta. Veronica Jimenez. I know he's here. Patrick Kenyon. Chief Eisen Locatelli. Rick Norman.
Rick's not here. Fort Bragg Road crew, he's out working. He'll get it.
Thanks, Howard. Martin Perez. Connie Rodriguez. Jesse Van Warmer. You want to take? Yeah, we'll get, thank you. Nick Worf. Thank you. And now we have our 20 years. So Jackie Brannick, Cheyenne Gordon, Stacy Martin. That's Eisens, okay. Thank you. Shane Rhines. Elizabeth Sedano. Julie Sonilia. Thank you. So we're at 25 years. Maria Escamilla. She'll take, Sheriff will take hers. Catherine Linville. Yay. Lucilla Martinez. Mike McBride. We got his too. Tanya Van Camp. All right, so 30 years. Wonderful. This is Ann Nava. Yay! So 35 years. Rosemary Rodriguez. Is she here? And 40 years, I have the pleasure of working with Carmen, so congratulations. Carmen Macias. Thank you.
What's that? Do we have any public comment? District Attorney Eister.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I really appreciate that you are honoring these folks for their hard work. I've known Carmen, at the time Polito, now Macias, since 1984. And at that time, she was the legal secretary and family support, handling over 7,000 cases, doing all the legal work on it all by herself. And then she's grown through the district attorney's office, and she's now my boss. So I appreciate her many years. I appreciate her service, as I appreciate all the other members here that got their awards. Thank you all very much. Thank you, board.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, I'd like to just thank all the employees, however many years you have. It's really dedication to this county and it's public service. And you might not make the highest wages in the world, but you're doing something for the benefit of our community, and thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
I echo the sentiment of Supervisor Haschek, and to say that, you know, Without you, we're nothing. So thank you very much for all that you've done.
And I want to thank you. Over the last few years, I've gotten to see just how diligent and hardworking our staff is. This county has the best staff. And I know you're doing it because it's noble. It really is public service. You show up every day and work incredibly hard, usually with not enough resources. So you have my sincere gratitude. Becky?
Chair Williams, member of the board, CEO Antle, interim, and County Council Curtis, Becky Emery, Social Services Director. It's my pleasure to help recognize the 32 staff you have before you today, 12 of which are social services, bringing 220 years of service. Extremely proud of all of their work. With 15 years, we have Ray, Paula, Veronica, Lynette, Elaine, Ray, and Connie. They provided and ensured Fort Bragg staff and community have support and CalWorks benefits, payments, and support to all of them for distribution. That children are protected and households are approved for placements. That we reunify a safe and loving, supporting families. That long-term Medi-Cal, very complex programs are evaluated, supported, and given to elderly to access care and supports. They strive to protect our elders from abuse and neglect, to speak up for those who do not always put themselves first. They develop policies and procedures, guidances, and help their coworkers figure out and navigate the variety of programs that we implement, as well as help guide the public through these processes. They help others not only find new jobs and job skills, but careers and help fulfill their dreams. Our staff with 20 years have worked eligibility to issue payments, provide food stability and security to our community, to help engage our community with respect and support and protect our children. They've worked with schools and partnered to ensure a thriving future for our youth. You kept us on track in offices, ensuring our communication and building maintenance, and partnered with other departments to ensure continue to strive and community and that we can provide those services. With 25 years, Katie, you are a rock in our Fort Bragg office. You take on the challenges with grace and help staff grow, serving our community and support the department's mission to serve our public with respect and honor and to help them engage. And Ann Nava, with 30 years, we know she started at 5. She has worked her way up from a social worker assistant, where she worked with schools, helped our families to develop parenting skills, helped our kids see their future. She moved up to a social worker, and she had those hard conversations with parents and with kids. She wrote hundreds of court reports and has testified a multitude of times to help support our children. She's a supervisor where she has overseen our placement units, traveled all over the United States to see our children, to keep them connected to our community, to their families, to the supports that they needed. She's built teams throughout all of our department and helped us in professional development and encouraging everyone to move forward. She's taught people how to advocate for our community and our kids. She's encouraged people to dream. And in Willits, she works very hard to make sure that our entire community is connected, going to Laytonville and Covelo and those outlying areas to support those families. She's built her team. She's served on fires and other disasters that we have responded to. And through all of this, with 220 years of service of all of our social services staff, I am proud to honor and recognize each of you. And I thank them for their dedication and support to our community and to our department. Thank you very much.
All right. Are we taking a break? Here we are. Supervisor Haschek.
I'd just like to say I've known Ann Nava since she was probably 5 years old. And how was I to know that in kindergarten she was heading off to the county to work? You know, but great. Congratulations.
All right. Let's take a break for about 15 minutes. So we should be back at around 10:30.
And Chair Williams, we have the reception in conference room A.
And we have the reception in conference room A.
hospital con la infección de COVID, me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Yeah, that's me, yeah.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients. For our elders.
For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromising...
Do any supervisors have items to pull for separate consideration? Supervisor Jurdy. You're muted, but I think you might be saying 3P.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Williams. I want to address 3P.
Separate consideration or a comment?
Separate consideration.
Okay. Any other items to pull for separate consideration? Okay. Supervisor Jurdy, go ahead with 3P.
Yeah, thank you. So I sent in a memo this morning to the full board and to the public on item 3P, which is adoption of the 22-23 budget. And so I've written out some questions with some narrative. So with last year's budget, the budget we're still in actually, 21-22, the Board of Supervisors agreed to increase the County of Mendocino's contribution to the Mendocino Inland Water and Power Commission, I'll just refer to it as Inland Water, from an annual transfer of $25,000 of county general fund dollars to $50,000. So my first question is, does the 22-23 budget this coming year include either $25,000 or $50,000 to inland water and power? And so I'm looking to the executive office to answer that question.
CEO.
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. We have Howard DeShield, Department of Transportation, present.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, Department of Transportation. So we did the normal request for additional net county costs for $25,000 in this year's budget. And you're correct. Last year, it was increased to $50,000 by the board mid-year.
So Howard, can you clarify, is there $25,000 or $50,000 in this coming year's budget?
$25,000. That's the request. An additional net county cost is the request.
Okay. So a request that I made for public documents revealed that in September of 2021, the Inland Waters Chair, Janet Pauley, also of the Potter Valley Irrigation District, signed a contract for a political polling and consulting services. The contract is attached to my memo, and it shows the Inland Water Commission, they commissioned a poll testing public support for a parcel tax to finance what Inland Waters minutes throughout 2021 and 2022 have repeatedly called the PVP, or Potter Valley Project ballot measure. This contract is attached along with a summary of the pollster's questions and findings. Again, I invite people to look at my memo and the attachments I've provided. In summary, the attachments show polling services to Godby Research were estimated at between $28,000 and $31,000. And the contract also includes another $30,000 to political consultants, NBS. In fact, the contract identifies phase one of the Potter Valley Project ballot measure costing $76,450. Phase two of the contract, which was to include 3 informational mailings, kind of sounds like a campaign mailer, and digital media, was to be produced by TBWBH political consultants at an additional cost of $98,000. So what we have here is a poll that was commissioned by the tax dollars, county tax dollars, in fact, of at least $30,000, and possibly, if they went ahead with all of phase one, $76,000 in political consulting fees, and up to $175,000 in phase one and phase two consulting fees. So my question is, what is the total amount that Inland Water has paid or will pay to Godby Research and to the political consultants, NBS, and TBWBH. These are our tax dollars, so we deserve to know.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I just had a question for Supervisor Jordy. You've served on MCOG since 2003, and in 2016, MCOG hired William Berry Consultants to do a very similar analysis of whether or not county voters and City of Ukiah residents would support a sales tax. Of course, the county portion was for county roads, and the City of Ukiah was for city streets, which did move forward as Measure Y in 2016. How was that paid for?
The MCOG dollars were dollars, public dollars. The difference is there is no toll road in Mendocino County. There's no ability of the county or a city to charge people to drive on county roads. These are water districts that have a commodity. They're selling water. Well, they should be selling it at market rate, but because they're not selling it at market rate, they're now pursuing a general tax to tax everybody in the county to pay for expenses that should be borne by these large water users. There's no comparison between county roads, which serve the general public, and a water provider that serves a limited number of customers.
So, Supervisor Jordy, I'm wondering if this topic may fit better under the sales tax item later today. I don't want to.
This is a budget item, and I have two more questions that I want to address before we approve funding of $25,000 to Inland Water and Power. So do we have an answer as to how much money has been paid to these political consultants and how much will be paid to these political consultants by the Inland Water Power, which are using our county tax dollars?
So I would like to ask CEO and county council for the terms on that $25,000. We're allocating $25,000 to Inland Water, as Supervisor Jordy referred. Are there any terms on how that $25,000 is to be utilized?
I mean, right now, I think all you've got is the budget action, so I don't know that there's a specific limitation beyond that. In terms of the expenditure, it would have to be limited by the scope of the JPA document, meaning essentially the purposes for which you created the entity and the powers that you had given it. But the JPA entity did have some funding terms and some provisions. Frankly, it's been a while since I've looked at that one.
Understood. I wonder if we need to refresh before we pass the budget. I would like to understand, is the concern that the funds, the $25,000 and previously $50,000 may have been used contrary to approved purpose, or was it within the scope and this board may find that it wasn't the best use of public funds for a county council?
So I don't know that I've heard anything so far that suggests that it was necessarily outside of the scope of any appropriate authorizations. So,
Supervisor Jordy, are you concerned about whether it was an appropriate use, or rather whether it was the best use of public funds?
I think it was a poor use of public funds. I'm not saying it was illegal, although I think it is bordering on illegal to have public funds used for advocating for a tax measure once the tax measure is characterized. I would like to go on. Supervisor McGorty has his hand raised. Perhaps he can answer the question as to how much tax dollars have been spent on this endeavor.
Supervisor McGorty.
You know, I can't say with certainty, but I believe that the first part of the contract is to do market research, and that's as far as it went. It was around $30,000, I believe, is what's spent. And as I understand it, in talking with county council, it is permissible for county government to do surveys to find out market research on whether or not it can pass. We can't advertise or advocate, but that's within the realm of our powers. I would remind you, it's also a joint powers authority, and they do put in money in. And quite honestly, they're getting the small agencies are not cash rich. The amount of money that they bring in from their membership has always been modest to cover costs to assist agriculture as best we can in Mendocino County to be profitable, and that's the way that they've run. The joint powers includes the Russian River Flood Control District, Potter Valley Project, the city of Ukiah, and then kind of the collection of small water agencies that distribute water. So it's not strictly agriculture, it's also municipal. There's great concern about losing the water rights from the Eel River water, which would hugely impact the interior part of Mendocino County for water supply. We already have Redwood Valley, which is presently in bad condition because they really don't have any rights to water in Lake Mendocino when there is no water. So I think we can discuss this a little bit later when the tax measure comes up, but I would say right now, I don't believe that anything inappropriate has been done with this money. Councilor Curtis can correct me if I'm wrong.
He doesn't have comment, so we're going to assume we can't spot any wrongdoing. But I don't think Supervisor Jurdy was pointing necessarily at any illegal act. I think he was questioning whether this was a good use of funds.
So thank you, Chair Williams. So my point is, and I'll go to my final point. We don't apparently have today an answer for how many thousands of dollars they used. It was at least the $30,000 for the survey, for the poll. But again, in phase one, they were to pay for political consultants to advise on how to proceed with the tax. And to that, I'll go to the Inland Waters minutes of April 14th, 2022, which under quote, Potter Valley Project, PVP ballot measure. Polly discussed the need to move to a sales tax, again, away from a property tax, funding source that would be put on the ballot by county supervisors. There is a very short time frame to get it on the November ballot. Supervisor McGordy, a member of the Inland Water, is working with the Inland Water Power Commission and consultants, these very consultants I'm talking about, to try to put the process together. So my final question is, what is the involvement of Inland Water and their political consultants in the board's sales tax discussion? And maybe we'll get back to that later today. But on this item, I would contend that if this entity has so much money that they can use tax dollars to pay for political consultants, not just a poll, political consultants to develop up to 3 mailers to the voters of this election, they do not need County of Mendocino funds. And so I would move that we strike from the county budget any contribution to Inland Water Power, because apparently they don't need our money.
So I want to add, Supervisor Mulhern. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I want to add a comment. I'm going to side with Supervisor Jurdy. I think the market research determining what the public supports, I think that's a fine use of public funds and has the potential to preserve additional public funds where support isn't found for a particular idea. I don't support using our funds to send out mailers and campaign for an effort. I think that might be crossing the line. And I think the county does have an obligation to follow up and find out where those are dollars that generated the advertisement material. That said, zooming out, not looking at this specific problem, I think water security is a county-wide problem. And as much as we know we don't have the funds to solve it, this will have to be state and federal support. But there's likely a role for us to play in ensuring that we get that state and federal support. I don't think that happens at $0. And although District 5, Hopland has some impact from the Potter Valley water, most of District 5 isn't at the mercy of that particular water source. At the same time, I know if any community goes dry, we will lose far more than $25,000 or $50,000 as a county. The amount of lost jobs, lost revenue, additional social services, farm gate multiplier, those farms buy equipment regularly, they pay sales tax. Our economy spiraling down is an impact to all 5 districts. It's a countywide problem. So I want to look at the specifics. Is this the best use of funds? But I do support water security in general. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. As a city council member and as a supervisor, I've supported the work of IWPC as a collaboration between multiple agencies to try to figure out how to best serve our communities, both agriculture and municipal. I just wanted to address Supervisor Jurdy's question number 3. I serve as the alternate to IWPC and am often unable to attend the meetings, which is fine because Supervisor McGordy is there for most of the meetings. I will tell you, and I'm absolutely willing to be 100% transparent across this whole conversation today, because I think it's very important for our voters to understand that. And I think it's very important for you, Supervisor Jurdy, to understand that. I was contacted by Godby Research and did not support a sales tax focused only on the Potter Valley project moving forward, which is why the proposal that we're going to discuss this afternoon is for a county-wide water initiative that disperses the funds throughout the county and not on one or two projects. So I want to be very clear and very transparent that I was asked. I did not support a ballot measure that would only focus on one project, which is why I brought forward the proposal that I did. Thank you.
Supervisor McGorty.
So the first part is that what you're looking at is a proposal by the consultants. The thing you have to understand is I don't believe that the JPA can also run a campaign. I think that they're telling what it would cost to do it. The campaign would have to be run by an independent organization for that. I don't believe a JPA can campaign using public funds. I agree completely with what Supervisor Mulhern said is about water security. Purpose of a tax measure on water is primarily to provide potable water. The agricultural users have another pathway and they intend to use it. The parcel tax was our way of looking at trying to keep it internal inside of the borders, and parcel tax evidently is not going to be viable. So that's why the concept of a sales tax, where primarily the use of the money is to negotiate the water right transfer from PG&E to the community of the Upper Russian River watershed between Potter Valley to Healdsburg. And that's really what this is about. And, there eventually the agriculture people will pay a reasonable amount of money for water. It won't be cheap, as you imply now, but it's going to take some time to get that together. It's being run by the Sonoma County Water Agency under a grant from Department of Water Resources, and we'll talk more about it this afternoon. But this is more or less the equivalent of interim funding. What we don't want to do is find ourselves in the same situation as 1957, where we ceded our water rights to another county and weren't at the table. It costs to be there. It costs like $1 million to participate in the discussions for legal fees. And it's extremely important. So that's about all I have to say for now. We'll pick up this discussion later.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, it's a budget question, first of all. And when we were giving $25,000 and then another $25,000 to the IWPC, I didn't think we were giving it to run political campaigns. And that's what it sounds like a lot of that money is being used for. So I think that Supervisor Jurdy brings up a good point in that. And, certainly we need water security. I've been working with Supervisor McGorty for the last year plus on these issues. And, they're critical to Mendocino County to have secure water throughout. And it's not just one district. It's not, the whole county would be affected by not having water. That being said, I'm kind of amazed too that Supervisor McGorty and I were working with the consultants, the GEI consultants, on a tax for the water issues and trying to figure that out. And then now I'm hearing that Supervisor Mulhern was consulted by the consultants. And then I'm hearing that Supervisor McGorty was working on this tax measure. And then we have that gets into the sales tax issue, but then we have Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Mulhern on the fire ad hoc committee. And so it just seems like a lot of potential problems there. A lot of discussion was being brought forth or being made, that wasn't out in the open, and I'm glad that County Council brought it forward. But I'm concerned that the whole genesis of the issue is really convoluted and messy. That being said, it's like, what do we do with this 25,000 for the Inland Water Power Commission? I think that we should pull it and look at it and see what the actual uses are, because I would like to see, the money used to get water to Mendocino County and make sure that we're at the table and all that. But I think running political campaigns is not what we're supposed to be doing with it.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I think it's clear that the board doesn't support any kind of mailing or informational documents that could potentially go out from this organization. And if that happens, it should be done by a separate group of people. The $25,000 that this board has invested for, I don't know, over a decade, I'm not sure how long it's been, is incredibly important. Agriculture supplies $16 million in sales tax revenue to our community, our economy. The Potter Valley Project and what happens in Lake Mendocino affects the entire county, and I do support continuing to do the $25,000 contribution with the, I don't know, I would look towards county council as to what needs to be given to the board of IWPC to just make sure that it's not being used for any political campaign purposes.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to speak to Supervisor Mulhern's point, but first I just want to clarify a little bit. I think the entire board understands, but I know that the thread of the conversation might get a little bit confusing for people sometimes. There is a prohibition, not just on the use of county funds, but on the use of any public funds for any sort of campaign purposes. Now, I don't know that that prohibits any sort of polling. What you're essentially doing is research to determine in advance whether or not the public entity should even invest the resources to go ahead and prepare an ordinance and submit it to the voters. There is also, I will say, this is an area I generally advise caution, and I sort of highlight caution in the trainings that I provide. There is an exception to the rule regarding campaign activity that allows a public agency to put out purely informational items that do not advocate for or against on a matter that may be submitted to the voters. What I like to caution is that if any agency is considering doing that, they work very closely with their attorneys and that they be very cautious about the risk, because I think that is a line that's very easy to cross, because very often the line between information and advocacy can be finer than the courts or the legislature may sometimes make it sound like. With respect to what you can do, certainly you can remind IWPC that they are, of course, subject to those limitations. I believe that they are aware. They have hired and have been working with an attorney on the Potter Valley project issue. I would be happy to just remind him and make sure that he's aware on that point. However, I think what I hear is that the board may have an interest in expressing to IWPC that it doesn't want the funds used not just for campaign activities, it doesn't want them used for informational activities that may start to look like or be questionable as to whether or not they would be campaign activities. If that's the case, we could look at whether there's an appropriate mechanism to put in restrictions. But I would also say, this county, or rather the county water agency, which is governed by the same board, is a member of IWPC, and you do have representation on that board. So it's not purely a matter of coming up with legal restrictions, although obviously you don't have a controlling vote, you just have one vote.
Supervisor McGordy.
So what might kind of help clear this up is if Supervisor Jurdy can see the actual expenditures for this measure is passed, or this motion is passed for this particular budget item. And if you look at what IWPC is spending their money on, it's mostly legal assistance from Scott Shapiro, who is our legal counsel, is trying to negotiate the purchase of the Potter Valley project from PG&E, primarily for the water issues, but not interested in generating power. So I think, I would make a motion that we hold this item until there's a chance to take a closer look at the actual budget expenditures of the item.
I hear a second from Supervisor Haschek, but I would appreciate if we could get more clarity, or could you better articulate the motion?
The motion is to pull item 3P for now, so subject to review by the board so that we can be assured
Supervisor McGordy,
that our money is being used properly.
Sorry, your audio cut out. I have a concern about just tabling item 3P because that is the resolution approving the budget, and I think that it's important that we do approve the budget, even if today we need to amend it to remove this $25,000 until we have further clarity. CEO.
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. I would like to suggest, if possible, that you approve the budget as it is and that we come back with specific uses on the funding and the correct funding amount.
So to confirm, the $25,000 will be allocated in the budget, but not a dollar will be spent until the board has an opportunity to revisit?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. So what I'm hearing from Amber Fassett and a principal analyst, Sarah Pierce, that actually the ask for net county cost assignment to the water agency was roughly $68,750 for the Ukiah Valley Sustainable Groundwater, $44K for Russian River Water Association, $2,500 for Inland Water and Power.
So this discussion is all about $2,500?
That's what we're seeing today. I would have to go back and look at the historical journal entries. Perhaps in the past it was a different amount. At this moment, I can't confirm.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I understand the need to approve the budget today. If it is 2,500, I mean, that's obviously a conversation this board needs to have. That isn't not enough money to be able to contribute and participate in the conversation with IWPC with the other member agencies. So we should definitely take a look at that.
Supervisor McGordy.
So would it also be acceptable to pass budget with the amended idea that under no circumstance should this be used for political activity?
County Council.
Mr. Chair, if that's the intent of the board, what I would suggest is that you approve the budget but not the transfer. So you give us a little bit of time to put any appropriate restrictions in before the monies are transferred out. But as part of your overall budget, you could essentially have the budget and the appropriations at this time.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I'll move approval of the budget, but with direction to staff, no transfer of funds to Inland Water and Power Commission until we can get clarification and more information back to the board.
Was the previous motion withdrawn?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I think it was Supervisors McGordy and Haschek on the previous. Can you confirm that that was withdrawn?
Yeah, I will withdraw that.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a second on Supervisor Jordy's motion?
I will second.
Okay, motion from Jordy, second from McGordy. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
We have audience.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment, by all means.
Here, I have more comments.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I had some questions on the budget resolution, and you know, I see Mr. Hickey coming to the microphone, but it has to do with these unfilled but budgeted items or positions. And so I was wondering if the interim CEO could enlighten us about how many positions there are that are budgeted, how many are unfilled, and how many are general fund. Some of those pertinent questions that we might have with Mr. Hickey.
CEO.
Darcy Antle, Interim CEO. Yes, we have received that request and have requested the funded versus unfunded from the various departments. At this time, there's about 400 vacancies. Approximately half of those are general fund position, and a significant portion of those are in public safety. So the ask is out. We expect it back from the department heads by Friday.
So we're passing the budget without really knowing what those numbers are about how many are funded but not filled.
Funded positions that are not filled at this time, we would have to check on all the statuses of those in general fund. We have positions that are in recruitment right now. We have people in the hiring process right now. The specific line item detail, again, we would need from the departments.
Thank you.
Public comment. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah. Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Curtis. My name is Patrick Hickey, Field Representative with Mendocino County Chapter of SEIU 1021, speaking on behalf of our Executive Board. I would like to speak regarding consent calendar items 3P and 3AB. At the last board meeting, we asked how many of the allocated positions in the 2022-2023 budget were funded. A number of the board members requested the same information from the CEO's office. For some reason, the answer to this important question has been elusive. How do you write a budget but not know how many positions you're budgeting for? According to the resolution you're voting on right now, on the position allocation table, quote, the affected departments or agencies have agreed to incorporate the positions within their fiscal year budgets. The various departments and agencies have agreed through the regular budget process that the allocation of positions per attachment A is consistent with and included in the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. Sounds like they're budgeted to me. The county currently has 402 budgeted but vacant positions. Because of the county's current financial challenges, we recommend that the county redirect the funds from some of these unfilled positions to help stabilize and adjust wages for current staff to address issues of recruitment and retention. 172 of those positions are paid exclusively by the general fund. Some of those positions are revenue producing and should be filled as soon as possible. Some of the positions the county has not been able to fill for years. We have 8 road maintenance lead positions that have been vacant for over 4 years, 5 juvenile correction officer positions that have been vacant for over 4 years, 4 probation officer positions that have been vacant for over 4 years. This should tell you something. We're not competitive. If we do not address this, we will continue to have vital positions unfilled. There are 92 positions that have been vacant for at least 18 months. We believe the responsible action and a more conservative budget approach would be to redirect some of the funds from these unfilled positions toward current staff. Of the 402 positions, 231 are in non-general fund departments. Failure to fill these positions have deprived Mendocino County of vital services that seriously impact our residents. It has also kept tens of millions of state and federal dollars from flowing into our community. This is free money. Let's pay market rate wages so that we can attract the talent that we need to serve our community. So we have 2 recommendations. Freeze a third of the general fund positions that are not revenue producing and redirect those funds to help stabilize current workforce. This would free up $5 to $6 million. That would help address the downward pressure that inflation is putting on county wages and the general fund positions. The county needs to operate within its means. Number 2, redouble efforts to recruit open non-general fund positions. This will require paying these positions at market rate. Taking these steps will help address the serious challenges the county has faced with recruitment and retention, send a strong message to county employees that you recognize their contributions and want them to continue providing great service to our community. It also shows the community residents that the board is serious about living within its means and can clearly identify how many staff the budget can accommodate. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I would like to refer a couple of these questions to CEO Antle. In past years, I've raised the concern about not paying market rate for state reimbursed positions. And the answer I got back was, if we raise those, staff in other departments will transfer and other departments may be crippled. I don't think that's a good reason to not pay market wages where the state will reimburse us for the actual cost. So I guess I would like to look for board direction. Is there board support today to direct staff to look at paying market wages in the positions that are funded by the state? I think that Patrick makes a really great point. That brings more revenue into our county as a whole. And obviously, we haven't been able to fill these positions at the advertised rate. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I guess my question for interim CEO or county council is this a negotiating decision that we should be discussing in closed session?
I would recommend that, Mr. Chair. This is on for the budget. I would suggest that a pay change may be more appropriate to take up with your negotiator.
So I have a concern about that. I mean, one, I'd like to do it in open. I don't think there's anything to hide here. And two, we're talking about passing a budget that underfunds a lot of positions. We won't be able to fill those positions. The only way to free up budget is close some of the vacant, yet funded positions. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I do believe that during the budget hearings, this board had conversations about removing some of those unfilled positions that are funded. That happened during budget conversations, and I look forward to having an agendized item where we can discuss that further.
If I may clarify, Mr. Chair, my concern is actually more on the side of the question about increasing pay for non-general fund departments and the change in compensation there. If you're talking about eliminating positions from the position allocation table to adjust the budget, I think that is more within the scope of this item.
Yeah, fair enough. So I guess I'm looking for board support on having staff bring back an agenda item to increase state-funded positions to market rate. Are there two others? Sorry? Supervisor Mulhern is a second. Is there a third supervisor?
I'd like to see an item like that.
For discussion? Okay,
But I think what we were talking about is about the unfunded positions and how to deal with those in the budget, right?
Yeah, okay.
That's the topic that we can really discuss right now.
It looks like there's support for staff bringing back an agenda item to look at market wages for the state-funded positions. So the CEO Antle?
Yes, may I have clarification? Is that just market rate as set salary and take home, or does that include the benefits as well?
I think that'll be a discussion for the board when it comes back. My request would be bring us all the information, and by market rate we mean enough that people can apply, find housing in our community, etc. We don't want vacant positions that are state funded. So Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Another challenge that the board faces is that a substantial number of the unfilled positions are in law enforcement and public safety, and that's a national issue that we're dealing with. So I think, that's probably a much bigger conversation than just not funding those positions or not filling them. So I suppose that's another part of trying to figure out how to best reallocate the budget to make sure that we are paying people what would be market.
So Supervisor Mulhern, I support you on that idea. I don't want to micromanage, especially the other elected department heads. But maybe as a board we could ask law enforcement, including the sheriff's office, to come forward with proposals. If we can't fill the open positions, does it make sense to close another so that we can increase wages? But I don't think that's really for the board to decide. I think we need recommendations from those departments. Chief Locatelli.
Yeah, good morning. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. In response to some things I just heard, as two of my classifications were noted by Mr. Hickey, he hasn't reached out to my office to ask about any of those things, nor does SEIU represent those classifications. And what I would say is, I've mentioned this before on the last call when I called in late in the afternoon to explain this. In 2018, the board made some funding decisions as to juvenile hall and probation department. The funding isn't available. These positions are, they're allocated to my department, but they're unfunded. So by removing them does not save any general fund dollars. By eliminating the positions does not save any funding. There's 6 unfunded positions in juvenile hall, and there's 8 unfunded positions in the probation department. Some of those positions potentially could become funded by state revenues. As you're well aware, the probation department is more funded by the state than the county's general fund. So those positions, by eliminating them, would just potentially put more strain on county employment in a public safety profession, and I would highly recommend you not do that. Let me continue to try to find funding sources or work through this board to fund the probation department at an appropriate level, which, as I've mentioned before, we're still not funded where we were in 2017. So the general fund contribution to probation is less today than it was at that point in time from the county's perspective.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chief, for your comments, and it was noted in the last meeting, but I think that there may be some confusion with agenda item 3AB and that the way that the position table has been presented, and I'm wondering if we should just pull item 3AB for consideration at another time and move forward with consent and the budget.
I see CEO nodding. Do other supervisors support this idea?
Yeah, that seems fine.
Okay, there's a majority. So that's items 3AB. What was the other item?
Yep, that was the item.
Okay, 3AB will come back at a future meeting.
And if I could just note, it was presented as, I apologize, let me get the correct term. It was presented as allocated or filled, and it seems as though that needs to be presented with a third column as to whether or not they're unfunded or not. That's an important factor.
So, County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could ask that maybe you table it to the end of the meeting. The one thing I would just want to check is to make sure that we're in compliance with all statutory deadlines. There is a mechanism with respect to budget to pass a tentative budget before July 1st and then a final budget before, I believe it's October 1st. And I know that the position allocation table might have a similar requirement. I would just ask if you could give me a little bit of time in this meeting to verify that there wouldn't be some tentative action we need to take so that you wouldn't have to potentially come back with a special meeting between now and July 12th.
Perhaps in a moment we can pass the consent calendar, accept 3AB, and then come back to it later today. All right. So What's that? There is a motion on the floor. Do we want to get back to 3P? Supervisor Jurdy?
Mr. Chair, we do have 2 hands raised on Zoom. They may be wishing to speak to 3P.
Is there any further public comment in the room on item 3P? Okay, those online can either raise hand or press *9 on the telephone. Peter?
Good morning. I want to speak to Supervisor Jurdy's motion. Having spent part of my professional career working for the state, in particular, I worked for both the Fair Political Practices Commission and the California Secretary of State's office for several years during that time. And so I have some awareness of the Fair Political Practices Act. And what has been raised today in the discussion is an area of the act that is a minefield. To call it anything else would be disingenuous. It's very, very difficult. And I want to underline what your county council has given you in terms of advice that interpreting, particularly when you get into issues of dissemination of information about ballot measures, can quickly broach into public use of funds, use of public funds for political purposes, which is a clear violation of the Political Reform Act. And it raises huge issues in terms of potential litigation. And so I would caution the board to be very careful in terms of, now that you have been put on notice, that there's at least some evidence to suggest that some consideration may have been given to expending funds in an area that is questionable and may be in violation, or could have been, or could be in violation of the Political Reform Act, that you take appropriate action, which I believe Supervisor Jurdy's motion speaks to provide a firewall for the county to ensure that it's not dragged into litigation over knowingly allocating funds that might be used for such a purpose. And I thank you for the time to be able to speak to you on that this morning.
Devin?
Good morning, Board. Devin Bohr, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Couple of points, I guess, in terms of this item that caught my attention. First, to this previous speaker's comments, that's fine. I think County Council, being representative of the representatives to Inland Water and Power, can have these discussions openly. But I did want to remind this board that there are 5-member agencies in relation to Inland Water and Power Commission that make equal contributions to the best of their abilities to the continuation of Inland Water and Power Commission. And the fact is that this one effort that is being brought forward this morning in this conversation is one of numerous efforts that are critical to the continuation of looking at the value of the water supply coming from the Potter Valley project into the Russian River system. And it is frustrating to hear some misnomers that this is only benefiting the Potter Valley Irrigation District. That is false. And I don't believe that that dialogue should be supported. This is not an agricultural issue versus a municipality issue. This is a fact that in the mid-90s, the last time PG&E went to relinquish their license for the Potter Valley project, 5 local entities got together, seeing the critical importance of looking into what options would be available for them to take over, if possible, the Potter Valley project for the continuation of that water supply into Mendocino County. So with that in mind, I think that, County Council can continue to work with Inland Water and Power. County Council can reach out to the other councils that represent the other 4-member agencies to have this conversation. And I will also reiterate that the budget contribution is going to other quite support beneficial projects that Inland Water and Power is working on. And this county better understand that the economic viability of the entire inland basin and beyond, based on what I've spoke about in the past with the multiplier effects for the jobs that the Ukiah Valley provides for the coast, for Willits, for all the districts in this county, have to be considered. So have an open and honest conversation, that's fine, but please don't make this bigger and broader and focused on only one aspect of the value of Inland Water and Power. So thank you.
Are there any voice messages?
No, there are not.
Okay, it's back to the board. Are we ready for a vote? Roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Balance of the consent calendar.
Move approval of the remainder of the consent calendar?
Is that except item 3AB?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Motion on the floor. Any public comment in the room? Public comment online? Roll call vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Does staff need a break before we move on to item 4B?
I believe we're okay at this time.
Okay, item 4B, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding consolidation of the offices of Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, sponsors, County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really only the sponsor on this because of the last meeting, the board had indicated there was some desire for a discussion with respect to the consolidation of the offices of the Auditor, Controller, and Treasurer, Tax Collector. As the board recalls, there was a ordinance change that consolidated those positions. That change will be effective in January of next year, and there is only one person. We now have an Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector elect, Shamise Kabasin. The board had, during the budget discussions, had indicated that it wanted to have a little bit more of a more robust discussion. I would say one thing that has changed significantly since then is that we have learned that the acting Treasurer Tax Collector will be leaving soon. So one of the decisions I think the board is going to have to make is sort of what it wants to do for the interim and for the remaining 6 months before the consolidation is currently set to occur by ordinance. If the board did want me to work on an ordinance moving things up in terms of the date of consolidation, I could get that process started, but obviously the sooner I have that direction, the better. Your other alternatives are you could leave the department as is, in which case the next person down in the chain would be the acting Treasurer Tax Collector for a period of 6 months, or you can make an appointment for a period of 6 months. However, if that person were appointed in a county employee, that essentially lose their county employee status. So with that, I really leave it to the CEO and the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Kabasin to be able to sort of advise you as to what they think is best.
Do we have the Auditor Controller?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, Shamise Kabasin, Acting Auditor Controller. So when this item was recommended to come forward at today's meeting, I was not aware that Acting Treasurer Tax Collector Julie Forrester had announced a date certain for her retirement of this coming Friday. And while I have given considerable thought to the combined position and what that could mean for both departments, I'm not ready to bring forward a plan and feel it would be premature to do so. In my opinion, it's important that I take the time to meet with the staff from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, as well as conduct more research and make additional inquiries of other combined offices in other counties. I have already met with Edith Driscoll, the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector for Santa Cruz County, and her assistant, and plan to do so again very soon. They have provided me with information about their experience with their transition, as well as resources of their organizations and associations that they recommend for guidance and training opportunities. We'll take some time to review the functions of both offices and determine where there may be opportunities to make adjustments in functions and where we can more closely work together while still maintaining the required separation of duties when required by. The Auditor's Office has just recently been able to recruit for the positions that were recently reclassified and has hired one person for payroll and another person is starting in mid-July, but there still remains a vacancy of the Assistant Auditor Controller. The Acting Treasurer Tax Collector Forrester and I have both met with Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson to provide input on a new classification of Treasury Manager that would perform the Treasury functions that the former Treasurer Tax Collector had traditionally been performing. Hopefully, upcoming recruitments will result in successful hiring of new members of the team for both offices. And depending on those recruitments, their results may change some of the possible options moving forward. My immediate concern is the need for the board to address the retirement of Acting Treasurer Tax Collector Julie Forrester, whose last day is this Friday. It is my hope that the board will move up the consolidation of the Auditor Treasurer Tax Collector elected position so that there is continuity for staff of both offices that are already going to be impacted by the consolidation, and so that the Auditor's Office staff and I can work closely with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office staff to meet the quickly approaching deadlines with regards to generating and mailing of the unsecured tax bills, which have to go out by August 1st, and also the other steps to generate the secured property tax bills in October. I would also like to continue working with the Executive Office and Human Resources to ensure that the Treasury Manager classification moves forward as quickly as possible and that a recruitment is conducted as soon as possible. Whatever the board decision is today to cover the Treasurer Tax Collector responsibilities, I will continue to offer my support to the Acting Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector, Cheyenne Gordon, however I can. But I do recommend that the board strongly consider moving forward with something so that there is a known certain future for both departments.
Supervisor Haschek?
I thought Supervisor Jurdy was up first.
Well, we can go to Supervisor Jurdy. You're
Okay.
here, so I see your pen sooner than
Okay.
I.
Well, thank you and congratulations on your winning the position. So I guess I have some questions about what you see as the big picture. And I know that you haven't had time to really delve into a plan, like you said, but do you see that the combining of the offices will lead to efficiencies and savings? And do you have you thought about an org chart? Like, will there be a need for fewer employees or more employees or status quo? I'm just wondering because you've had concerns about that, and I think we all want to see this program work, the consolidation of the offices. And so I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on it.
Auditor Controller Shamice Covison, to respond to your inquiry. I have looked at a draft org chart, and that has been largely designed over the other counties that I've looked into that have combined offices. And I'm not really prepared to come up with a draft that I would really put out because we haven't really had the opportunity to meet more closely with the staff that currently are in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. And one area that I think we're still looking at is court collections and how that may be moving forward. And there are vacancies, obviously, in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. So, I don't anticipate any immediate efficiencies other than, as I think I've expressed before, there's probably a very small portion of the more administrative functions of operating the office that perhaps, we can centralize a little bit. Both offices have our own departmental, accounts payable and payroll functions. But that's not a huge, significant amount of change in terms of those roles. There are possible opportunities for maybe working more closely together and hopefully, resulting in more organized approach to some of the things that may relate to the TOT. But at this point, I can't really, comment that we would have, cost savings per se. And I think, as I've mentioned before, I believe the board has a desire for us to be more consistent with the TOT collections and following up on any, entities that may not be paying their appropriate amount. And so I think that there's actually, both offices have been operating on a very, very lean, short staff, and we need to have the opportunity to staff up to the levels that we would normally operate on and hopefully be able to be more efficient. But I don't know that there's actually a reduction in the number of positions because both department heads were working full-time, equivalent department heads. They're not figureheads. They're department heads that actually, work, in the finance system and in the treasury system. So I don't immediately anticipate that there would be savings to that. And I think, as I've expressed, hopefully there would be better communication and coordinated effort. But there are also some areas that we have to make sure that we do keep separate because they're mandated to be separate.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, so I want to thank you, Shamice Covison, the incoming auditor, controller, tax collector. And thank you for contacting some of your counterparts in other counties that have a combined office like this. So as you know, in addition to Santa Cruz, there's also the county of Sonoma just to the south. So if you haven't already, I'm hoping you're going to talk with them. So my suggestion is keep talking with them, and hopefully the board will set up an ad hoc committee as we did this last year for the fiscal year 22-23 budget This last year, we did it for the 21-22 budget. And perhaps you could meet with that ad hoc committee and the executive office to, kind of talk through your ideas and your proposals for the combined office. So that's my suggestion. And for what it's worth, last year when I suggested this ad hoc, I was suggesting myself and Supervisor Williams, because last year I was chair, he was vice chair. He's chair this year, Supervisor McGorty is vice chair. For what it's worth, my suggestion would be the Supervisor Williams would propose appointing this ad hoc of himself and Supervisor McGorty to serve as the ad hoc for 22-23 fiscal year budget.
Do we need to fully report out from the existing ad hoc before we form a new?
I would recommend that. I would also recommend, though, I think the key distinction is going to be which budget years you're tackling, because you really are wanting to keep those separate. The adjustments essentially from the last year's budget, you don't want to have that overlapping between two different ad hocs.
And I don't know that the existing budget ad hoc has anything further to report out. Can we close it today, or do we need an agenda item? Should be the chair's discretion to dissolve, right?
Yeah, it typically is the chair's discretion to dissolve. I think you're all right.
Supervisor Jurdy, do you support dissolving the existing? Okay, so the existing budget ad hoc is dissolved. New ad hoc for 22-23 is created with Supervisors Williams and McGorty. Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah. So we have some issues with the audit, and the audit hasn't been completed yet, is my understanding. So when is that going to happen, and what is the plan or the reason for it being delayed so long?
Acting Auditor Controller Shamice Cubison. There have been substantially more inquiries and testing that needed to be performed by the outside auditors. We've had obviously delays due to staffing. We've had delays due to COVID, both actual positive, in the past in both the county as well as in the CPA firm. So there's been a number of factors, but I would say that one of the largest impacts has been also that, we had a huge amount of federal funds that were received by the county in that fiscal year, which triggers a much larger audit sampling and need to conduct, inquiries from the outside audit firm. We also had the first year implementation of GASB 84 that I had previously recommended we start on sooner in the auditor's office, but we did not start any sooner on that. And so we had a huge amount of work that had to be done in order to be GASB 84 compliant. So the audit, there's several things going on. There's the financial statements, the general audit, there's a single audit, which is the federal programs. And we've also been impacted by the fact that there's a Measure B audit going on at the same time. So there's been, several audits being conducted. And so the same firm is doing all of the audits. And I think that in a way that probably has impacted the field work as well as its remote field work, but the field work as well as the actual review and issuance of those reports. So it has been the county, auditor's office has turned over all records and responses to the CPA firm. It's been in their quality control. There have been some last minute requests for additional information based on their quality control review that we are continuing to provide. We had last anticipated that hopefully the financial statements, the annual comprehensive financial report would be available by the end of June. That was the last commitment we were working through. I am not certain if that deadline is going to be met for the ACFR, but that's what we have been trying to push the audit firm for. That's just the ACFR. We would still be expecting the single audit to be coming after that. And I believe they did certify the Measure B audit, I think, earlier last week, late last week. So there's been several things going on with that. And I am hopeful that we will have the ACFR out soon. And the federal audit is technically, that deadline, I believe, has been extended by the federal government to, I think, the end of September, but we're still trying to get that out as soon as possible.
Okay, and I guess the reason why this agenda item is on here is to figure out what we're going to do with the consolidated offices. You know, I voted against it, but I'm certainly trying to make it work. And so with this, we had the treasurer tax collector retire after that decision was made, and that now we have the acting treasurer tax collector resigning this week. And so I guess my question for the board is, doesn't it make sense that we have an elected Ms. Covison elected into the position, that we go ahead and make that transition as soon as possible to move on to the next chapter of these offices that are combined? It just seems to me that that's we should be moving in that direction, because we made that decision, and now it's just instead of moving the acting assistant treasurer tax collector in the position of the top position of the treasurer tax collector's office, we should just move Ms. Covison into her elected position.
I think county council would have to help us create that position sooner than the previously anticipated start date. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Because this was done by ordinance and because there's a start date specified in the ordinance, I would need to draft an ordinance for you to approve to change that. But we could certainly get started on that if that's the board's direction.
Well, it's certainly my direction.
I would support you on that. Supervisor McGordy?
I do too. We've committed to a change, so we need to keep this moving. And I guess my question for Ms. Covison is, in the short term, what do you want to do with the department that you acquire?
Acting Auditor Controller Covison, my concern actually, is the support of the staff in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office. I want them to feel supported. I want them to have somebody to come and talk to, and I want Acting Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector Cheyenne Gordon to feel as supported as possible. So, that's my goal. I know this transition is going to be a little bit challenging. It's faster and sooner than anticipated. I am confident she's very up and willing to the task to be the assistant, to continue as the acting assistant in that role, and moving forward, as humanly possible with all of the upcoming deadlines. So I think the best thing for staff would be to have a consistent understanding of where things are going to be going. And, I know, I don't think County Council has really given you all of your options. I don't know, Christian, if you want to review the options before I say what my suggestion is in the immediate term.
County Council, do you want to? I'm comfortable hearing the suggestion.
No, I think I've outlined it. I'm happy to go into more detail if any of the board members would like. That might have been Acting Auditor Controller Covison was coming into the Zoom meeting.
Can you give us your suggestion? How would you like us to support you?
Well, my suggestion is that you do move up the consolidation ordinance, and that we move forward in the near term, however we can, as quickly as possible, just to provide clarity. And because there are many things that we've had to put into place, and that Acting Treasurer Tax Collector Julie Forrester and her staff are needing to put, we're needing to adjust accounts and put signers on and create access. So many of those things have taken place, but we do have tax bills that will need to go in the mail, I believe, before you're going to actually have moved up that ordinance. So my suggestion and my recommendation is that you take action to appoint me to both positions, and I'm willing to negotiate the salary so that I'm not collecting the salary of both positions, but that you appoint me to both positions or do something in the interim while the ordinance is taking the time that is required statutorily to be put in place. I'm not sure if County Council has a different recommendation, but somebody's name will need to be on the tax bills that are going out July 31st.
So my concern is those may be incompatible offices under the current ordinance. County Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Typically they would be, but they are subject to a specific statute that authorizes consolidation. it would be cleaner to do the ordinance first. I don't know that you're absolutely prohibited from making an appointment to both. I could take a little bit of a look at that.
So it's my read here that this item is premature, that this county council is able to gather from the board that there's general consensus on moving forward, moving this ahead of the otherwise anticipated date. But I think the auditor, controller, and county council need to work together and come back with a comprehensive plan. Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, I would just like to offer that the new budget ad hoc of Supervisors Williams and McGorty can also help facilitate those conversations before it comes back.
Do we have any public comment in person? Any public comment on Zoom or phone? Press *9 or raise hand. I don't see any. County Council?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can, I just want to make sure that I understand the board's intent and direction correctly. If there is no legal issue with respect to appointing Ms. Cubison to both offices, and I apologize, I did not call that out specifically, so I'm afraid that possibility slipped my mind. If that is the way the board would like to go, does the board want me to proceed with that essentially if that is legally feasible, and if there's a way for there to have an appropriate waiver so that Ms. Cubison would not be drawing two salaries during the interim?
I would support that. Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Okay, that's a majority. I don't think we need a motion on this. Direction to staff given?
Yeah, I think I have adequate direction. So what I will be doing then is I will prepare an ordinance to move up the consolidation date. In the meantime, I will also do a little bit of research, and we will look for the next meeting to bring on an appointment item. If for any reason I conclude I can't do an appointment item until the ordinance is brought, I will go ahead and let everyone know. I would probably start by talking directly to acting auditor controller Cubison, and then I'd go ahead and let the board know, what the legal analysis was and what the issue is. But if there is no problem, we'll just bring forth the appointment.
Excellent. And I had one final question, and this comes from staff and the public. It looks like we delayed the outside audit. I understand COVID and other reasons. How much did we delay it? I have members of the public asking, do we delay it 5 months? And I actually don't know.
Acting Auditor Controller Cubison, traditionally the annual comprehensive financial report is generally available by the end of December.
So is 5 months a fair approximation of the delay?
Say at this point we're at 6.
We're at 6, okay. But there's no more delays on our side at this point. It's all in the hands of the outside auditor.
Right, there is some narrative that needs to be written in the written portion of the annual comprehensive financial report that is based on their final determination of the numbers in the financial statement that we are working on this week. But primarily it is in their final quality control review process with the audit firm.
Thank you. I understand, and I look forward to working with you as the ad hoc. Moving on to item, did you have any, Shamise, did you have any further comments?
Oh,
Okay.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Item 4D. Oh, I'm skipping 4C. 4C, bid protest hearing about 2022 corrective preventative maintenance project for various county roads. And this is sponsored by Department of Transportation.
Leishmeyer, who's the Deputy Director of Transportation. I know the hour's late. I know you're behind schedule. I'm hoping that the clerk can bring Rick Cross from VSS as a panelist. He was unable to attend in person today. We do have the, who I deem the apparent low bidder, Northwest Construction, in the room. I've not done a bid protest in my 17 years as Director of Transportation, so I'm not quite sure how we should proceed. However, I recommend to the chair that perhaps like a planning appeal, usually we let the protester speak first, then we give the applicant, in this case, the apparent low bidder, an opportunity to respond, and then I think there's a chance for question, answer, short rebuttal. Just by way of an opening on this, you have in your package the letters that went back and forth between the Department of Transportation and Northwestern contractors and VSS. Alicia and I will answer specific technical questions if you have any for clarification. But, we really are hoping that the two bidders can make their case to you, and then you can make your decision from that. So with that, I would take any questions you have about what's already in your packet if you want some clarification. And if not, the chair could invite the bidders. I will also add that in our bid protest procedure, it does state that, members of the public can address this issue as well. So you will need to get public comment. So,
of course.
So
County Council, this is not a noticed public hearing.
No.
Do you have any recommendations on the flow?
I think you got a fair amount of discretion in terms of the flow. I think what Director DeShiel outlined is quite reasonable.
Okay.
Mainly just make sure that each side gets a chance to speak, and that whoever speaks first also gets the chance to make any final rebuttal.
Okay. Director, where would you like to start?
Well, if there's no clarification questions from the board, the Rick Cross, if he's been brought in virtually from VSS International Inc., is the protesting party. So I let him start.
Well, members of the board, Rick Cross with VSS International. We have several concerns about Northwest bid being awarded. I thought I was going to be under more of a timeline, but I'll still try to keep it under kind of a 3 minutes just for the sake of everyone's time. So we'll cover probably our maybe two most important items. The first item is that the contractor bidding on the project, they must take the necessary and reasonable steps to ensure the DBEs have an opportunity to participate in the contract. This is per Title 49. Your specifications go on to say that the failure by the contractor to carry out these requirements is a material breach of the contract, which may result in the termination of the contract. We understand that there's a 0% goal. We get that. We bid over 900 projects in the 7 Western states. We do a lot of these. We do these day in and day out, so we understand the specifications quite well. And so we do understand there's a 0% goal. However, Northwest not listing any subcontractors, both the ones that they intend on using and even the ones Form 12B asks you to list the non-DBEs and the DBEs you're not using. The reason 12B exists, whether it's a 0% goal or a 50% goal or a 100% goal, the percentage of the goal doesn't matter. You can't negate Title 49. And Title 49 exists because you have to afford DBEs the opportunity to participate in the contract. The only way you can prove in doing that is you have to list the ones that you use, and you have to list the ones you're not going to use that go to the project. So in hindsight, or just conveniently to say, oh, we didn't receive quotes, Caltrans or any state agency in the 7 Western states I've worked in don't accept that. You have to fill out Form 12B. You have to put the quotes that you got or the ones you didn't get and why you didn't. You have to fill out that form, and they did not do that. So that's our first concern. Our second concern, and equally problematic, is probably the section that the bids are required for the entire work. It states it in a couple times in your specifications. In Book 1, page 3 of your specifications, it states that bids are required for the entire work described herein. Then you go to Book 2, page 1. On the very first page, it says bids are to be submitted for the entire work. The amount of the bid, this is the key part of the argument here. The amount of the bid for bid comparison purposes will be the total of all the items. I keep getting kind of pointed to this public contract code. I had a talk with Alicia and Howard. They've been really helpful and very professional and friendly through all this. And that's our goal to continue to do that today. But in this public contract code, section 20103, this is the reasoning for just awarding the base bid. It says, in the absence of a specification, use these methods provided below. Well, that's the whole problem. There's not an absence of a specification. Your spec actually has a part in here that says how they're going to compare bid for bid purposes. And it says the amount of the bid for bid comparison purposes will be the total of all items. If that was not in your specification, then I would agree we'd have to go to public contract code, and it tells us how to figure out who the lowest bid is for bid comparison purposes. And Northwest did not fill out their whole bid. They left blanks. They had some minor irregularities with some wrong unit prices that were transposed. And again, they left some of the bids blank, and you can't do that. We can't compare a fair bid. We can't assume afterwards or through letter writing, going back and forth with a contractor with Northwest to conveniently say in hindsight, oh, it's the bid number up above. That number could have been anything. And so they don't have a complete bid. The not listing the subcontractor is a big problem. We both know, the county knows this and understands this as well as we do, that on past projects, they've listed an experienced contractor to do pulverization of the road in this fashion, the full depth reclamation on the project on Ore Springs. And we know this by experience, and you can look at your past contracts. They've listed experienced microsurfacing contractors, and they have the right licensing for sure that they could say they're going to self-perform it. But we're not going to go to sleep on this issue. We're not trying to make empty threats. We're very adamant that there's a lot of mistakes. These are the two most important ones. And if we find that Northwest, doesn't self-perform all this work, like they have in years past where they've listed subcontractors, and they go out and they try to use whatever excuse in the world and they use other contractors, we want to reserve our right that we may file an injunction and stop work. We don't think they are experienced to do the microsurfacing. We understand that they may have ordered some trucks, but we all know with the pandemic and the delays and product supply, those trucks are probably not going to show up until sometime next year. And so we know this because we manufacture these trucks. And when contractors can't get the trucks from Road Saver, they call MacroPaver and they order trucks from us. So we know that these trucks aren't in-house. They're not sitting there in the yard and they're not ready to go to work. So with that, again, VSS is the most responsive bidder. We filled out all the documents, like all the other contractors that bid the work. We filled out the subforms 12B to prove that Title 49 was followed 100%, even though there was a 0% goal. We didn't have any mathematical errors in our bid, and we surely didn't leave our bid blank and have some zeros in there where they didn't fill anything at all. And so we want to propose that you accept our bid as the most responsive bidder. And that's all I have for you.
Do we have the rep from Northwest?
And owner of Northwest Paving. I've been in business for 25 years as a general engineering contractor. I've done all phases of the work for those 25 years. I got 32 years total experience in construction, so we do know what we're doing. In regards to Mr. Cross's comment with the DVB requirement, there was not one on this project. We did not solicit DVEs for this project. We're self-performing 95% of the work on this project, so there was not a lot of contractors for us to list or use. The only item we did subcontract was striping. We received 2 other quotes for the striping for the project. Those quotes were received a couple hours before the time of bid. We did not have time to list these contracts on our bid. I don't think they were required. Normally this 12B form he's referring to is for if there is a goal, then they want to know who you used, who you didn't use, why you didn't use them. There was no goal on this project, so I think that's, kind of speaks for itself. There's no goal. Why does the form need to be addressed to begin with? In regards to the miscellaneous items that, there were some mathematical errors. A couple of those were with one of our subcontractors who just transposed a number wrong. Another one was our mistake. All minor errors, all, part of construction happens every day with contracts. The errors are made and we correct the errors and we go on. In regards to being able to perform the work, we can, we're a union contractor. We have access to all operators that can operate all types of machinery. we rent equipment, we can rent pulverizing equipment as you're referring to, that we cannot do pulverizing. We've done pulverizing in the past. We can rent those equipments. We have operators that can run that equipment, or if not, we can call the operating engineers and say send us out an operator. So we can perform all the work. We are getting into the microsurfacing business, just basically because we can't get prices from other contractors. So we have no choice. Either we get into the business and start microsurfacing, or we can't quote on jobs, because like this project here, we did not receive microsurfacing quotes on this job. So if we hadn't just self-performed, then we wouldn't be able to bid the project. And we do have trucks. We have a truck that'll be ready July 15th, which would be more than enough time to get this project started and going. So I don't think there's any issue that, with us being able to perform the work. We have to get started in microservicing at some point, and this is the time. So, in regards to the bid alternate, the additive one, where there was items that were not filled out, those items had the word omit written across them, and they were referring to the base bid item for Goose Road. It was our assumption that if they awarded the additives for the paving instead of the chip seal portion, that the items in the base bid would be basically not used, which was correct. If one of the additives was awarded, then the items in the base bid under Goose Road for the chip seal portion would just be deleted from the contract. So that was mainly the reason we did not physically write the numbers in. Both other contractors on those items wrote the exact numbers from the Goose Road on the base bid into those items. We did not. This is the first contract that we've bid in 25 years of bidding where they've had items where it's a negative item. I've not seen this before. I think the contractors that we bid against have bid this job before and maybe are familiar with that process, but that is something we weren't familiar with. And it's not, I would say, standard in the industry to have negative items in a bid package. We were the low bidder on the project. None of this would make any difference whether we were the low bidder or not. We were the low bidder. We think that the board should go ahead and award it, just like the county has awarded it to us. The Department of Transportation awarded us the project, and we feel the board should follow that and award the project to Northwest Paving. That's all I have.
Any questions from the board to either party or staff? Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, so we've got this choice of the two bidders. Would it make any difference in the time of completion of this project, whichever way we go?
I believe both bidders, because this has been and again, I have not awarded. I posted the notice of intent to award, received a protest within 5 days, which stopped everything. So if you make the decision today, that will start the clock ticking for both bidders, whoever you would award to. So there wouldn't be a change, no.
Council, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind everyone, as this is a protest of a bid under the Public Contracts Code, the analysis is going to be a little bit different than in the typical request for proposal context. So really the areas that you want to be focusing on here are sort of twofold. One is, was the low bidder responsive? Meaning, did they fill out the forms appropriately, and did they provide the requested information in response to the bid, including everything that was required? And then two is, if they were responsive, are they considered to be a responsible bidder? I just note you want to be a little bit careful about questions about other things. I think that information may be relevant, but you might want to save those questions until after you've made the determination, just so there isn't an implication that any decisions are being made on other criteria.
Okay. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, so these errors that were made in the application, do they affect the amount of the applications?
Well, as the Northwest said, if the same numbers that were in the base bid translate down into the form, then it's very clear. Obviously, VSF, the protester, saying they didn't fill that out. So how can you be sure? The bidder has, after the fact of the bidding, clarified that they would use the exact numbers in the base bid, the unit prices in the additive. So it's clear now. It wasn't clear, in all fairness to VSS, on the day of the bid open.
Okay. And then the question about the subcontractors and the supply chain issues and everything. In your opinion, Mr. DeShield, do you think that if they're using subcontractors for this equipment, that it's reliable to get it done in the time specified?
Well, actually, through the chair, Supervisor Haschek, the prime contractor, Northwest, did not list subs. So they're saying that as the prime contractor, they are getting this equipment, either renting it or are purchasing it, will get operators, so they don't have a sub. And I won't speak for BSS, but I think their argument is they have a sub with all this, on hand. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other supervisor questions? Supervisor Mulhern.
Is it typical when looking at county contracts for the county to question whether or not a company has equipment? If they're bidding on it, I would say our assumption would be that they can do the job if they're bidding on it.
So Supervisor Mulhern, through the chair, Howard DeShield again, Director of Transportation. In my time doing this and looking at a lot of contracts, we do try to look at a bidder's response because we are allowed to make this recommendation as responsive and responsible. And if we have knowledge based on what we can see about the company to really doubt that, we feel an obligation for the public, public money being spent. We want to make sure a good product comes out. So we can question that. But you're right. In the end, if a duly licensed contractor comes back with a plan, says, yes, I can rent the equipment or obtain it and hire qualified staff to do it, you're right. We kind of have to accept that. But we can question it. And we do look at that.
Director, you published a notice of intent to award. Between that publication and now, has anything changed that would alter your judgment on whether to award?
No, not really, because my policies and procedures, if I can't find a substantial reason to reject a low bidder, is to award to the low bidder. But that's why we also have a bid protest process that brings the matter. It can go through resolution internally at the county council, or it can come to the board. So I really feel like I would stay with that, but I also recognize totally that this board could pick either contractor. That's perfectly appropriate.
But in order to not take the low bidder, as you had proposed, this board would be essentially making a finding that you had overlooked a necessary requirement. County Council.
I might frame it a little bit differently, Mr. Chair. So it really is a two-part analysis, right? One is that with respect to whether or not the bid is responsive. Courts generally look at the bid on its face. You don't usually consider outside information. There's some room for a little bit of investigation, but generally the question is, did they fill it out correctly? I think as to the low bidder, there's no question that there are errors in the completion of the bid packet. The question is essentially, does the board want to waive those errors, and can the board legally waive those errors? The question as to whether or not you want to waive, you've got a fair amount of discretion as long as you are legally able to waive. And you're legally able to waive as long as it doesn't give one party an unfair advantage. Generally speaking, when there's an unfair advantage, it comes in the form of an error that would release them from their bid bond. So if there's any material deviation in what was submitted versus what was received, then you really have no choice but to reject it as non-responsive. If you were to determine that any variations were immaterial, then you would have the discretion to waive, but still not an obligation to waive. I think with respect to what Director DeShiel is commenting on is, he had made an assessment regarding the responsiveness, but that assessment, I don't think you would have to find necessarily that he was incorrect in his assessment, because there is an element of discretion regarding the waiver. Essentially, you could, as a board, decide, even if you felt that waiver could be allowed, you don't think it's appropriate given the nature of the errors or the nature of the underlying circumstances. The second part of that is whether or not a bid is responsible, and that goes to Supervisor Mulhern's questions regarding things like the subcontractors, the contractor's actual, or the bidder's actual ability to perform the work, right? If you had a company that was over leveraged, if you had a company that was new to a particular field, and there were reasons to doubt their ability to perform the work, and that tends to be more evidence-based, and there's more need an opportunity for a hearing. So really, you got a two-step analysis here, and on either of those, the board doesn't necessarily have to find that the director made an error. The board can simply find that it doesn't want to exercise its discretion in a manner that would either waive an error, and I think most of this is directed towards bid errors, without necessarily going into whether or not it's disagreeing with the notice.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment in the room? Do we have any public comment online? Press raise hand or *9.
Can I follow up with just some closing remarks?
Yeah, hang on a second. We want to do public comment first, and then I have Supervisor McGorty. I'm seeing no public comment. Supervisor McGorty.
So this question is for Director DeShiel. So in the process of choosing the person that or the organization you want to hire, what kind of vetting do you do about their performance?
Well, Howard DeShiel, again, Director of Transportation through the chair. We definitely check to make sure that they have a valid contractor's license. We check to make sure they're not debarred. And beyond that, and as Council Curtis said, we do a little investigation as to whether they have the capability, the equipment. We heard that question raised by the second lowest bidder, so we asked about that and we're given an answer. So we do try to look at those things, but in the end, our hands are kind of tied about facts. They have a license, they're not debarred, they're in good standing, they have their insurance, and then they can answer our questions as to their capability to perform the work. We pretty much have to accept that. But yes, we do try to look for those big ticket items, absolutely.
And in terms of the mistakes in their application, the transposed numbers and so forth, what did that amount to in terms of total dollars?
Well, actually, and this is, the deductive items, we have an additive deductive system where we would award the bid on the low bidder or the low base bid, and then we, at our discretion, could add and deduct some items on two schedules, additive 1 and 2, that allow us to use available money. As you know, we're operating off our RMRA for this year. And that is where the omissions were. They omitted to actually put the numbers in for the amounts for the deductive item. And when questioned on that after the bid opening, they said, well, we obviously met the exact same numbers we had in the base bid. So if you translate those down, that it works. In other words, they would deduct the exact amount from the base bid, so it works. But it's true, the protester has a point. They neglected to actually write that down. We had to clear that up afterwards, so.
Any further board questions? I'd like to, Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I guess the question would be for Northwest Paving is, what experience do you have doing this micro paving?
Well, like I said, I've been in the business for, the company for 25 years, and we've done microsurfacing slurry seal projects in the past. Lately, we have not done any microsurfacing, but like I said, it's come to a time when agencies are doing a lot more. Chip seal and stuff just not getting it for us anymore. So we're trying to adapt, get a little bigger, be a little more diverse. And so we're going to start, whether we get this project or not, we've got trucks, and we're going to start microsurfacing and slurry seals. So I mean, we're not going away. We're going to keep doing this, and it's our livelihood. It's how I support my family, and how he does his. So I mean, it's just what we got to do. And have any
I have a follow-up question. Do you actually have the equipment?
The equipment is, like he said, is being built.
Okay.
So the microsurfacing truck itself is, the attachment for the truck is done. We're waiting for the truck to come in.
And given industry delays, if for some reason you can't get it in time to fulfill this contract, would you be able to rent the equipment?
We'd be able to outsource the trucks from another contractor
So
and rent the trucks from them.
No chance that you come back and say you can't complete within the time because the truck didn't arrive?
I'm hoping not, but yeah, I don't think that'll be the case. And, we have resources and contacts where we can, get the trucks and rent them if we have to. But, we want to perform it with our own trucks and, do the work ourselves like we bid it. And, if we have to get trucks from another contractor to rent and help us, we'll rent those trucks.
Thank you. So I would like to give both parties an opportunity to give final comments. Try to keep it brief, just to a few minutes.
Yeah, so the other thing I just kind of wanted to point out, and maybe there's an explanation, but I know Mr. Deschelle Howard had first deemed their bid non-responsive in a letter that was sent out at the very front of this. Onslaught was deemed Northwest bid non-responsive. And, we go to the public contract code, and it's my understanding of that public contract code that once a bidder is deemed non-responsive, that they lose all their protest rights. And then secondly, it seems like we're kind of hung up on the self-perform thing. I did bring that up. I think that would, serve as a notice to be able to stop work. But that's just the minor argument of that section that I brought out of the subcontracting form. It was a requirement, regardless of the 0% or what the county intended it to be. 20% of this specification, 20 pages of the 86 pages in this entire spec, from the cover to the back cover, 20% talks about this. And it's our understanding that the Form 12B, whether they're going to self-perform the microsurfacing or not, that is kind of a sub-argument of that. We want to point out that all the other contractors, including ourselves, did fill out Form 12B and listed the subcontractors we were going to use and the subcontractors we weren't going to use. You still have to do that in order to prove that you provided a fair opportunity for DPEs to participate. You can still have a 0% goal, which on this contract there is. But I just wanted to kind of, I guess, get us back on track that the self-perform side of it, that is an argument because we've yet to know one public agency that they perform microsurfacing for. And if they've got that name of that public agency, we would love to hear it, because we are unaware, and it sounds like they're getting into the business. And so you guys will be their first customer. With that being said, I just think the nail in the coffin is our last point. When the bid docs state that all items for bid comparison purposes, now how you want to award with these deductive and bid items later after the award, how it was explained earlier, that's after it's been awarded. But for bid comparison purposes, you can't have a blank bid. We know that just the most widely understood thing. You can't have a blank bid. And for bid comparison purposes, your specifications say that it's on all items, and all items weren't filled out. And so we can't just guess or assume what those items would be or not be if they're blank. And so I don't know how we can award this today. It's beyond me. I've never seen this before where someone leaves a bid blank and then they can still award the project. Again, that's for bid comparison purposes. And that's what we're talking about today. How you guys decide to award the project once the lowest bidder is deemed, then, that's up to the county for their choosing. But to compare our bids, we are the most responsive bid with 0 mistakes in our bid. So that's all I've got to add. And I just want to thank you guys for your time today, and hopefully you guys don't have any delays, and want you guys to come out with more of this for sure. So we're very happy that you guys are doing preventative maintenance to your streets. So it's good to see. Thank you.
Final comments from Northwest?
Jim Heller with Northwest Paving. In regards to the being non-responsive originally, we did not protest the project. They protested it, so we still have a right to defend our bid. The project did state that the project would be awarded based on the base bid, not the additives. The additives is where, it said omit on the bid item, so we presume that omit would mean don't put it in there because it's a negative item, so that's why it was left off the additive. But the project definitely states that it'll be awarded based on the base bid, so the additive, was an addition to that if, some items were deleted from the base bid. The chip seal items, naturally, if you decided to go with the paving and the additives, the chip seal items on Goose Road, those quantities that are in there, those 4 items, the county wouldn't pay for those because we wouldn't be doing the chip seal part of the road. So naturally, they'd be saving that money because we're going to be doing some paving instead of the chip seal part. So that's, that's where we figured, we questioned it. We probably should have called the county and got some clarification on that. That was my mistake. But I think our bid was responsive. I think it's in the best interest of the county. And we look forward to working with the county again on this project, and hopefully we get our shot. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's back to the board. Any discussion or motion? Supervisor Haschek.
I guess my question for County Council is, do you feel like Northwest's bid was responsive?
I think that there's a factual finding that this board will need to make. But I would say it is significantly more legally defensible to reject the bid as non-responsive than to attempt to waive an irregularity and accept it as responsive. The question is really, under the relevant case law, whether or not there was a material variation between what was put down on the paper and what was intended. And as I understand it, the math in this case led to a difference of about $100,000 difference. I think Director DeShiel can correct me if I am wrong. If a bidder were able to essentially get bond relief, then I think it would be non-responsive and would likely have to be omitted. So you would have an unwaivable issue there. I think you have to determine whether or not it's material. I think there is significant, I think that there's a pretty good argument that the variation was material in this particular case.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Supervisor Haschek actually asked the question I was going to ask. So I'm wondering if County Council or staff has any alternative motions for today's vote.
If I may respond through the chair, yes, you could simply reject the low bid as non-responsive and then decide to award to the next lowest bidder if that's the action that the board wants to take. I will note there may be other options if there's some reason you don't want to award and simply call off the bid, but I don't think I'm hearing that on the table.
Azchak?
Well, I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Clerk, do you have the motion?
I need a bit of clarification here. So the recommended action, there was this adoption of a resolution, but there are two different resolutions that could be adopted. We need clarification on which resolution is being adopted.
So again, Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation, through the chair. We crafted two resolutions, one where the board would award to VSS and one where the board would award to Northwest. The motion is for VSS, so it will be that resolution. That's why we did two, so we'd be ready to go here today. Either
Resolution B.
B, yeah, B.
Okay, ready for a roll call vote?
Actually, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, if I may, very quickly, we can, in fact, we were working on a red line that we could show on the screen to show changes to Resolution B to make it a little more precise.
Can you share your screen?
Let me attempt to do so.
And just real quickly, so I understand what we're doing. So we're saying that basically the Northwest company is in complete application or bid, and that's why we're not accepting it.
The resolution is specifying that there was a material variation in the bid, and we're not awarding the contract on that basis. Let me get that on the screen.
Okay.
So this is a red line based on the clean version of the Resolution B that was uploaded to today's meeting. And there are no changes in the first page. In the whereas clause on the top of page 2, it would now read that based on the evidence in the record before it, the Board of Supervisors finds in favor of the VSS International bid protest, awarding the contract to Northwest Paving, finding that the Northwest Paving bid was non-responsive based on the fact that Northwest Paving submitted an incomplete bid by leaving 4 items blank in the bid form for both additives, making the bid materially different, and was mistaken filling out the bid. And that would replace the existing language as well, some deletions. And then paragraph 1 is then kind of refined of rejecting that bid of Northwest Pavings as non-responsive. If there's any questions, please let me know. And I'll get this to clerk of the board if approved.
Is that the change the board has accepted in the motion that's on the floor?
Yes.
Yes. All right, roll call vote. Supervisor McGordy, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I think my question's been answered.
Okay, roll call vote.
I just want to read the motion into the record quickly to verify. I have adopt Resolution B as modified during the meeting to acknowledge receipt of bids, find in favor of the VSS bid protest, and award Department of Transportation contract number 220000 to VSS International Incorporated in the Willits Brook Trail area.
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy. Supervisor McGordy, your audio didn't come through?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I wanted to thank both contractors for the bid and just I appreciate that you're adapting your business to the way that things are changing, and as Howard's letter stated, I hope it doesn't prevent you from applying for more jobs in the future with Mendocino County. Good luck with your business.
Does staff need a break? We have one more item before closed session lunch. So we're on item 4D, and this is related to fees for public records requests sponsored by County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an item regarding the fees for Public Records Act requests. Now, presently, the county is only charging for the direct costs of duplication for any Public Records Act requests that are coming in. And one of the things I want the board to be aware of is that over the last 2 years, the number of Public Records Act requests that we have received through the Next Request software portal have doubled. And office is currently estimating that we're spending maybe about 20 to 30% of attorney time responding to various types of document requests, not entirely PRAs. Some of them are discovery related as well. But there's a pretty significant amount of time that's currently going in to the nature of the requests that we're getting and just the sheer volume. So presently we're seeing, by my math, it was about 4.7 requests per business day that the county is responding to. A lot of those are very simple and very easy to respond to. So when someone asks for a particular document, maybe a building file, it's a very sort of simple, straightforward. We locate the document, we provide it to them, we're done. But we've also been seeing an uptick in, I would say, increasingly complex requests. And many of these are related to all records related to a particular topic or containing particular keywords. And very often they're involving searches of electronic records that are are held in areas that aren't sort of separated based on department, based on subject matter. So for example, emails, there's no mechanism for us to be able to search by a particular department. So if we get, say, a Public Records Act request for all emails related to a particular address, well, it's possible that the requester might just be looking for all emails, that are referring to, a code enforcement issue or a planning issue on that particular address. But we could easily end up with emails talking about a child protective services investigation. We could very easily end up with emails talking about the recipients of aid, some sort of welfare assistance, an LPS conservatee, any sort of law enforcement investigation, et cetera. And because of that, there's been a pretty extensive need for manual review. And, there are often, hundreds or thousands of emails that we're going through. And in looking around and sort of seeing what other counties have done to sort of deal with these challenges, one of the mechanisms that seems to be the most effective is to charge the requester for the staff time and to get cost recovery when it goes into some of these requests. Now, there's a fiscal analysis attached or executive office had provided sort of a tentative fiscal estimate as to what potential revenue would be. I want to be clear here. We really some of these requests might actually go away rather than be generating revenue. There's a pretty substantial number of requests that we get, for example, that are coming from companies that are doing, say, market research or academics that are doing research. And right now, I don't know that they would be requesting that information and getting that information if they actually had to pay the costs of the work that's being done, right? I mean, essentially, it's only an attractive model because of the fact that it's subsidized by the County of Mendocino or various other public entities that have similar laws and similar fee schedules on the book. We also have some requests. I will say, there's one request that sticks out particularly in my mind where there was an attorney who made a Public Records Act request, and in some of the back and forth on the request, this was actually one he made to the state, but we were copied on the correspondence. He indicated that the intent of the request was merely to require the government agency to shuffle around paper. He wasn't actually interested in obtaining the records, but he wanted to sort of make their lives as difficult as possible. I've heard similar accounts from, say, Shasta County. They had I believe it was 1,000 requesters requests in 1 year from a single requester. We actually have 5% of our requests in the next request software system came from a single requester that was upset about a code enforcement issue. There some of those may sort of drop off, and we may reduce some of the staff time going into some of those, and then some of the other large requests where they are needed would involve some cost recovery. Now, a few points here. We followed a model. We actually used the LA County model for the fees. We've made some changes to reflect both our own rates and the sorts of work that we're looking at, as opposed to what may have been more concerned about at the time of adoption. But the fees that we have put in are based on weighted rates, and I want the board to understand weighted rates is not full cost recovery, so this still would be partially subsidized by the county. The A87 are not captured in weighted rates, so back when I was in private practice, I'm looking at how much I bill, per attorney hour. I look not just at the cost of my time, but the cost of the building, the cost of the lights, the cost of the software, the cost of the computers. None of that goes into the rates that we use for setting fees on the programs. I also want the board to be aware any changes of this. The legal authorization for this actually comes from a particular statute that requires the board to make the change by ordinance. So this would not be something that would be updated as part of your regular fee hearing process, unless you were to add a separate amendment process to the ordinance as part of the same thing. But what we're finding is that because there's essentially this is an unfunded mandate. We are legally obligated to go ahead and provide these services. The only funding mechanism that really is available to the county is to be able to charge fees for that, or if you're able to get voters to approve taxes. But we're seeing a pretty significant uptick in this one overall. We did build in a structure here as well. This was also based off of the LA County model, where essentially 1 hour of staff time would be free per requester per month. The idea being there is that we really don't want to set up a burden or create an obstacle to getting the information for people who really aren't creating too much of a burden on the county side, right? The basic service still is desired to be available for everyone. It's just that the really onerous ones are where we start to run into the issue where some amount of cost recovery and frankly, I would also say it's a little bit of a balancing of the costs and the decisions, right? So right now, the decision as to how extensive a search is and how much time goes into it is made by the requester who isn't bearing any of the cost related to the search except for reading the records that they get on the back end of the process. I think we've had some requesters that have been very good and very willing to work with us and sort of focus in on what it is that they truly want. We've had other requesters that, quite frankly, sometimes I think are just looking to sort of make it hurt for the county or have there's a little bit of a moral hazard that sometimes they want a lot more than they might otherwise want if they actually did bear the burden of the work that's involved. I do want to be clear, this wouldn't impact the ability of the public to come in and inspect those records that are available for public inspection. This would not impact anything with respect to union requests. Those are still subject to a different statute under the MMBA. We would still need to be providing those separately, and it's not currently incorporating the 827 request, which is a request for juvenile dependency records by the Child Protective Services or Probation Department. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I've found that a lot of questions can be answered by using the legislative text function of our board agenda meetings, and they go back many years. So that has been a useful tool or function for me to not have to require staff time when I'm looking for a document. I appreciate the 1 hour option because there are people that perhaps can't find it online or do truly need help. The estimate of 20 to 30% of time is really high, and I do understand that there are people that I think you said essentially just kind of want to give the county the runaround and waste our time, which I think is completely inappropriate use of everybody's taxpayer dollars. We're all taxpayers as well. Is there any estimate as far as percentage of time that might change for PRAs if this is implemented?
It's really hard to estimate. I would guess we may be able to knock that in half. Because a lot of it's going to depend on essentially the number. It's going to be both the proportion between the small requests and the large requests, because anything under 1 hour shouldn't be affected at all. But it seems to be that the real drain is the very, very large requests, right? It's the company that wants sort of every. Forgive me, I'm pulling out a specific example, but we actually had, for example, a request from a fertilizer company from Massachusetts, I believe, that wanted the mailing address of every single cannabis applicant as soon as we opened up, our programs. Right? It's some of the ones that require some pretty intensive review and redaction. Figuring out what the records are. The ones that are sort of the anything and everything. That really are the big drain. So we're thinking that's going to make a big dent. I can't really be certain because we don't. Right now, even the 20 to 30% is an estimate because we're tracking it by department, not by whether it's a records response or other work.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, for county council, is it possible to create a two-tiered system where residents of Mendocino County would have a lower rate than external people or businesses?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I meant to address that a little bit sooner. We do have some concerns under Prop 26 with respect to our ability to charge different rates for different people. With respect to there potentially being a different rate for taxpayers, I haven't looked at that specifically, and that is something we could take a little bit of a closer look at, whether that's something that you wanted to create as a, have us go back with a different draft and bring this back to you, or pass this today and make amendments in the future. But there are some limits with respect to the ability. What we most frequently see are requests for fee waivers from nonprofit organizations or from academic institutions. And we have had concerns under Prop 26 about, to date, the fees have been so low that it really hasn't been relevant regardless. But where we do have concerns on that front is essentially, do we have the ability to essentially discriminate between requesters? And Prop 26 was structured to try and prevent that. The rule is that essentially the fee becomes a tax if it's not being charged equally to everyone who's requesting the service. We do believe that there's some ability to have waivers for indigency under the relevant law there, but I haven't looked specifically at residency.
Supervisor McGordy.
Well, I'm curious, just in sheer numbers, Councilor Curtis, how many of these really sort of unreasonable requests you got in a month or a year?
Well, as I was saying, we get about 4.7 PRA requests per business day. I would guess maybe 10% of those tend to be the bulk of the work. I even want to say maybe 10% or less. A lot of the simple ones may not even make their way to my office. It's just a matter of getting the file, giving it to the requester, and moving on. And those are going to be, well under an hour in terms of time. But we really have seen the number of I'm a little bit hesitant to say unreasonable, because we actually have. There have been some that have been so voluminous. There's a rule under Government Code Section 6255, sort of the catch-all public interest exception. And if there would be so much burden on the agency that the public benefit in non-disclosure clearly outweighs the public benefit in disclosure, the agency does have an ability to refuse on that basis. I don't think that I've asserted that in any case that has involved manual review of fewer than 5,000 emails. When we get to 10,000, 50,000, by my math, there are requests that could take an attorney a year or more full-time. to go ahead and review the emails to provide the responsive records. I've had no trouble asserting those as being unreasonable and unduly burdensome. In terms of the ones that we're responding to, those are the ones that fall in that range where it's much harder to assert the legal objection because the court might ultimately disagree and we could be on the hook for attorney's fees, but where the amount of work still ends up really taking up a very large amount of time. And I would say it's a small percentage, 10% or less of the total requests.
Do we have any public comment in person?
Sarah Reith with KZYX. I understand that there's some voluminous requests and that it's a big burden on the county, but I would really like to ask the board to be careful about characterizing requests for transparency as malicious or frivolous on the part of people who would like access to public records. I'm wondering how we would know how much time it takes for someone to conduct these searches, if we'd be on the hook for hours and hours of an attorney's time. I have no idea how long it would take an attorney to find something like this, and I would not want to put my organization up for hundreds of dollars when I just, want some documents for news purposes. And I'm also wondering what happens if we don't pay the bill, if we get this, the documents that we asked for, and then we get a note saying, oh, by the way, it took us 10 or 15 hours to do that, and now you need to pay thousands of dollars, and we just don't do it because we can't. So I would like to also just point out that a lot of the requests for records are just the public wanting access to documents that are public, and I don't think most of us are malicious or frivolous. So thank you very much.
County Counsel, will your office be providing estimates?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the structure of the ordinance would essentially mean that if the amount of the fees were to exceed $50, we would provide an estimate in advance, and then in some cases even request a deposit before proceeding. I do want to say, if I may, I really don't want to mischaracterize the requesters that are seeking information as malicious. I've actually found that some of our media organizations have been quite good at working with us in sort of refining and being able to sort of focus as to what it is that they actually want. The percentage that are truly malicious are very, very low. But as I said, they can be a very large amount from one requester, right? So 5% of the total requests over the last 5 years have come from one person. Who is very upset about a code enforcement issue, and there's a lot of time that can be spent on those things that may not be particularly productive.
Any more public expression or public comment from the room? No. Going to online, you can press raise hand or *9. We have a hand up for Monique.
Good afternoon, Monique Ramirez, District 3. Appreciate the opportunity to comment. I just want to say that I really appreciate this item coming forward. I have made public records requests in the past, and some have come back very quickly and others have taken more time. And some of the problem that I've experienced just as a constituent of our county is the lack of organization of documents. And that's actually been a burden to staff to be able to get the documents that I need. And so I'm really excited that there's this potential for the Acela program to be launched in replace of Trackit and other modes of categorization for these documents. So that might help alleviate some of this burden going forward if the county does adopt that. And I will say that on behalf of the advocacy group, Covolo Group, we have requested some documents in the past, and staff said that it would take them X amount of hours to conduct, and I graciously paid for it because I understand staff time is really important, and didn't want to take away from their time, but we really needed the documents to help prepare us for presentations to the Board of Supervisors, to you. So I just want to make sure that we always keep that in mind for how much it's going to cost people on the other end. And and that, we might think that something is malicious, but in fact, people just really need to get transparency. And oftentimes that can feel really challenging. So I just hope that this item doesn't deter people from making public records requests. The whole spirit of it is to have that dialogue and transparency. And yet we don't want people to abuse it and take away from staff time being able to conduct their, normal duties that they're being hired to do, which that can also hinder our community as a whole. So striking the balance here, I think, is what's important. I'm not sure that we should model off of LA County. I think, that's a very large county with a huge populace. So I'm not sure if the fee structure, it could be modified potentially, and we could make it maybe I like that the idea is of a 1 hour, you get a free amount per month. I don't know if that's enough, especially for people that are like news people that might be asking for documents more frequently. So we might want to consider maybe modifying that. But again, thank you so much for this opportunity to provide comment. And I really appreciate all the speakers and your guys' discussion. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment. It's back to the board, hopefully for a motion. Supervisor Mulhern. And County Council.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I was told by clerk of the board we do have a voicemail comment on this item.
Oh.
Zach Stinek, speaking on item 4D, fees for Public Record Act requests. My name is Zach Sinek, and I'm a resident of Willits. For full disclosure, I operate an email newsletter. You can read it at newsboy.substack.com. And that is really why I'm speaking to you now. The California Public Records Act is a powerful tool for citizens and journalists alike. There should be absolutely no ordinances that restrict access to public records by either charging fees or allowing county staff to withhold records behind a request for payment. Nobody should ever have to prove that they are an identifiable natural person in order to access government records. Neither should the scope of records requested be restricted or defined beyond accepted statutes. Any and all records means any and all records. This ordinance is in direct conflict with item E of the Mendocino County Strategic Plan that states the county shall increase transparency in government operations to build trust with employees, communities, and partners. As you know, items in the strategic plan are marked currently funded, keeping an eye out for dollars and partners, or no current funding identified. Item E of the strategic plan has 6 objectives. All but 1 are currently funded. You see there how the county demonstrated that it is paying attention to bettering the interests of open government. As for charging fees for public records, it's the same for anybody, media, or private citizen. Plain and simple, fees deter access to government records. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I would move the recommended action and ask that County Council bring back a report to the board in 6 months and 1 year as to how this has affected the amount of time that's being used. I think in particular concern is the ability of the media to get access to the documents that they're looking for transparency, and I think that is very important to this board. I don't think that we support out-of-state manufacturing companies getting access to our permittee applicants. So I think a report back to the board with what that balance looks like after 6 months and a year would be helpful.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? I have a comment. I support this. I do have concern about media access and the public's access. I would ask the public and our local media to keep us informed if this becomes an impediment. Free press is part of this democratic process. it's really critical that our news organizations be able to get at critical records. I'm hopeful that rather than waiting 10 days or longer, maybe they reach out to a supervisor who's working on the project and they can get that information for free and even quicker. But I think this board does want to hear if we're creating a problem in this act of trying to balance. This is all taxpayer money, and so yes, the public has a right to the documents, but other members of the public have a right to services that require competing dollars, and it's not fair that some private enterprises out of area are utilizing our public funds, taking away from other important programs. So I think this is a step in the right direction, but it could require tuning. Supervisor Haschek.
It's a concerning problem when we're talking about transparency and public access to what we're doing as government. At the same time, when it's being misused, that's a concern for the taxpayer dollars and the efficiency of what we're legitimately trying to do as a government. The news agencies, I think that maybe we could carve out an exception for them at this point and see how it's going. I would like to treat this as a pilot program for 6 months and then see what the results are and review the whole situation at that point.
County Council, Prop 26.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I do have a little bit of concern on the Prop 26 side. What I would ask is if the board is interested in looking at the possibility of making some sort of carve out for media organizations, what I might ask for a little bit of time to maybe do some research on that and maybe come back to you with another mechanism, if I can find one, that would what I'm thinking of is almost setting up a fund for which a certain number of hours might be able to be paid for through essentially a subsidy to particular or trust account to particular organizations or some sort of limited mechanism. I don't know off the top of my head if that would work, but there might be mechanisms along those lines that we may be able to explore. I would suggest looking at those rather than necessarily just having a blanket carve out for media, because I am a little bit more worried on two fronts there. One is that definition of media can actually be a little bit difficult, especially in the current day and age. And second, that the Prop 26 concerns if it's relief from a fee as opposed to some sort of essentially subsidy or other mechanism may be less legally defensible. Supervisor Mulhern.
I think that County Council articulated my point. I own a website. I could become media. I don't want to waste our county government dollars. I absolutely understand the transparency and the importance, but I don't want to see our county dollars wasted. So I think that the motion on the floor asks for a review in 6 months and 12 months, and I think that should provide us an opportunity to give feedback if it's not working out as was structured.
McGordy.
I just wondered if there's a opportunity for an appeal. So if somebody, wants to do a big investigation, if there's an opportunity for them to have a fee waiver, I just would like County Council.
County Council.
Yeah, so again, I go back to the Prop 26 concerns there, and essentially, what are the appropriate circumstances in which we can define a fee waiver? I'm happy. I think I'm hearing that there's some interest on the board side of having some sort of media definition. I'm happy to spend some time with looking at that and report back with potential mechanisms. But I do want to note that's potentially a difficult area.
Ready for a vote? Looks like it. Roll call.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Staff, do we want to take 4E?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. Yes, we need to take a break and go into closed. We have a consultant waiting for us.
Okay, and then we'll come back and do 4E after a closed session. Is that right?
State that again.
After closed session, we can resume with 4E.
After lunch, yeah.
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, so the board is moving to closed session to hear items 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D. And we hope to be back around 1:30, CEO?
I don't believe we can get done. I think it's going to be
2
closer
o'clock.
to 2.
We should be back around 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
But we are all one community.
during this pandemic, we need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this! हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr wird's mehr, ja?
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year. When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you.
For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system, I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yon robrom knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this.
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Je vet me,
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
आम्ही यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this.
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Je bent mij,
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone. Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
por nuestra comunidad.
Session. Was there any public comment on item 7A, 7B, 7C, or 7D in the room? Any online, you can press *9 or raise hand. Okay, not seeing any. The board had no reportable action on item 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D. We're now on to item 4E. This is in regards to aligning documents with reality for the Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association, and it's sponsored by the Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association. Do we have Doris in Zoom?
Yes, Chair Williams, thank you very much, members of the board. Doris Rentschler with Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association. Today, the association is requesting adoption of optional provisions of the county employees retirement law to conform MCERA's plan document to its past practice. An audit of member accounts revealed there were several service purchases subject to optional code sections after these sections had been repealed by the Board of Supervisors. The County Board of Supervisors originally adopted these provisions in 1958 and repealed the provisions to employees hired on or after July 3rd, 1979. Based on information available, it appears that a Scrivener's error in the repealing resolution misidentified sections being repealed and may have resulted in MCERA staff continuing to permit certain types of prior public service purchases. The adoption of this resolution will conform MCERA's plan document to its past practices and thereby authorize the prior public service purchases already completed. MCERA has a voluntary correction plan with the Internal Revenue Service, and implementation, if adopted, is contingent upon the IRS acceptance of the correction. Adoption of the revised resolution would not add any new costs to the county. Liabilities associated with the service purchases are already reflected in contribution rates, and the service credit is part of MCERA's actuarial valuation. And unlike other service purchases, the cost formula for prior public services is twice the amount of other service purchases, 2 times the employee contributions with interest. I'm happy to address any questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board? Let's go to public comment. Public comment in the room. Not seeing any. Public comment online, press raise hand or *9 on the phone. No public comment. Back to the board. Any discussion or motion? Supervisor Haschek?
I'll move the recommended action.
Oh, I do apologize. This is Doris with Mendocino County Retirement. The recommended action has been modified to reflect the revised resolution that was submitted today, where the end date is through December 31st, 2014 instead of 2009.
And that's supported by the maker of the motion?
Yes.
And the second?
Yes, thank you. It's been, just for the public's note, it's been uploaded to our documents online.
Supervisor Haschek, do you have a comment?
No, I think this is the right action to take.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor J.
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Haschek?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4F, this is several contracts sponsored by Behavioral Health and Recovery Services.
Good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director, and I am going to share some slides with you, some basic slides. It just goes through the different contracts that we're looking at. Once I'm able to get on through Zoom, I'll go ahead and pull those up. Give me 1 second. So in front of you today is several contracts for especially mental health services, and I just want to remind the board that the contracts that we do are specific for specialty mental health services. And so the county's obligation, we have a contract with the state of California to provide mental health services, but it's specific to a population. We do not provide mental health services for all of the county. I know there's always confusion on that. We only provide mental health services to those that meet the criteria for specialty mental health, which we have a contract with Department of Health Care Services. It says we will provide especially mental health services to those individuals that have Medi-Cal. And then in the Welfare and Institution Codes, we have an obligation to provide special mental health services for the indigent population in addition to the Medi-Cal population. Other mental health services such as that are provided within our community, other therapy options, medication support services, are really provided through an individual's insurance plan. The managed care plan is an insurance plan, so we are considered a managed care plan. We are an insurance plan that has a specific population to serve. Just like if you had Blue Cross, you would go through your provider to access those mental health services. So if you're looking for mental health services and you have private insurance, we recommend that you work with your private insurance company. If you have Medi-Cal and you are on what they would call the mild to moderate spectrum, which is probably about 75% if you take with the private insurance that are accessing services, then you would access Beacon through Partnership Health Plan, and then we provide specialty mental health services. The average clientele, when they really look at state system, county systems, they're across the state, they say about 5 to 10% of your population will access the specialty mental health system of care. So that's pretty consistent when they look at counties and when they really look at that access and that population who needs that level of care. So it's the highest level of care, and it is based on, through the state, based on medical necessity and then access criteria. So in front of you, we have our contracts that make up our specialty mental health services in addition to the county services that the county provides. We're not focusing on the county services so much today, but we are focusing on the contracts that will be in front of you today. Really quickly, there was a change. Redwood Quality Management Company has been our ASO since 2013. For the first 3 years, they really focused on the children's system of care as an ASO, and then in 2016, when Ortner left, they became the ASO for the full system of care. They are making a name change as of July 1st. So as of July 1st, they will no longer be Redwood Quality Management Company, but will be known as Anchor Health Management. This year, we're doing something very different with our contracts than we've done in the last several years when it comes to the ASO and the contractors. We are bringing those contracts in-house, which means we will still have an ASO. The ASO will still perform the function they've been performing, but the county will hold the subcontractors contracts now. And so we will have contracts in-house, which will give the county the ability to have those contracts, make sure that we have everything we need for audit purposes, and the ability to have one general ledger for when the state does our cost report audits. It'll all be within one general ledger, so we'll be able to really track that and show how our funds went and where the dollars were spent should they need them, and ask for additional information when we do our cost report audits. So what you will see for our ASO this year is you're going to see a total contract amount of $3,257,000. That makes up two things. One is the ASO fee of $1.2 million, and then our hospitalizations, our physician fees, and our youth fees are going to stay with the ASO. That means that anytime we hospitalize someone in a psychiatric health facility, they have to pay that fee and have to have contracts with those facilities. We also get physician fees. Some of the facilities, the physicians require an extra fee, so not only are you paying for the hospitalization cost, there are physician fees that go with that. And then obviously our youth placement, so foster care youth that end up in different levels of care that need that mental health services end up in that system. This contract is not in front of you today, but I did want to explain how the system is changing and why it's important to see how those contracts are going to roll out. We are still working with County Council on this contract, and that contract will hopefully come to you in early July. So you'll be seeing that Anchor Health Management contract soon. The next contract that I want to talk about is Anchor Health Management. They do our medication support services. They have been doing those for several years. They do all medication management for our special mental health population, from children through adults to older adults. You can see how many the average clients they've served today. This is an unduplicated cost. This year they have served to date 796 individuals. And we estimate in their next contract that they will to serve about 650 to 800 individuals. The next contract we're looking at is McCavan. McCavan provides special mental health services for our population. So they do a variety of working with our clients in the behavioral health court, doing full service partnerships through our Mental Health Services Act funds, obviously providing special mental health services, the full array of special mental health services for our 18 and above. And they also operate a drop-in center in Ukiah. For special mental health, this year they have served 70 individuals to date, and we are projecting for their contract next year to continue, looking at them to serve about 77 to 150 individuals. And you can see their contract amount broken down by both their MHSA, their drop-in center, and then their special mental health services. Next is Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center, and they provide behavioral health court support also to our clientele. They also provide full service partnerships through our Mental Health Services Act, especially mental health services for our 18 and above, and they operate a wellness center in Fort Bragg. You can see with their numbers, they've served 106 individuals this year, and we hope to see them serve about 150 to 200 next year. And you can see a breakdown of their contract from both how much they get for their Wellness Center and Mental Health Services Act, and then providing their special mental health services. Mendocino County Youth Project is one of our children's systems, and they really focus on our children's and our transitional age youth. They provide full service partnerships for our children, transitional age youth, do the full array of special mental health services when you look at our children's and our transitional age youth population. They also do an MHSA prevention, early intervention, breaking the silence program. They have served 144 individuals through our special mental health system. When we just look at special mental health, and we're hoping to see next year about 150 to 250 individuals are served through this contract. Redwood Community Services is our biggest contractor. They provide the most array of services, more than any of our other providers. They also serve our most highest level needs of clients. They provide adult residential, both for our assisted outpatient treatment program, also known as Laura's Law, our LPS conservatorship program, and other housing, and we do have other housing within the community. They participate in our behavioral health court. They provide all of our crisis services in Mendocino County. They are part of our full service partnership program through our Mental Health Services Act. They do interpersonal skills training center. They provide special mental health for the full array of individuals, children, transitional age youth, adults, and older adults. They do our therapeutic behavioral services. They also offer transitional age youth supportive housing, youth residential treatment, and youth resource center. The youth short-term residential, they do provide for our foster care youth and other counties' foster care youth a place for foster care youth needing placement when they're pulled from their homes, and also needed mental health services. And they do serve some of the highest need kids throughout the state. So you can see Redwood's numbers. They provide a variety of services, so you can see their numbers, both their special mental health youth. They've served 275 youth to date. Transitional age youth, 157. Special mental health adults, that includes adults and older adults, 250 individuals. And within crisis, they've served 828. We are assuming they'll serve about the same or a little bit more next year. And that kind of makes up their whole account. And you can see what they've served both in their Mental Health Services Act fund and what we're asking for their contract this year. Tapestry Family Services has been one of our children's system of care, and they this year are taking on especially mental health from the adult perspective. As a lot of people know, Manzanita Services is closing their doors. They closed their doors to special mental health Medi-Cal billing as of May 15th. And those services transferred over to Tapestry Family Services. And so Tapestry has stepped up to take on that adult population that Manzanita was serving. The Manzanita Wellness Centers are currently under an RFP. That RFP should be released within the next week or so, and then Manzanita has agreed to stay operational until December this year in hopes that we can get the RFP done and transition to a new provider before they close in December 2022. Tapestry is offering now also supporting behavioral health court. They do cultural specific outreach and services to our Latino and Native American communities. They participate in our full service partnerships. They've expanded from just doing special mental health with our children and our TAE to also include our adults. They do offer TBS and are doing some youth short-term residential therapeutic programs. You can see that this fiscal year to date, they have served 134 youth and 29 transitional age youth, and of course are building their adult system right now. And you can see that we are projecting what we project them to spend for the next year, and then kind of what their contract is built on by both Mental Health Services Act and Specialty Mental Health Services. I wanted to note just a couple things. When we look at these contracts, we're really that people always get very confused with mental health finances. There's an assumption that the contractor gets whatever is in their contract amount. So if we take Tapestry, for example, and we look at their contract, the only part of their contract that's guaranteed is that $60,000 in Mental Health Services Act. The other part is a billable service. They have to provide a service to get a reimbursement. The state pays 60% of that reimbursement. The county pays 40% of that reimbursement. And that's a give or take. It can rotate up to 50% up to 68%. But on an average, what we see is about a 61%, 39%. But we look at it as a 60-40. So when we really look at the overall contracts that we contract out, we're looking at the realignment dollars that come from the county to these service providers is about $7,600,000 to make up all of those contracts. The remaining dollars, minus the MHSA, so the $12 million additional dollars has to be a service they provide that Medi-Cal approves and pays for. And I know we always hear you give them $20 million. We don't give them $20 million. We give them about $7,600,000. They make up the rest by providing a service. We bill the state, and then we reimburse them for that service. So that is how the money comes down, and that's how you bill Medi-Cal for special mental health and the match that we get from the federal, which is your federal financial participation. We also looked this year at really looking at our relative values to make sure that our contractors are able to justify their rates per minute. Really important to look at that based on their cost and the rates they're billing and the services they're providing. We also looked at what is the average cost per beneficiary, and the state says that Mendocino County's average cost for beneficiary is $7,352. The state's average cost per beneficiary is $7,155. So you can see that our average cost per beneficiary is not that far off of the state or other small county when you look at small county numbers. And so we really looked at our providers as a whole, and based on when we looked at our providers, the majority of our providers are actually providing less than that cost per beneficiary. So we're serving more people than we would if we were meeting the state standards. And so we continue to work with our providers to make sure we stay within that estimate, that we're providing services that are meeting our clients' needs, and that we are making sure that the productivity from our providers are at the level it needs to be to get the best, bring the services and get that full FFP reimbursement. The providers are here today. If anybody has questions, they are available and happy to answer questions about their services and their programs. And then lastly, I wanted to just note, we do 2 performance improvement projects every year. We're required to have a clinical and a non-clinical project. It's required by the state of California as part of our process. And we have been working with the ad hoc Board of Supervisors on outcome measurement tools and what that looks like across our system. And while we did look at a lot of data that we bring in, we've decided that one of the things we'd really like to do is take this next year's PIP, our non-clinical PIP, and focus on creating an outcome measurement tool specifically for Mendocino County. What we have found is we do have a tool, but no other county uses that tool, or if they use it, there's not consistent data across the state of California. So we're looking to work with our external quality review organization and really develop a tool that really focuses on our population that we can bring back to the board and then have consistent data reported every year based off that tool. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And as I said, the providers are here to provide additional information.
Excellent. Do we have any questions? Supervisor Mulhern.
No, I would just like to thank Dr. Miller and the providers for their effort in the presentation today and the way that the contracts have been outlined. I know that it will increase transparency in our community, and I think that's helpful. The more that we can communicate with the public about the true costs of mental health in our community, the better we can serve those folks that need that support. So thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, so Dr. Miller, thanks so much for the presentation. It's clear there's quite a team that is addressing mental health issues in Mendocino County. So I want to be sure I understand you right. So from now on, the general ledger for mental health will be kept by the County of Mendocino?
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
So that should end some of the issues we've had in the past about record keeping and knowing what's going on.
Yes.
And that was the whole point, I guess. The other thing is, do we have a specific psychiatrist who's assigned to Mendocino County? How are we getting psychiatric services? Is there anyone in person, or how is it? What do we do?
Are you talking specifically to the special mental health population?
Yes.
Our QMC, Redwood Quality Management Company, does have psychiatrists that they work with, that they contract with, and I believe Ms. Schrader is here if there are specific questions about their contracted, their psychiatrists or their physician assistants that they currently have in their program. But they do have physician assistants, nurse practitioners, and psychiatrists that are contracted with their agency to provide services to our individuals.
So for the psychiatrists, is it in person, or are they doing teledoc?
Supervisor McGordy, we have Camille Schrader approaching to help answer.
Great.
Good afternoon, Camille Schrader with Redwood Quality Management, soon to be Anchor Health Management. Hopefully it'll help with confusion. Supervisor McGordy, as you know, we had a full-time in-person psychiatrist who actually for 2 years worked fully telehealth due to COVID. We have Dr. Timmy 10 hours, 20 hours a month for specialty for children. We have 3 psychiatrists, 2 separate contracts for psychiatry, but it is all telehealth. And frankly, all of my colleagues, I'm on several associations, and the majority of their psychiatrists are telehealth. Basically, they get to decide how they're going to work and when they're going to work and how much we're going to pay them, and there is no negotiation because you have to have network adequacy and you need to be able to support your... We are very fortunate that we have several nurse practitioners, we have a teacher, resident from UC Davis, and we have 2 PAs that are also working to support that have been trained especially in psychiatry, that are here on the ground in person. So those pieces are here. Psychiatry is, at this point, fully telehealth. I also want to say that while I understand that Dr. Miller would like to have everything easier, and I appreciate that, no issues with it, in terms of having all of it grow into the county general ledger, we have never once, nor will we, have problems with Redwood Quality Management's general ledger. We've been very supportive, very involved, very transparent and clear all of these years, and we will continue to be so and continue to support the work, the quality assurance, utilization, productivity, quality implementation of mental health services for our providers.
We thank you for that. I don't have any more questions for you, Ms. Schrader, but I do have a question for Dr. Miller. And earlier this morning, we had Mr. Poplowski from McCavan, who was complaining about slowness of payment. And I just wondered what can be done about that.
Those are not behavioral health contracts, so I can't speak to that. They're not mine.
Okay.
And we have staff coming back next meeting with an update on this, or today, even better. Do we have any public comment in the room? Public comment online, raise hand or *9. Go for it.
Hello, Chairman and members of the board. I am Victoria Kelly. I'm the CEO for Redwood Community Services.
Personally and professionally, I have been dedicated to this community and specifically the delivery of quality services for almost 20 years. Through our strategic plan, RCS strives to strengthen our community's individuals and families by providing quality care across our spectrum of services, to developing our over 250 employees' skills and expertise to meet the demand in our community. RCS also is committed to being a positive and strong partner with Mendocino County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, our law enforcement, our schools, and our other mental health provider agencies to achieve our county's goals toward building a sustainable and effective continuum of care across the lifespans. Through our services this past year, we have successfully supported individuals in transitioning into independent living, graduating from outpatient mental health services, supporting the reunification of families by rebuilding relationships between children and caregivers, supporting people in getting services in crisis situations that either put themselves or others at risk, and serving our most vulnerable, all while looking into the future onto what is next and where do we go from here. Our system is undergoing another overhaul, and RCS has been on the forefront of this growth and change, ensuring that when our community can benefit from new opportunities, we are there to make it happen. RCS is honored to serve the children, youth, adults, and families we serve, and each and every day experience successes both large and small. I want to thank the employees of RCS who work diligently every day with love and compassion for those they serve. Without you, none of this work would be possible. I also want to thank our partners for working toward solutions in the face of extremely challenging times. It is an honor to do this with you. In closing, I want to share that even with the multiple challenges in front of us, RCS is committed to this community, to our responsibility to contribute to positive change, and strongly believe in our part in leaving a better community for the next generation. I also want to leave you all with a little end of the year breakdown of our services and supports for your review, and I'll leave some in the back for others.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Hello, I'm Libby Guthrie, the Executive Director at McCavan, and under the tutelage, under the direction of RQM these last few years, we've really been able to build our specialty mental health services, and I think they are unique. They're unique because we serve a co-occurring group of citizens in this county that have severe and persistent mental health issues on top of substance use. And because we also have the other programs, which Mr. Popowski was talking about earlier today, it's given us a very unique position in serving some of the most vulnerable people in our county. I'm very glad to hear that RQM/Anchor will still be our ASO. And I hope that we can impact far more people in the coming years that need the kind of services that we specifically offer. All of the providers offer excellent services, but we have a very unique niche, and I hope that that is recognized and supported in the future. My only concern, and it is that when the mental health services are then, our reimbursement comes from the county, it would crush our agency if those payments were not on time. And that has been a problem for us. And it has not happened in behavioral health because RQM has been right on top of those payments. I would like to see that continue in the future. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. It's back to the board for a motion. Oh.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Shepard, and I've been the Executive Director for Tapestry Family Services for 3 years now. Probably about 6 months ago, we were presented with an opportunity to really grow Tapestry. Tapestry has kind of averaged about 30 to 35 employees, and we've only served children in the community and foster youth. And I am so thankful to both Camille and Camille and Tim for really supporting Tapestry as our ASO and giving us the hand-holding experience to really grow and venture into an adult system of care and be able to expand our services. I too echo everything that both Victoria and Libby have said here today. And without our ASO, I just don't think this would have been possible for our little tiny nonprofit agency to start to expand services and serve an even greater vulnerable population in this community. So we hope to continue to be doing the work that we've been doing in the community and continue to grow. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joseph Beanie. I'm the clinical director for Redwood Community Services. I grew up on the coast in Fort Bragg, and I got a PhD in clinical psychology in Pennsylvania, and I worked there as a professor for about five years or so. And one of the reasons I decided to come back to this area is that I wanted to have a positive impact on the health of this community. I grew up here, and I saw a lot of suffering due to mental illness. My brother died due to mental illness, and I wanted to have a role in easing that pain. I've been back here for almost 2 years now, and my focus at RCS has really been on making sure we're providing the best quality treatments we can offer. I keep in mind the people I grew up with, all of those kids who were growing up hard with parents who had grown up hard. And I want to know that I've done something to break that cycle. My goal is to engage all of our providers in a journey to help them to develop into world-class case managers, rehab specialists, and clinicians. I ask all of our providers when they come through the door, what kind of provider do you want to be, and how can we help you get there? Being a great treatment provider to me means dedication to one's craft. It means commitment to thousands of hours of deliberate practice. And to me, that's the key. At RCS, I encourage everyone not just to do the work, but to do it very consciously. To notice, yes, when we have successes, but also to especially acknowledge our mistakes and learn from them, so that we're always developing intentionally and purposefully. At RCS, we aim for clients to engage similarly. We don't want clients who are just passively in treatment. We want clients who we engage in a way that they feel like they're really part of their treatment and active in it. And we don't want our clients just to make clinically significant improvements. We want them to be able to regain functioning that they've lost and maybe even experience things that they've never had before. For instance, if we can help a client find social connection when that's been almost impossible before, we can know that that can extinguish distress and loneliness and replace it with calm and a sense of belonging. I've always gravitated towards working with clients with complex challenges. I know that great work with clients that we serve can be very difficult. And at the same time, we have a mantra at RCS where we try to say every day that we're just going to keep finding this small thing. And that small thing is whatever's going to improve treatment, whatever's going to improve our processes, and can accumulate over time to make a big difference in the lives of people in our community. And that's what I'm here to be part of. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Tawny Bailey with Redwood Community Services. Mental health is instrumental in the lives of all people. It influences how we think, feel, and act. It underpins our ability to make decisions, build relationships, and shape the world we live in, and directly influences personal, community, and the socioeconomic development. Our mental health is as important as our physical health. When we have mental health, we can cope with the stresses of life, realize our own abilities, learn and work well, and contribute actively to our communities. Having mental health means that we are better able to connect, function, cope, and thrive. Conversely, when our mental health is impaired and we lack access to support, our well-being can worsen. A wide range of mental health conditions can disturb our thoughts and feelings, change our behaviors, compromise our physical health, and disrupt our relationships, education, and livelihood. The burdens of illness from mental health disorders is by far the highest of all health problems. The World Health Organization Director General just recently quoted, "Everyone's life touches someone with a mental health condition. Good mental health translates to good physical health. The inextricable links between mental health and public health, human rights, and socioeconomic development mean that transforming policy and practice in mental health can deliver real I'm not going to try that one, I can't do that word, benefits for individuals, communities, and counties everywhere. Investing in our mental health is an investment into a better life and future for all. To transform mental health services, commitment must be translated into action through healthy financing. Community-based mental health providers offer accessibility and acceptability are more accessible than institutional care and delivers better quality outcomes for people with mental health conditions. People-centered, recovery-oriented, and human rights-based care is essential. So social and informal supports delivered by community health providers complement the formal services and help ensure enabling environments for people with mental health conditions. Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes public comment. It's back to the board. Is there a motion? Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I move the recommended action and also want to note for the record, people who do this are really special.
There's a second from Mulhern. Any discussion? Not seeing any. Roll call vote.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 6A. This is direction to staff regarding a potential sales tax, sponsored by County Council and the Executive Office. County Council, would you like to start?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I actually don't have a whole lot on this. I've been given direction previously by this board to go ahead and begin drafting a sales tax ordinance and a resolution of intent with respect to expenditures. I think at that time I mentioned I wouldn't be ready by this meeting, and I'm not. We have started the drafting process. However, in the interim, I understand that there's been enough discussion from some individual board members about possibly wanting to look at changing direction that there may potentially be some efficiency. We do want the board to have an opportunity. I don't want to sort of spend too much time drafting something that may end up not being the direction the board wants to go. So that's the reason this item is on.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Well, certainly we have lots of needs in this county. We looked at a couple of them at the last meeting about the fire services, about emergency medical services. We have water, we have mental health, we have housing. We have an endless number, it seems, of needs in this county. I guess my concern with this sales tax is, it was put together hastily, and when we do that, we don't do it well. We saw that with the cannabis ordinance when we tried to push it through, and it didn't work. We saw it with the consolidation of the financial offices in the county, and it seems like there's lots of issues that still haven't been resolved, and with that, and I see that with this sales tax too. One issue is that it's a general fund tax, so the commitment of this board might not be the commitment of the next board. It's just a resolution, and I don't think that the people like that. You know, we've had some Brown Act issues, I think, and the different discussions going on certainly raises the eyebrows of many people. You know, this is a regressive tax, and the public opinion is not in favor of it. And so, you know, I think what we need is we need a plan going forward where we have open discussion, we have committed funds to certain causes that we believe are highest priorities, and we designate those. So what I'm willing to propose right now is I'm going to move a 1/8 cent sales tax dedicated to the fire departments. And then, you know, in the future, we can look at other sales taxes going forward that might be a more comprehensive look at fire, you know, the health of our communities and potential, you know, fire safety issues that are forest health, all those. And we certainly have water issues. And so, but there's certainly enough questions about what's going on with how the money will be used for water that I think we need to come up with a real plan. So my motion is to have 1/8 of a cent sales tax directed towards the fire departments.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, Supervisor Hashak, to clarify, this would be restricted so the voters would know that they would have a guarantee as to how the money would be spent?
Right.
Okay. And I would second that motion. And my thoughts on this are, I think what I've heard, I think what Supervisor Hashak has heard repeatedly is the public does not want to see a forever tax that just goes into the general fund, that's non-binding with no guarantees. If the board is unwilling to support a guarantee into how the dollars are spent, then it would only be a short-term temporary tax as a guardrail on the Board of Supervisors, the supervisors and future supervisors to not have, so there wouldn't be any hanky-panky in how the money's being spent. So that the money would be spent appropriately because future supervisors would want to get the tax renewed, presumably. And so they wouldn't misappropriate the funds for something else. So it'd be a short lease, 6-8 years, if there's no guarantees. But what we've heard is that people want guarantees on how the funds are spent. And the one thing that they seem to be supporting consistently is additional money for the fire departments. And I think as Supervisor Hashak said, if there was a more comprehensive proposal, the fire districts plus money for home hardening, the kinds of things that our Fire Safe Council does, then we could look at potentially a 1/4 cent sales tax. But right now there is no other proposal. The only proposal we have that has any specificity is coming from the Mendocino Fire Districts Association in a funding allocation. And based on that, if it's only for that purpose, we're proposing a 1/8 cent. Again, we would potentially support a 1/4 cent if it included the types of activities of the Fire Safe Council. I invite people in the audience to come to the microphone and speak about a fire tax. I personally think that they've been done a disservice by supervisors proposing tagging what is a general sales tax with a promise that money will go to fire services, but in fact, also a promise that some of the money would go to ambiguous water projects. As we discussed this morning, and I invite people to look at the memo I produced this morning, the history of the water tax comes directly from the Inland Water and Power Commission. They hired a pollster, political consultants to look at a parcel tax for the Eel River Diversion Project. They then turned to Supervisor McGordy asking for, it's right there in their minutes, asking for a sales tax. That's where this water sales tax come from. It is not intended, it has never been intended to help out all corners of Mendocino County. And the water tax, if it is attached to a Board of Supervisors tax, is going to sink this tax. The other thing that's going to sink a 3/8 cent sales tax is just the sheer size of the tax. It's too big of a tax. And finally, a tax of the Board of Supervisors that does not guarantee how the money is being spent, only has a fig leaf of a non-binding resolution, is going to lose. So I hope the people who are coming here to speak in favor of a fire tax address the board and ask the board not to tie them, a weight around their neck by adding this horrendous, outrageous water tax to what could be a united board of supervisors behind a fire and fire safety tax. So I'll second the motion and invite public comment.
So, well, we're not quite there. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I am not certain why some supervisors are not recognizing the proposal that I put forward as a plan. As I discussed this morning, I sit on a fire and EMS ad hoc with one supervisor. I sit on the IWPC as an alternate with a different supervisor. When the conversation came up about sales taxes, that was immediately brought to County Council and agendized for May 17th, where this board had a conversation in an open public forum about the potential of a fire and water tax. On June 8th, I brought forward a proposal for 60% of the 3/8 sunsetting from Measure B to be used for fire and 40% to be used for water. In my proposal, I proposed that we follow the Prop 172 allocations that the fire districts have already used. I met with the Fire Districts Association. The 40% or the 60% that I had proposed using 1/3 as a base and 2/3 base per capita. After a really great conversation, they had both large fire districts and very, very small districts. I mean, we're talking about fire districts that run 4,000 plus calls per year and fire districts that run 58 calls per year. They were able to come up with a strategy that would work for all of them, and in an agreement have brought forward the attachment to my memo, which was uploaded to e-comment on Sunday and then also uploaded to the board. Yesterday it was also emailed to the board, the full board, so that everybody could read what I was proposing. Regarding the 40% for water, as I've stated, what I wanted to do was come up with a plan that would help distribute those funds countywide. And that's why I'm proposing for each of the cities presents one member for this technical advisory group, one inland water district member, one county water district member, one Mendocino County representative, and one tribal representative. I think that that plan with those representatives is really what's going to hold future boards accountable. And I also think that fire and imminent danger, as well as year 3 of a drought, are serious climate needs, life, health, and safety needs that our community needs us to address now, this year, and not in the future. So the 3/8, as is proposed in my memo, I think will be able to provide funding for fire departments, some of which have already gone for a parcel tax and failed, some of which were proposing a parcel tax for November of 2022. And if this sales tax moves forward today with 3/8, they'll be able to take that off the backs of their residents. When you talk about a sales tax, that is paid for by residents from all over the county, but more importantly, from our visitors that come from Lake County and Sonoma County to come shopping, and our tourists, which, as we all know, are using our fire and EMS services, and also are contributing to the challenges where places like the village of Mendocino really relies on that tourist income. And without water, they can't continue to provide the resources that they are providing, the jobs, etc. So, I'm not sure why it's being disregarded that I brought this plan forward and that there isn't any conversation about how to make it stronger. I understand that there's some passionate advocates for a different sales tax, but I would like to be recognized that I brought forward something that we should be talking about as an opportunity to be able to really provide funding for our fire departments and for seed funding for our water agencies throughout the county.
Supervisor McGordy.
Now, I want to build on that because I think that's absolutely right. I've served on the water ad hoc for the last year and a half, and to me, the biggest existential threat facing Mendocino County is loss of water for the two principal industries that keep us going. One of them is tourism because of water insecurity between Fort Bragg and the border of Sonoma County. The other one would be the interior parts of Mendocino County, certainly along the Russian River, but in all communities. I mean, it's something that I hear on the ad hoc is from everyone, that there's a need all over the county. So we have places like Walla that can't build any more desperately needed housing. Redwood Valley is in the same boat. I don't think that we're unaware or clueless or whatever you want to describe us as. We have a very good idea of what we're going to do. We need a coordinator to basically be our expert to help us plan, design, and get grants to take advantage of the money that's available during this drought stress period, drought emergency, and update our systems. We're working with technology that's over 100 years old. And to me, that's probably the biggest reason why I moved this forward. It wasn't just because Powder Valley project was in danger or whatever. I mean, certainly the Russian River needs money, but we have to have a place at the table. What I don't want to see happen is what happened in 1957, where essentially we missed out because the county couldn't get it together. The coastal people were against the interior people. And we ceded our water rights to Sonoma County. I could see the same thing happening again. And all this is going to happen in the next 2 years. So while it would be nice to take the time to have a really carefully laid out plan that would come to vote in 2024, I'm just afraid we're going to be too late. The emergency is now. It's not in the future. And I also want to let you know something, Supervisor Jardy, that I don't think you completely understood. So when Fort Bragg got the $8 million that they did to improve their water system, that was a direct result of the ad hoc committee. So that was a conversation between Josh Metz and John Smith. John Smith talking about the need to improve their water system. Josh put John together with the Department of Drinking Water, with Department of Water Resources, who found the engineering firm that designed that project and wrote the grant. And that's how that happened. It wasn't just sort of a random group of citizens that did it. So I know that Mendocino County can do things effectively. We have the right people in place. And I think the fact that we secured close to $20 million last year for water projects in our county is significant. The last thing I want to address is agricultural water, because that's something that a lot of you think that you're going to be paying for, which you're not. So we will have a place at the table. Negotiations are going on right now, and they're very expensive, and expecting the Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission to pick up the tab by itself is going to be very, very difficult. They have an annual budget of about $250,000. Legal fees probably to participate in the reassignment of water rights from the Eel River, if it's even feasible, to the Russian River, is going to be in the tune of about $1 million a year in legal fees. So that's something that's too heavy a lift for that JPA to be able to do. So what's happening is that Sonoma County Water has organized a Russian River Water Users Forum to get pretty much define the boundaries of a future special district that would handle that water. And they will eventually monetize all the water in the Russian River. Everybody will pay a market price. Now, I don't know what that's going to be, but it'll have to be for costs of acquiring those water rights and paying for operation of the system. So this is pretty much interim funding. And if you want to put a time limit on it, if you want to say, okay, 6 years, 7 years, whatever you want to do, I think there's room certainly in the discussion for that, because I don't think that the water users expect this money to be available forever. It's really not so much for providing infrastructure as it is for providing leadership and grants. It's something that we're really missing right now in a water policy. As one of my friends said, you wouldn't build a house without a kitchen, and having a county our size, as arid as it is without a functioning water agency is really a major oversight, and it's something that I think we have to address. finally, the outlying communities too in District 3, where Supervisor Hashak is, also have needs too. They really want to have some understanding of what is underneath the ground, what are their aquifers. We don't know right now, and people are very upset. Another ad hoc that we're working with is the ad hoc on water extraction, and there's people that want to regulate it. Right now, we have no mechanism to do that. So again, having a water tax allow us to do these things and move forward with a really coherent and meaningful water policy at a time of extreme environmental crisis.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, there's been a lot of issues brought up, and I think that we all want to confront the challenges that we have in the county. At the same time, we are in a very difficult economic situation for the county. I think people are feeling the pinch from inflation and all the other factors, and a regressive tax of 3/8 is not the way to go at this point. If you add that on to what the library people are trying to do of getting a 1/4 cent, then we would be increasing the tax burden on everyone, not decreasing it. And so even with the water issue that we just talked about, Supervisor McGorty brings up really good points. We do have to deal with our water situation. We committed to standing up a water agency, and Supervisor McGorty and I have been working on that for a long time. But when I look at the proposal, I'm hearing, well, the water part will be for grants, and this group of 8 is going to decide, what the vision is for these grants and all that. And if they're meeting 4 times a year, it doesn't seem like that's the way to really get a vision. And then Supervisor McGorty just said, well, we need leadership and grant writing capacity. And so, I don't even think there's clarity on what the water issue would be. And then with the fire, I think that we really need to, if we can support the fire districts with the 1/8 of a cent, and then we look at a comprehensive view of what we're trying to do to create safer communities. Because we do have wildfires, we have climate change, we have those factors, we got tree mortality out here that's incredible. And so we need to have a comprehensive approach. So, I think that we have a motion on the floor. I think we should vote on it.
Supervisor Jordy.
The water tax is completely unnecessary for the purposes that Supervisor McGorty just mentioned. Just simple back of the envelope estimates show that the Potter Valley Irrigation District, which virtually gives their water away at $22.50 an acre foot, knowing that the state rate for irrigation water is probably $150, $200 an acre foot. If they simply went to the state average, if the Russian River Flood Control went to the state average for their wholesale irrigation water, those 2 entities by themselves could produce well over $1 million a year. So there's problem solved. $1 million a year, just those 2 boards take action. Nobody's stopping them. But instead, nope, they want to ask everybody in Mendocino County to pay an extra sales tax to bail them out because they don't want their own customers to pay the going rate. It is so offensive. This whole water tax is the most absurd proposal ever to befall the people of Mendocino County. And if it's attached to a sales tax that goes on the ballot, it's going down, and it deserves to go down in big defeat. So I hope everybody who came to today's meeting to speak in favor of fire service will back off from this ill-advised proposal by Supervisors Mulhern and McGorty to attach this ridiculous and offensive water tax to a fire service tax. Supervisor Hashak and I are offering a viable plan that could pass in November, potentially, because 1, it would still enable the voters in 2023 to know that their taxes will be going down in 2023, because the 1/8 cent, and if the library tax passes, it's an extra 1/8 cent, they still see their taxes go down by 1/8 of a cent. So this is the most plausible scenario possible. The 3/8 cent promises for this group, promises for that group, no guarantees for nobody. The only guarantee with this 3/8 sales tax that Supervisor Mulhern has put together is that everybody's taxes go up. There's no guarantee on how any of the money is being spent. So I hope we hear from the members of the audience today.
So Supervisor Jordy, we always take public comment, so by all means we will. I would ask my colleagues to strive to leave this meeting with unity. And I'm not siding with one idea or another at this point. I recognize that we have a lot of the county covered by volunteers who are aging. Fewer and fewer can serve, more and more call volume. And I think fire's been telling us this for a long time. The reason it hasn't really come to a head is firefighters can't strike. There's the kind of people who volunteer, they can't say no. There's a 911 call. They're never going to not show up unless they finally get to an age where they just can't do it anymore. And I'm afraid that's where we're headed. So I appreciate that you're looking for a means to hold over the fire and emergency response. I think that's critical to our rural communities, which is most of the county. On water, I do agree that water security is a county-wide issue. And I'm not talking about Potter Valley. Potter Valley project isn't in my district. But my district and the coast has water security concerns in the long term. I guess I'm wondering, is there a way for us to solve the fire and EMS issue with a proposed sales tax and attack the water security using general fund? Is there a way to restructure our priorities in the budget to use some discretionary funds? What we don't want to have happen is the state shows up with millions of dollars of funding for water projects because we have a statewide drought, statewide water crisis, and our county doesn't have any credible plans together. We don't know where we need money. We don't know what it's for. We don't know what's under the ground. Is there a middle ground where we use some general funds so that we can have credible plans and go after millions of dollars of state funds for water projects? Supervisor Haschek.
With the fire situation, certainly, volunteer fire departments throughout this county are, overtaxed, and it's great contributions from the volunteers. But I don't see a needs assessment for the fire districts. Is there any kind of study being done? We had a presentation about the ambulance services last meeting, and we're waiting for some kind of needs assessment for that. And so, I think different fire departments are different because they're funded differently by their communities. I think some of the fire departments, have enough, and some of the districts have put on parcel taxes or other kinds of taxes for them to get funded. And so, I don't know what the differences are between all the fire districts in the county, and until we have that, I think that would be very helpful knowledge. What we're doing with fire districts, what we're doing with ambulance services.
I want to respond to that. I agree with you. It would be nice to have. It's difficult to obtain that because you're asking the same people who volunteer to train every week, maybe go to hundreds of calls, try to raise funds now to put on a needs assessment. These aren't the sort of people who do studies. They don't do needs assessments. They take an EMT class and they show up to help their neighbors. The county could certainly arrive and do that sort of study. But I think what fire has been telling us for many years now is anything we do is a Band-Aid. But they'll take that bigger Band-Aid. We did that with the TOT, and they're seeing some funds. It's helping. But we're starting out with a model where people serve the community for emergency response for no compensation at all. That's our model. Basically zero. There's a few paid firefighters in this county. Ukiah has some. Fort Bragg has a couple. Most of our county is served by people working for free. So and I think we highlighted it in our strategic plan that this may not be a viable model long term. And you see counties that have gone through a transition to partially paid and then maybe fully paid. You look back and you see they were at the point we are now, where the model is starting to fail. I have fire districts telling me their average responder is age 53. I think in Elk it's even higher. Well, that's not a sustainable model. You don't have younger people coming in, probably because they don't have jobs in the community. There isn't cheap housing like there was in the past. Different economic situation. And so there isn't another generation to fill in and pick up some of this slack. So if the board does nothing, we have a public safety hazard. And our number one priority is funding public safety. We're supposed to fund public safety before anything else. I think fire, emergency response, life-saving response is part of that public safety. Supervisor McGorty.
So I guess my question to Supervisor Jordy then is, what do you say to the coastal people? I mean, you have a solution for Potter Valley and the Redwood Flood Control District, but my concern is really about urban use too. So it's not just the farmers that are going to have issues here. It's all of the communities, starting from Potter Valley, Redwood Valley, Calpella, Ukiah, Popland, all the way down to Healdsburg, have issues if the water curtailments take place again this year, and having adequate water for health and human safety and fisheries, and if anything's left over, then maybe agriculture gets some too. And what do you say to all the coastal communities who, right at the moment, are, facing trucking water again this year? So do you just kind of shrug your shoulders and say, "Oh well, your problem, not mine"? Because Fort Bragg's got water.
Well, we all make decisions about where we live. We can't expect urban levels of services if we choose to live in the most remote areas of the county. It's just not realistic. So, some people have unlimited wealth and they can own a house anywhere in Mendocino County. Most of us don't have unlimited wealth, so we make choices. And the town of Mendocino, yes, it has issues, but they've known they've had those issues for decades and they need to resolve them with the assistance of helping agencies. The county of Mendocino, as you said, with no sales tax, assisted local governments throughout Mendocino County with amazing partnership from our state senator, Mike McGuire, and Assemblymember Wood. Were able to help secure over $20 million for water projects in Mendocino County. It kind of proves my point. We don't need the sales tax. We just need to work together.
Well, a few weeks ago when we were having our discussion on the water agency, we were kind of shaking the furniture and looking under the cushions for coins to be able to fund it. And I don't know that things have changed. So what's our alternative there? Would you agree that the Board of Supervisors should be in a leadership position to provide essential needs for our community?
Yes, and Supervisor Hashak and I both offered to support amending the ordinance that requires the county to give $600,000 to Visit Mendocino. Our proposal would have stopped providing a match for the revenues they collect in the cities, and we did not get a third vote. So that was $350,000 that we could have freed up for things such as the water agency. That option is still available to the board for next year's budget.
Any thoughts on how we find unity?
I think we should go to public comment because we have a motion on the floor.
Public comment starting in the room.
Hey all, thanks so much. I'm Angela DeWitt, a Battalion Chief Training Officer, Anderson Valley Fire Department. I'm here today on behalf of Chief Avila. It is his daughter's birthday party. He was unable to attend. He did ask me to extend a particular thank you to Supervisor Mulhern for your work on this package and to the supervisors in general for considering this issue. Anderson Valley Fire Department is in support of the 3/8 cent tax for fire departments in the county. The funds are greatly needed to allow us to provide the level of services that our residents have come to expect of us. We have continuing demands on our growth and our capacity to meet the needs and expectations of our communities. The funds are also critical for infrastructure such as water projects for fire suppression, which you know, which is why we're here talking about it. Our district is 356 square miles. It's larger if you count the response area outside of our community services district. To serve this area, we have 22 strategically located fire apparatus, which all require ongoing maintenance, replacement schedules, and overhead. We have PPE training and insurance requirements for our volunteer crew, tools and equipment, infrastructure. They're all costly, they're all critical. We've expanded our prevention and community outreach. We've been working very closely with the prescribed burn associations and with the fire safe councils to help our community get more fire resilient. These obligations also include expenses. I'm very proud of my fire department's dedication to service and to my fire department's leadership's dedication to stewarding our agency responsibly. And I would just like to add that responsibility, that sense of stewardship and responsibility that Anderson Valley Fire Department and Community Services District brings to all of our decision making would be extended most gratefully to the receipt of these tax funds. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Doug Hutchison, Fire Chief for the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. I want to echo what Chief DeWitt just said. We would come out in support of the 3/8 cent sales tax for fire. While I appreciate the attempt for unity and maybe a compromise at 1/8, I'd like to remind the board that there's 22 different fire agencies that share in this throughout the county. So when you start whittling away at that amount, by the time you divide it up amongst the agencies, it doesn't really have a meaningful impact anymore. That's one of the reasons that we spent so much time discussing the formula last week. So we would support the 3/8 cent as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kyle Farmer. Angela is being way too modest. The Anderson Valley Fire Department is really what's making the Prescribed Burn Association move forward. They are like a fiscal sponsor for the PBA at this point. So they're kind of, right there in the middle of this county, the link between the coast and inland, and they're providing that leadership. I do think that linking fire and water is a really rational way to do this, and Mo did a brilliant job just making that happen really fast and utilizing pre-existing determinations in terms of the way she was able to build on things. So this wasn't just created out of nowhere. She was building on pre-existing work. That's what I think makes it work. But I do kind of want to bring up, when it comes to water, there's a lot of people who talk about hydrants. What we mostly have in this county are standpipes. We were doing with my volunteer fire department yesterday, we were doing a drive around to check on things. There's a lot of places where you'll have a tank and just low head flow from that tank as if it's going to be highly useful in a firefighting situation. That's the kind of stuff that happens in this kind of piecemeal 5,000 gallon tank at a time approach that it sounds like Mr. Jurdy is suggesting would solve some of these problems. These are big, big, big problems. These aren't kind of micro grant problems. These are, Sonoma County's water agency, I did the rough math, is 4% of their budget. Petaluma's water agency, I think, is 30% of their budget. And if you look at this county, I think the one of the biggest things that has held us back is thinking that we can deal with water one well at a time, one little plastic tank at a time. It really has to be a cohesive countywide approach if we're going to make it through to the other side of this. And it might be that even more linkage between fire and water, it would be really great if we could tap into hydrants. That's what allows you to put out bigger fires. And as much as even Ukiah might have some paid fire departments, these days when there's a big fire, they're calling Zone 2 every time. There's Hopland, Redwood, and Potter Valley are showing up for Ukiah every single time. So we are all connected, not only through water, not only through the fire sheds, but also through our zone mutual aid systems in this county. So I really hope you guys try to fund these things. I like Ted's idea also of bringing in, I mean, sales tax is one thing, but it's kind of a ridiculous situation we've created in this county that we think that, you know, a water agency is some sort of accessory unit outhouse we can have. It's the kitchen. It's like, it's the core of what makes life work is water. So thank you.
Afternoon. I'm Carolyn Schneider. I'm on the Citizens Library Initiative Committee and also on the Library Advisory Board. And as all these things are essential, it's like there's not enough for everybody. Probably the library petition will most likely get on the ballot for the 1/8 of a cent more than what we have now. And what we're hoping for, that there's only 1/8 or 2/8 that will go to fire or water or whatever combination the Board of Supervisors comes up with. I hate all these things pitted against each other. And this time, we got plenty of divisiveness and polarity in the whole world, and now it's right here. We're seeing it right here. But I'm hoping that you can look at it in a bigger picture. I mean, I want fire services. I have a big water tank. I have a well that almost ran dry. All these things are huge issues, and they're going to go on and on and on, so it's going to keep needing things. So I'm just saying you got to really look at it carefully and not use all of the sales tax either, because people they don't have enough money. They don't have enough money, and they're paying more sales tax if the 3/8 passes. If you do 2/8, then at least it's a stable amount, what it is right now. I just fear that the battle then is, if it's 3/8 and 1/8, and Fort Bragg's talking about a 3/8 cent tax, that then in November nothing passes because people have had it. And so I just think it can be a dangerous moment right now, and I hope that you can resolve this in some way that no one gets everything they want or even need, but we all get something to move on. So thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Carolyn. Carolyn is the president of the Library Advisory Group, and she actually came out from Fort Bragg today. I'm Michelle Bisson-Savoy, and I'm the president of the Ukiah Valley Friends of the Library. What we would like to see you do is to go ahead with a sales tax that is dedicated to fire and to water, and that is limited to the 2/8 or 1/4. It's a great deal of money. It's like $7 million. I think that's a pretty big pie, and I think even if you slice it up, you can manage to make sure that everybody gets some. And what the libraries have put forward, we got our petitions in, is an 1/8. It's not 3/8, it's not a half, it's 1/8. That leaves you with another 1/4, 2/8, to really do something with. And you have an opportunity with fire, and you have an opportunity with water. And I really think you should kind of look at that as your solution. So thank you, and I do appreciate all the work you guys have put into it. And I know you're all very thoughtful about it, and I know these issues are very important to you, just like the library is very important to us. So thank you again.
Chair Williams, members of the board, Patrick Hickey, field representative with SEIU Local 1021. We want to be in a position where we can support this resolution. And certainly we don't want to be in a position where we have to oppose it. But many of our members have worked many, many hours collecting signatures throughout the county to make sure that our library system stays strong. And as some of the other folks have mentioned, and as I mentioned at a previous meeting, we want to work together. We want to figure out a way that we can move forward together. We also want to work for a proposal that we think has a good chance of actually succeeding. And I would have to agree with Supervisor Jurdy. If the county moves forward with a 3/8 cent sales tax, I suspect it'll go down in defeat. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Victor Husak on the Friends of the Library Board. I know a lot's been said about pros and cons of a general tax and it being in perpetuity. That can always be amended. But I would just like to address the fact that we wouldn't be having this debate, perhaps, if the board only requested 2/8 of the 3/8 that's in play. We have worked very hard getting signatures and telling people that if they voted for this additional 1/8 of the 3/8 in play, there would be no tax increase. So again, if there were 2/8 in the board's potential fire and or water proposal, we could honestly say to the voters there would be no tax increase. So I would hope that the board would consider that so that both potentially could pass. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Guinness McFadden. I wrote an open letter to Supervisor Jurdy, and having listened to him today, I don't think it would serve any purpose to stir that water up anymore. So I'm not going to say my first paragraph or my second one, which disabuses him of some misconceptions on how the Potter Valley Irrigation District works. I invite him to get in touch with me at 621-2311 anytime he wants. I know Dan, he knows me. I've always respected him. He does his homework. And a lot of what he said in his memo the other day made sense about timing and the way to do it. But there are some paragraphs I'd like to read if I have the time. This is to Supervisor Jurdy. Last week on June 15th, during a discussion of the medical system in the county, you remarked that when there's a problem in one part of Mendocino County, it's a problem for all the county. I would hope that that attitude on your part would spill over to this water issue. I'm reminded of last summer when the coast was hurting for water. Trucks left the inland valleys carrying needed water supply to our neighbors on the coast. This water issue is county-wide. Besides Potter Valley, Ukiah Valley, Hopland, Northern Sonoma County, Healdsburg, Santa Rosa, and Marin County, one way or another, rely on this water. We've been abandoned by our Congressman Huffman, who recently implored the Federal Energy Regulation Committee to expedite retiring the Potter Valley project without confirming the reliability of water supply to the Russian River interests, thereby putting to lie this so-called two-basin solution. We in the Russian River Basin are alone at the moment. Regardless of the outcome of the upcoming vote and an added 1/4 or 3/8 tax, it is important to put aside narrow interests and think of the good for the entire region, a good that is being attacked by smart, well-funded, and relentless forces who want to completely eliminate the Potter Valley project. To use Supervisor Mulherne's favorite word, this is a conversation, that's the word. A conversation I think has been long to come, and serious conversation, because this is an issue that is very, very important. Now, Supervisor Jurdy has his feelings. about whether it's worth for the coast to support something that he says will only help the inland valleys, but that's a binary choice that's a false one. And I appreciate you listening to me. Anybody wants to know how the Potter Valley project works, I'm happy to tell them what I can and how it's been working for 100 years.
Thank you. Let's go to online comment, starting with South Coast Fire. You're muted.
Good afternoon. Can you folks hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Kevin Callahan, Treasurer, South Coast Fire Protection District. I wanted to make Supervisor Gurgey and Haschek acutely aware that we are in the 11th hour of a crisis here on the South Coast. Supervisor Mulhern had an opportunity to do a lot of collaborative work with all of the agencies to come up with a concise and comprehensive plan to address something that is in our forefront right now. The South Coast Fire Protection District is running on fumes at times. We've had to take out loans in order to keep responding. Our insurance has gone up over 240% in the last year. Our fuel prices, as you well know, are through the roof. Our crews are aging. Our apparatus and infrastructure is aging, as are a lot of the volunteer fire departments. And if we don't do something now, we're going to pay a price later, and not much later, very soon. I'm sure you're aware of the fire we had just a few weeks ago up near Point Arena, and the board dug into its pockets and purchased a bulldozer and a tractor, which ultimately saved that fire from spreading. A perfect example of how, if we can get some funding from you folks, we continue to do the good work on an unpaid basis. To hear this can being kicked down the road is, as Supervisor Gurgey so succinctly puts, offensive. I, as a private citizen, not as a board member, but as a private citizen, find it offensive that we can't put our best foot forward and take care of our volunteers. Thank you.
Next, we have David Roderick. David, you can begin when you're ready. It looks like your microphone has no audio coming through. Perhaps we can come back to David. Next we have Ed O'Brien.
I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm speaking as Ed O'Brien, not as any board member, past or present, firefighter or such, but I encourage you to do the best you can to put the full 3/8 on the ballot. I think supplying some of my neighboring fire departments is really, really important. I drive through their area. My family drives through their area. We all have to be safe. The one thing that bothered me about the supervisor from the 4th District said, when he was saying we make choices as to where we live, and that's a fact. And I made a choice here in Mendocino, and I'm still happy with it. But we're not in control of things here in Mendocino. As you know, the Board of Supervisors is our favorite form of government. And basically in the 70s, when the town of Mendocino was granted by the federal and the state government a sewer system, the Board of Supervisors, directly after that, approved an explosion of new B&Bs all over town. There was no consideration about how much water they would use. These were basically single-family dwellings that had supplied enough water for a family, and now they were supplying water for 4 units, 5 units, 6 units, and hot tubs, whatever was on there. So I understand how it seems like Potter Valley is going to get all the water. I understand the argument about it's not going to be coming to the coast. But the inland area did supply us some very important water during the last one, and I believe it just, it's not the way to do it. We are working on our own watering systems to save water and to try to have it for when people actually need it. But I just don't think that it's a good thing to say that people make their choices as to where they live. We made our choice, and I know where the library is, and I know where the local library is, and I don't want to be competing with them, but I think you do have to prioritize life safety and life supporting water. So I thank you very much for your time.
Valerie?
I hope I can start this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. First of all, I do want to, I am the chair of the Anderson Valley Community Service District, and probably 90% of what we do is run a fire EMS for the Valley and the surrounding areas. And we want to express that we support the sales tax for the fire. I have to say, listening to you, that I don't have an answer for how you're going to figure out water. I mean, water and fire, either versus or combined. So I don't really have an answer for that. But I do want to give you some 3 quick thoughts. One is that Anderson Valley is happy to provide you with a needs assessment for funds. So we could work on that. The second thing is that we merged our EMS department brought it underneath the Anderson Valley Fire Department roof to strengthen our rural EMS services in 2017. But in recent years, the dwindling EMS revenues have required the fire department funding to be moved from the fire branch of the fire department to keep EMS transport services in place. And we did that by shifting the TOT funding over. So this new funding, the sales tax funding, would definitely backfill that gap. The last thing is that in 2017, I hope you remember that the fire districts worked with former Sheriff Tom Allman and supported Measure B, that the mental health measure, to not compete at that time for a sales tax for fire. The plan was to have the fire departments seek the sunsetting 3/8% portion once it became available. And this is where we are today. So we're sticking to the plan, which has been well known for over 5 years. Thank you very much.
Peter?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I have a few observations that I'd like to share with the board. One is taxes are one of those issues where it's really important that the community have a consensus about what it wants to do because it has a massive impact and it cuts across all the sectors in the county. And frankly, this discussion just has not risen to the level in the community where a consensus can be said to exist about what an appropriate solution is. I suspect that we all would agree in a very high level general sense that there's a problem with fire funding and a problem with water funding. That isn't in dispute. But simply throwing a solution at the problem and saying that because of time, we have to embrace that solution and make it the one that we embed in our government is a hugely wrong mistake. And I would argue that, especially in a time when consumers are facing the pressures of rising inflation, it's hitting hard on their pocketbooks. And I think it's important to point out that one of the reasons why our fire districts are aging is because the demographics of the county have changed, and we have an older retired population, but they're also a population that has fixed incomes and from which sales taxes have a particularly vicious bite. So I have to say that I don't represent fire districts. I don't represent water districts. I just represent a retiree on a fixed income. And I have to say that, in my opinion, this is a solution in search of justification. And we really should, as a community, be able to come together with a solid justification for what we're going to do. Not just that we have a problem, but this is the best and most doable solution to the problem. And I don't see that, and I would communicate that to your board in regard to the increase in the sales tax. Thank you.
Devin?
Good afternoon, board. Devin Bohr, Executive Director, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And there's been several good points brought up in the dialogue this afternoon. There's still several concerns that I wanted to bring forward. First, this became contentious pretty quickly, I would say, and that's unfortunate to the fact that, this is a county-wide issue and it shouldn't be one district pitted against the other. In terms of some of the comments specific to water, which is what I know the best, 4, possibly 5 districts, it's hard to tell with the redistricting on the bottom of the 5th on the southeast side, if it touches the Russian River watershed. But for sure, 4 are directly involved with the operation of the Potter Valley project. Speaking as an individual to the 5th district where I live, my water that comes to my residence is 100% dependent upon water supply from Lake Mendocino, which is therefore connected to the Potter Valley project. So this is not just an agricultural consideration. This is a broader base. So I wanted to reiterate that once again. And I guess my concern and frustration that I always try to hold back when it comes to the county dealing with water issues is just like some of the previous commenters mentioned, there hasn't really been any solution. It's reactionary and it's not looking at the bigger picture. We have significant issues in all areas of the county when it comes to water, and they're coming to a head after 3 years of drought. Plus we have, the bigger, broader pictures of looking at long-term infrastructure and where the water supply is going to be coming from. To connect it to fire, for example, the same water district that has a fire hydrant right in front of my house will be pretty moot if they don't have a water supply to provide to that. The 2 largest fires that we've had, number 1 and number 3 in state history, were inland. Both of those fires were highly dependent upon water supply provided from Lake Pillsbury, Lake Mendocino, agricultural water storage ponds, and all the supporting districts. So there is a connection between water and fire. And think about all the resources and the time that this board spent post-2017 working on fire recovery. That wasn't limited to the 1st district. That was a conversation that happened countywide. So please look at this as a broader picture. And it is a solution. Maybe it's not the solution, but I do applaud Supervisor Mulhern for at least bringing a solution forward for consideration. So thank you.
Anna?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is just so frustrating. It's already so hard for most people to live here. You guys have a budget. You need to learn how to manage it. And you always go for the easy answer, which is to tax people here. And that is just wrong. Everybody here is already struggling. And now you want to add the burden to the people who are trying to get by day to day. I've already had, Dan, we have disagreed. Dan, we have disagreed on some issues, but I am totally agreeing with you on this one. And Ted, we have agreed on some issues, but I'm completely disagreeing with you on this. You can't just keep strapping taxes on the backs of the people who live here because you can't manage a budget. I agree with the previous speaker about the reactionary Sorry, I'm having trouble here with my internet. I agree with the previous speaker with the reactionary actions of the Board of Supervisors instead of getting in front of all of the issues in the first place. And I'm willing to do my part to work with the Board of Supervisors, as you know, because we have met in person. But you can't just keep not dealing with things and then say, oh, well, let's just tax it and, screw over our constituents that are already just trying to hang on as it is. Sorry, that was kind of off the cuff because I didn't have those comments prepared, but I guess that's the gist of it.
Ron?
Thank you, Chair Williams. And I really appreciate you steering this conversation and trying to get a board to come to fix a solution. We know that our water issues aren't going to magically get better. And if they do, we may come in a different cycle. And this looks back to when the dam was being built. And we can't afford it. And now we're at a part to where it might have been cheaper to do it then. So I think that we really need to be not just looking at where we're at now, but where things are going. And that's going to be a really important thing is of looking back in history, how when a previous issue was brought up, I personally feel that the county made the wrong decision back then. And I hope they don't make another wrong decision going forward. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 2452. Please state your name for the record.
You could press *6 on your phone to unmute.
You're unmuted.
Let's try Dave Roderick one last time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that new computer. Just a bit of history here. On the May 17 board meeting, Supervisor Jury lamented that a citizens group wasn't coming forward to present this tax. And I need to remind Dan perhaps that a citizen group did try to bring a fire tax to the county in 2015, for which our group, me included, were immediately sued to stop us, sued personally. And that whole unfortunate event spurred a letter dated May 26th of 2016 that Dan Jurdy wrote to the board and to the Fire Association, outlining next steps, identifying the $3 to $10 million in unfunded benefit that the county received from fire districts, and that he's recommended that the board put forward a fire tax for fire. I sent a copy of that letter again to Chairman Williams here during today's meeting, so you have that for the record. My position is this isn't so much a fire tax as it is a emergency medical services tax, EMS. That is the liability that the county truly has financially by state law. So I don't really care how it's funded. Tax, no tax. I think the most efficient way to resolve the problem and be more equitable to the other initiative people would be to just reallocate the public safety budget that's currently existing. Law enforcement receives 99.5% of the public safety budget. I think it would be reasonable to look at that allocation and perhaps rethink that. And you could do so without raising taxes. That's going to cause pain in other sectors of our public service providers. But I think now is the time to do it. And otherwise, we're going to continue to have these same conversations, these same meetings that go nowhere. Here we are 7 years down the road from Mr. Jurdy's letter, and nothing's changed. So it's got to change, and we're out of time. So these academic discussions about taking our time and slowing down and reevaluating, I think those days are long gone. And the board has to act, and they need to act right away.
Phone number ending in 2831.
Hi, this is Jenny Shattuck from the coast. Just a couple things that come to mind. When I've talked to people, they say they support the libraries, but they don't want our taxes to go up. So I'm wondering if limiting it to the 2/8 and also maybe allocating some of the TOT money. We're constantly asking tourists to come here, and as someone who lives near Highway 1, there's constant ambulances, cliff rescues, cars, motorcycles. It's a lot of tourists. So we're inviting them here, and then our resources are being used for them to rescue them. Our ambulances, our hospitals. In fact, I had a family member in the hospital who couldn't get flown out because the ambulance and helicopter were helping people that were in accidents that were visiting here. So I'm just wondering if the TOT could be somehow allocated towards that. And if this wasn't in the general fund, I think that would make people support it more. That's all. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 3245.
Good afternoon. It's Michael Reese, Chief with the Albion Little River Fire Protection District. I'm calling in to say that we support the full 3/8 allocation, and I just want to speak to the fact that I'm not sure everyone in the county realizes how on the brink our medium, small volunteer fire departments are. We all incur the same costs as the big ones. An engine costs the same, our stations cost the same, our personnel costs the same, and we need as much help as we can get, and we need to do it swiftly. We've had increases in our revenue in the past few years, and that's helped, but we need more, and we need it as soon as possible. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I want to reiterate, is just that, we're one call. We're basically, you could be a phone call away, a 911 phone call away from nobody being home. Response numbers are low. We're, as far as volunteers, and the call volumes are going up, and we need as much help as we can get. That's all I got. Thank you.
That concludes online public comment. Any additional comment from the room? No, it's back to the board. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't wake up one day and decide that there should be a sales tax for fire and water. I've been a board of supervisor for a year and a half. I served on the Ukiah City Council for 6 years. I was born and raised in this community, and I think I have a very clear understanding of some of our very pressing and imminent issues. I want to address the difference between 1/8, 2/8, and 3/8, and what that could do for our fire departments and countywide water projects. 1/8 is simply not enough money to do anything with. I did consider and speak with people about 2/8 and whether or not that would be something that would work, and overwhelmingly that also would not be enough. I understand that there is a concern about competing from the library initiative, because they're also asking for an increase of 1/8 of a cent to go to libraries, making it a full 1/4 of a cent for libraries. That the tax math is complicated, and I by no means think that this is going to be an easy sales tax to get passed. At the same time, for me as a leader to sit in this seat and pretend like I did everything that I could to try to help our fire service and our water needs, and walk away without trying to get the full 3/8 of a cent for this fire and water measure, I would not be serving my community in any way that I would be proud of. I did speak with the fire districts. We were able to come up with an allocation plan based on the 3/8 of a cent. Regarding water, I don't understand exactly the inland versus coastal, this rhetoric about the Potter Valley project and this sort of manufactured battle. I don't understand it. The plan that I've brought forward has initially, I had drafted a 5 to 10 year financial plan countywide developed by this technical advisory group based on feedback. If you read my updated proposal, it did say a minimum of 5-year outlook so that those funds could be balanced countywide based on the recommendations from water technical experts throughout the county. The really important part is that it would come before the board in a public meeting every year to be voted on before the budget was approved. And I think certainly that would be an opportunity for the public and any member of the Board of Supervisors from a potential district that felt that they were not receiving adequate funds to be able to speak up and make sure that that wasn't the case. I don't anticipate that to be the case because the makeup of the body would be sufficient enough to make sure that those funds were spread and that the allocations were balanced over a 5-year plus plan. This kind of board, this kind of technical advisory committee, it works for Sonoma Clean Power, for the Russian River Watershed Association. Again, I didn't wake up one day and just make something up. This proposal includes means that governments have used over decades to be able to handle complicated countywide and regional issues. So I just want to be clear that I'm happy to accept feedback for the proposal that I've provided. I didn't wake up one day and just decide to do this. This is, years of understanding the problems that our community faces and really trying to figure out how to be able to move forward, especially in the middle of this climate disaster. I do want to say, I, as a citizen of Ukiah, have seen the great work and dedication that the Friends of Library of Ukiah have done, that the staff at the Ukiah Library have been able to provide community events for our children, for our entire community, the 8-cent Measure A sales tax, and I applaud them for their efforts and for all of their work. I also understand and know as a supervisor that this county has many, many capital needs that we cannot fund. So I do support the library's ballot initiative, and I have actually signed the initiative and would support it. If the signatures are all checked and it does make it to the ballot, I'm certainly happy to support both a fire and water measure and a library measure. And if it makes anybody feel better, I'm happy to say, I am asking for an 1/8 of an increase for fire and water. But again, the sales tax math isn't the most important part of this conversation. The most important part is, how can we fund the fire resources that our community so desperately needs and relies on, and provide adequate countywide water resources? We're in year 3 of a drought. I don't expect that to go away anytime soon. Certainly, if it does, I will be the first one to put it on a ballot initiative to have this sales tax repealed.
So I would like to recognize Supervisor Mulhern for her work putting a plan together. For water, it's the only specific plan that has come forward. And there's a lot of debate about what the perfect plan is. If it weren't for the climate and being 3 years into a drought, I think this board would work on the perfect plan. We would take our time. We would have stakeholder meetings. We would try to envision what had the highest success of both passing and being effective. We're not in control of the climate. We have towns that may go dry. We're 3 years in now. What happens when we're 5 years in and we find this is the new norm? California has a water crisis. We have a water security problem. So I'm not looking for the perfect plan. I'm looking for incremental steps to make progress. And at the same time, if we have 1 or 2 supervisors against this, I think there's a good chance it'll sink. And so I guess speaking to McGordy and Mulhern, if you can't convince Supervisor Jurdy to get behind this, or at least be impartial, I worry about tying water to fire. Because I go to fire calls still, and I look at people who are wondering, will they survive? Or will their family member survive? Can they get to definitive care quick enough? That's one of the most important things we do in this county, or in some cases maybe we don't do. We don't fund it. And the model of just expecting people to show up for free and train for free, it's not going to work. It's not sustainable. We have fire telling us that. They've been telling us for years. We probably all know somebody who's been saved as the result of a volunteer firefighter showing up at the right time. That may not be the case going forward. We have departments telling us they have a low turnout. They may have 2 or 3 people. They may have 1, and that's going to get worse and worse. So if I had to choose between a combined water and fire with 1 supervisor actively campaigning to make it fail, or just fire, I would probably choose fire at this point, because at least we check off 1 critical problem. We still have towns that may go dry, and you could say Fort Bragg doesn't have a water problem. Maybe it doesn't. We all choose where we live. Well, there are 100,000 people living in this county. What do you do when their town goes dry, or their economy goes dry as the result of water? Whether it's ag or it's tourism, it's a countywide problem. We have 100,000 people, and if it's okay with the clerk, I'd like to pull up 1 slide. Over the weekend, I was looking at our discretionary revenue, and that's the blue line. You can see it's been increasing over time, and then I adjusted it into buying power, real terms. Going back to 2007, we have about the same amount of buying power. It hasn't moved, and yet we have new problems. We have firefighters working for free, probably not as a long-term viable option. We have a drought. We have unfunded mandates. I mean, the state shows up with unfunded mandates all the time. Look at the one about the green waste. And we don't, unless we have an additional revenue source, I don't know how we're going to solve the new problems that arrive. We've talked about how the budgeting process wasn't great. We had staff, but really as a county, we identified the museum and parks as places to chop, not because anybody wants to chop those, but because we told staff, focus on mandates and public safety first, and they did. And the only thing in this county that wasn't a mandate or public safety was the museum and the parks. That's a sad state. We need to be bringing in more revenue. So long-winded way to say I'm looking back at my colleagues hoping there's some unity. If I have to make a recommendation at this point, after everything I've heard from supervisors and the public and fire, I would suggest a 1/4 fire tax. It would check off one problem that we have. And it wouldn't increase the sales tax. And I don't think Supervisor Jurdy would campaign against it because it is a credible plan. It would be supporting the existing 21 local fire agencies using an allocation formula approved by the local fire agencies. Not that I don't think water is important, but I don't want to lose everything. Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Williams. I definitely also thought about and considered that. At a very recent meeting, a supervisor actually suggested that we remove some fire funding for a different use. And I think that this plan does a great job at addressing our fire needs. I don't think that, I think that by having water and fire together, it provides more of collaborative approaches for future boards of supervisors. So if something changes across the state of California and our fire departments are adequately funded, I don't want a future board to try to use the tax for something else. I think that by having water and the 4 incorporated cities plus the water districts all paying attention to how this money is being used is really what provides the accountability for future boards. So I believe that they need to be tied together and that it needs to be 3/8.
Supervisor Haschek.
I call the question.
Well, we can do that. Roll call vote.
Just to clarify before I take the roll, the motion on the floor is direct staff to proceed with drafting an ordinance for a 1/8 cent sales tax for submission to the voters dedicated to the fire agencies. Supervisor McGorty?
No.
Supervisor Mulhern?
No.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
No.
Motion fails with Supervisors McGorty, Mulhern, and Williams dissenting.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, Chair Williams. I am concerned that if there's not a tax decrease, there's in 2023 that we're going to get some people voting against one or more taxes. But in the spirit of trying to reach consensus, because we all do share the goal of improving and helping improve our fire resiliency and wildfire prevention programs, I would like to point out to the board that the proposal that the fire districts recommended at 60% of the 3/8 cent, it equals, if you do the math, it equals 90% of a 1/4 cent sales tax. So, and to simplify it, look at a 3/8 as being 6 million, it may well be more. And look at a 1/4 cent being 4 million, it may well be more. So either way you get out of that 6 million, 60% of 6 million is 3.6, 90% of 4 million is 3.6. And my point there is, when I've talked with people about a fire tax, one of the things they want to see is what we heard from the Anderson Valley Fire Department about how they're working with the Fire Safe Council to help community members harden their homes and protect their homes, create that clearing space so that when firefighters do have to come to their site, they've got a home that they can actually save. You know, if someone doesn't adequately provide fire clearance around their house, it's almost impossible in a major wildfire for the fire department to save that house. I mean, they have to actually, we've heard that in major wildfires, they've had to actually make decisions. Which house on this block can I make a stand and save? And the work of the Fire Safe Council with homeowners has increased the numbers of houses in this county that are savable and can be protected by the fire departments. So what I'm getting at is, again, I think there's an interest in making sure that if we were to have a reliable funding for fire departments and for wildfire safety and homeowner protections, that we could have a 1/4 cent sales tax. Again, we're pushing it whether the voters will approve this, but a 1/4 cent sales tax on the ballot with 90% going to the fire departments exactly with the formula proposed and with the same amounts, with that extra 10% going to wildfire protection programs. And, you know, we could specify there for defensible space and fire resistant structure evaluations, vegetation management, fuel reductions, and grant programs and education to homeowners and property owners. I think that kind of a balanced approach where 10% would be set aside for those types of programs, most likely administered by the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council. We have over, I think, 47 fire safe community districts not districts, but fire safe councils, regional fire safe councils in the county that are working together with the countywide fire safe council. I think that kind of balanced approach with a 1/4 cent sales tax would be very appealing to people. Again, and then the final point is, I think the public does not want to see a sales tax that is just a general fund sales tax with just a resolution, a non-binding statement by the board saying how the money is spent. So I think it should be guaranteed how the money will be spent. And if the board doesn't want to go there, I think the only way around that to assure the voters that the money, there won't be, as I said before, any hanky-panky how the money is being spent, is for it to be a short-term sales tax. So I think we make the choice. Is it a short-term sales tax where the voters would have to renew it? Or do we propose a guarantee to the voters? And I think the voters would respond positively with a guarantee of how these funds were spent. So that's how I think we could come together with a united board and with a united community behind a tax that they would see direct benefit from and has a pathway to passage in November.
Dan, one of the things I like about that is we have rural communities across the county finding that it's difficult to maintain homeowners insurance. Also makes it very difficult to have a long-term rental because that needs to be insured with a different policy than a primary residence. And some of that is just based on fire severity map and the realistic possibility that a structure fire will be a total loss. And I think the defensible space clearing adds to the insurability, just like strengthening fire departments. So I think you have a good idea with the 90-10 split. Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure. My question is this proposed to be a specific tax requiring 66% of the vote?
I would propose it being a specific tax guaranteeing to the voters how the money is being spent. I think the voters would respond positively if there's a guarantee.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Sure. Napa's fire sales tax that included fire prevention just failed. And so, again, I think we have a very urgent situation with fire and water on our hands currently, and I do not support trying to get a specific tax.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I just I couldn't support something that doesn't include something for water. I'm sorry. You may think it's silly, but it's not silly. It's extraordinary what we're facing. I think Mr. McFadden summed it up very greatly about the uphill battle that we are facing, trying to maintain the water right we have inside of the Rush, plus addressing the water insecurity in their coastal communities. It's not trivial. I've spent the last year and a half dealing with this, with the water ad hoc and everybody around the county who's so concerned about what's happening. If there's some way to at least put some sort of water resources into this, I'd consider it. But you can't come up empty-handed on this, at least from my perspective. In good conscience, I can't sit here as a supervisor trying to provide leadership for our county on important issues and say, really not that important. We'll just wait. That's not what's going on right now. And I look at the city of Ukiah as a good example. 2015, they went through the drought, realizing their water insecurity. Fortunately, they have a staff and they're funded better for infrastructure. And they started designing their program for resiliency. And in the process, they brought on 3 new wells. They created a purple pipe program, and their water situation is 100% better than it was in 2015, where they were wondering if they were going to be able to provide enough water for the city of Ukiah. So I know that there is a pathway, and we have to take advantage of the the funding opportunities that are here. They don't happen by themselves. I think we have as good a motivated group of volunteers working on everything in this county, from fire to water, but we need a boost. We can't continue just to get by on next to nothing to make this happen. You and I, Supervisor Jury, don't seem to see this same way on this, but that's kind of my position.
So, Glenn, I want to have a discussion about this because I can't talk to any of you outside of this meeting, and so I apologize to the public, but this is the opportunity. I agree that we have a water security crisis. We're not doing enough, and unless we throw money at it, we likely will find ourselves in a position with insufficient water. But it doesn't matter if we get 3 votes today to put this on the ballot if it doesn't pass. Unless you can convince Supervisor Jurdy to get behind it, I think it'll sink. I mean, I've already heard him on the radio. I've read his pieces on social media. This won't pass if you have one supervisor actively campaigning against it. It doesn't matter how good of an idea it is. It doesn't matter how real the water crisis is. I think it'll sink. And if we sink fire and water together, we haven't solved anything. So, I would rather address water and fire together. If we could come out of this meeting with all 5 finding some unity to do that, great. But if we come out with that plan and it's a split vote and we have 1 or more supervisors actively campaigning against, I don't see it being a good outcome. So I hope you think seriously. And I mean, this is a chance for you and Dan to hash it out and see if you can come to an agreement. Supervisor Mulhern.
I appreciate that Supervisor Jurdy is passionate, and I heard his radio interview as well. He's very much launched into an oppositional campaign. I think that this is too important, and we have to let the voters decide. I am sorry if we cannot get to a consensus, but if this board votes to put it up onto the ballot, then it is up to individuals in our community, coastal communities that are struggling with water, our fire departments, our inland water resources, to wage that campaign against the opposition. My role as a leader and as a supervisor is to say, hey, voters, do you want to do this or not? And that's all I'm asking. I just want to put it on the ballot. And if the voters don't want to do it, then okay, asked and answered, then we know.
Well, unfortunately, that may put us in a position where we're not giving a good response to emergency calls. And we can say, well, the voters didn't pass it, but we don't know, did they not pass it because they thought it was all about Potter Valley water? What do you think about splitting it out? Stick with your 3/8, 1/4 for fire, and a separate ballot item, 1/8 for water. You get the overall funding, but if one fails, the other may still pass.
Yep, I've considered that as well. And my response is that they need to be together to hold future boards of supervisors accountable. If, we're talking about this TOT money that previously we didn't have a tourism economy. And this money has built up so where we do have a tourism economy, and the first thing is, oh, well, we can have some of that back then. So if we have fire receiving funding and they appear to be doing well, my concern is that that money will be taken away. So again, if you have the water plan with the 4 cities and the district members plus fire all watching this money and watching what future boards of supervisors do, that's where our accountability is. I'm not concerned about me not voting for fire. I understand the needs. I'm not concerned about me not voting for water. I understand the needs. 10 years from now, when maybe we're not in a 3-year drought and that looks convenient for somebody to use for something else, then that is why there needs to be this accountability of having both of the projects together.
Supervisor Haschek.
One of the big issues is whether it's a dedicated tax or a general fund tax. And I think that that's something we need to grapple with, and the other is the limited scope. I think that if we put on a number of years, that would help. Because right now, if we put on a general tax for 3/8%, I don't believe it would pass. And I don't believe that the people, even though they would say, yeah, we need it for fire, and I think that we would have more likelihood of passing it if it's dedicated, because I don't believe that the people would have the faith in the board to really follow through over the years. So that's why I'd say it needs to be 5 or 7 years, and we should probably go for the 2/3 vote, where it's really set in stone.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure, my concern with that is the libraries went after an 1/8 of a cent sales tax for 20 years. That was supposed to sunset. And now we're back and they need an additional 1/8 of a cent, plus don't want the tax to sunset. I don't want to be in that same position. I don't think that fire and water resources are going to get any easier in 10 years. I've definitely thought about that too.
Well, and I think that the people will realize that, and if people don't realize it, then we're in bad shape.
If I can, I think, what we're talking about here is a new tax for a new purpose. It's either a dedicated guaranteed tax for a guaranteed purpose, or it's a guaranteed tax for a promised purpose. And so I think we need to recognize that when the citizens when the library tax was first put on the ballot and passed, it was a new sales tax at that time. And I think the reason it was set to sunset was to prove to the voters, give the county library system a chance to prove itself. And now the library supporters have gone out with their belief that we were all supporting them to collect signatures to get this on the ballot for November to renew it, but make it permanent now that they've had a chance to prove themselves. And I think when we're talking about a new tax, we have a burden to prove to the public that the money is being well spent. And so my preference is for a guaranteed tax. If we went for up to 1/4 cent for fire, we could, it would be time limited, as Supervisor Haschek said, 5-7 years, something like that. And that would, I think, force guardrails on this board and future boards to spend the money as promised, or there'd be no chance of the tax being renewed at that time.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Mr. Chair, you are probably the one on the board with the most fire experience. So if a fire department is reviewing their budget and looking at maybe increasing staffing or buying equipment, what happens 7 years from now when they've had that money in their budget and then it's not voted for again?
Well, if it's not a guarantee, I would think long-term planning would be hard. I mean, they may be able to save up a few years and buy an engine, but they're not going to be able to plan to pay, say, a duty officer around the clock because they don't know if they'll have funding after that 7th year. I think that may put more strain on fire. Not that the funds in the interim wouldn't be a good idea, but I don't think it's the best idea. But I do understand Dan's point. If you don't put some guardrails on this, will voters support it? I don't know. I guess I'm thinking that I could put 8 5,000-gallon water tanks in my front yard, right? An individual, it's inconvenient. Not everybody has the resources to do it tomorrow, but an individual can take care of their water needs in a rural environment. You can't really take care of your traffic collision or your mega fire on your own. So again, if I had to choose between these two, fire is, one of those where people don't really think about it or prioritize it until they call 911, and then they wonder where's the ambulance, where are the firefighters? And that's why it's hard to get people to stand in front of the post office and collect signatures, because the people who benefit are the ones who don't know tomorrow they will need to call 911. And I guess it means I need to be out there collecting signatures. So I'm looking for compromise. I see Supervisor Jurdy is trying to compromise. I appreciate that. McGordy and Mulhern, can you come close to Dan's proposal?
We need the water and the fire resources. I'm amenable to putting a time limit on it.
What if we were to address fire through the sales tax at the quarter? Seems like Supervisor Jurdy is open to that, and reallocate some of our discretionary budget to address the water problem. And I know that means hard decisions and cuts in other services that we all care about, but if water is truly one of those top 3 priorities, maybe now is the time. McGordy.
I want to come away empty-handed from this, not having addressed the issue. I think you've made a pretty compelling argument for the importance of fire and the fire safe councils that do wonderful work. We like in typical Mendocino fashion, we find ways to cobble it together. And we just recently got a fire safe grant to look at a variety of things, including emergency egress through East Hills. So we're all thinking the same. God, we're not enemies here, and I'm disappointed that we're so far apart, especially Supervisor Jurdy. I'm surprised, because he drives through the county. I know he knows it's dry. I'm surprised he's not a little bit more concerned about his neighbors to the south of him. So if worse comes to worse here, and we could at least walk out with some resources that are definitely dedicated to address water issues so that we're not empty-handed, I would consider that. Otherwise, I'm pretty much in agreement with Supervisor Mulhern that they're really like parents. They really are so critically important for communities that I would really prefer to let the voters decide on it.
Supervisor Haschek.
My question is for the interim CEO. What has the board dedicated for standing up the water agency for this coming year?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. It was $250,000 that you moved from reserve for local match for waters. So you had 960 set aside, but you took 250,000 and put it towards the water agency.
Okay, and so for the rest of the board, Supervisor McGordy and I have been in discussions, and we're still trying to figure out a model of how to use that money to stand up a water agency, to do a lot of these grant writing and support for the different water agencies of the county. And so we should have that proposal back, I don't know, in September.
I believe that's what Howard mentioned.
Yeah. Okay, and working with Howard DeShiel from the Department of Transportation, who is our water agency person, along with Amber Fissette.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've been trying to find a moment here where I don't interrupt what I think is a very important conversation, but I do just want to make sure that I'm clear. If the board decides to move to a special tax, I do think we're going to need to revisit the issue of the allocation formula. Because the board was going with a non-binding resolution with respect to the allocation between the individual districts, we've sidestepped what is a potentially very thorny issue in terms of how would you sort of legally structure something governing the allocation between individual districts when that is so subject to change, right? Specifically that you'd have a lot of potential shift, districts merging, districts dissolving, districts being added, districts from outside of the county potentially coming in, or, I wouldn't put it beyond the realm of possibility that the state could sort of fundamentally shift how fire services are provided statewide. I just want to make sure that I identify that issue and suggest that if the board does decide to go that way, and I understand you haven't made up your minds yet, you would leave me a little bit of room to propose some language to you that would give some flexibility while still maintaining the fundamental basic purpose. But there were some mentions about the allocation formula being more or less set in stone, and I want to be candid with the board that I think that would be very difficult, and I'm not certain we'd be able to do quite that specific.
Appreciate that. I think I hear good arguments in both directions, but I think that pushes me into the general tax of 50% plus one, because I don't think we're going to be able to architect all of that language in time for districts coming and going. And what about Whale Gulch, and how does Westport fit in? I think we need some flexibility.
Chair Williams?
Yeah.
So again, if there was a general tax, I think the only way to get voter confidence is to limit the time. And I know it does create budgeting issues for each of the departments to some extent. But this is one of what I'm going to call their three big funding. Actually, this would be one of their four big funding sources. So all the departments have a parcel tax, except for Whale Gulch and Westport. Those are departments, not districts. Every other, they all have, so essentially they all have parcel taxes. They all have, their share of the 172 funds coming from the county. They have their share from the county of the campground tax. And then they would have this other source. So, every agency has some variability in their revenues from year to year, just like any business or any individual. But I think the departments, at least the ones I've talked to, I think could manage this. And again, what I actually see happening is the public would, I have confidence that the public would see the money spent wisely, and they would see the results, and that they would then renew the tax in a dedicated tax, most likely without a time limit at that point. But if the concern is that this being a new tax needs to go with a 50% plus one, I think it needs to be time limited for a fairly short period of time, 6 or 8 years, somewhere in that range. And let the tax proceeds prove to the voters that it was a good use of funds, so that it could be renewed later.
I think that has merit. It's not without problems, but I think it's a fair compromise. Dan, can you think of any way to include some aspect of water? And I'm like Dave Roderick, I'm not concerned whether it's from this new tax or it's general fund, but I would sure like to walk away today with Supervisors Mulhern and McGordy feeling like some amount of funding has been dedicated to water solutions. And frankly, I'm concerned as well. They brought it up earlier, but Wallala, South Coast needs more housing. There's a moratorium. You can't really build because of the lack of water. Point Arena has a private water company. Hopefully it has long-term viability. Town of Mendocino, we're well aware, it runs dry. And last year, hauling it from Ukiah, that was before this fuel increase. It's not a viable long-term plan. And if that hauling stops, which I think it will, the county can't pay for it and the state won't long-term, we could lose $2 to $3 million of county revenue from the TOT. So I understand not wanting to make hard decisions and allocate money to water because today we don't. But if we don't do it, we may find we lose far more in revenue, and that's just one part of the county. So back to what I'm looking for compromise, and I think we're close. What can you offer that Supervisor McGordy and Mulhern may feel is a fair compromise to address water?
Well, I mean, I definitely want to see us, tackle the water problems in our county. And I think Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Hashak and everybody on the board working with our county staff did a tremendous job last year. And I don't want it to say, okay, pat ourselves on the back, that's enough. I'm not saying that. I have pointed out the one example that I gave where, in my mind, there's no consequence to it if we reduced our contribution to Visit Mendocino, which is increasing their marketing budget by 92% this year by $350,000. I think that could be a decision the board makes next year. But in the meantime, maybe what we could do is we could agree that we'll have a workshop dedicated to the issue of the water crisis in Mendocino County sometime in the next 2 months. And what we could do is we could ask all the water districts in the county to come together with their suggestions of possible funding sources, possible projects. And in the meantime, we'll all look for funding opportunities. And, I don't know what else more we could promise at this point. We can only promise to try to work on this.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I think that with the water situation, the plan we created through the budget process is going to provide us with grant writing capabilities, support for our local water agencies, and I think that we'll be able to do a lot of these things. And then this coming year, because there is money available through the state, I think we need to tap into it. It's critical. I don't think anyone on this board thinks that water is not an issue in this county. It's, and then like Supervisor Jurdy said, hey, let's look at other possible funding through the TOT, that contribution we're making. That seems like a reasonable approach. And, but I just think in the political sense, what I've been hearing is if we have a sales tax and it has this water agency, water grants, all this, that people won't go for it. I just don't believe it. And so that's why I proposed that 1/8 of a cent for fire, because I think that would be a winner.
Supervisor McGordy.
So 2 points. One to what Supervisor Jurdy talked about. That's exactly what the ad hoc does. Is we do get together and we talk and we kind of have a list. We know what things need to get done. We know what it takes, and it's going to take planning and engineering and very quick movement, because the funding for drought is now is probably it goes very quickly. There's another round coming up. We don't want to miss it. We got to be at the table. That's all I can tell you is you've got to be at the table. And in response to Supervisor Haschak's comments, I've already forgotten what I was going to say. So, John, you get a pass, but it was semi-critical. I'll give you that. I just want to tell you that I'm a huge supporter of libraries and the fire department. Anybody who watched what they did for First District year doesn't need to wait 6 to 8 years to figure out if they're going to use their money wisely. The first time they show up, they all come, and they put the Hopkins fire out in 2 hours against all great odds. Even though we lost 60 structures, they're extraordinary. So I nobody has to prove anything to me by the fire department. The conditions are getting gnarlier and gnarlier every time we have a fire, and we had 3 of them in the First District last year in that kind of urban-rural interface, and it was extraordinary what they did. So I don't need to wait 6 to 8 years to figure out if they're doing a good job, if they're spending their money wisely. I know we will. That's not going to be an issue for me. So that's my concern. Do I need all the money that I can possibly get from the taxpayers? No. I know what I was going to say. In our district, John, you'd reach a really different conclusion. Maybe people in Third District don't worry so much about water, but boy, it's a huge topic where I am, because it's the whole basis of our lifeblood for our towns and for our main economic engine, which is agriculture. So it's a huge topic here, and that's all I hear about when we talk about what's going to happen. Is the county going to move on this, or are we on our own? So if we've got to have some way of being at the table. If there's a way that we can assure that we've got a technical response this year so that we can take care of water issues, it's got to be funded at a level that's functional. And that's my concern. I don't think $250,000 quite cuts it. So that's my point. Fighting with you guys, I don't like doing it. I'm not here to be oppositional, but as Supervisor Mulheron says, sometimes you got to stand up for what you believe and show your leadership. And she's in the same immediate geographic area. So yeah, probably not important maybe in Fourth District or Third District. It's very, very important in First and Second, and that's why we have them linked together.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that the proposal that I brought forward was for basically $2 million a year for water projects. And that wasn't for a grant writer. That's for technical assistance to provide the document so that people have shovel-ready projects. So when there is all of this drought funding, this $23 million that came out last year, that we're ready to go. Congressman Huffman has the potential raising of the Coyote Valley Dam at $3 million over 3 years. Our county budget doesn't have any kind of money to support that. We lose $16 million a year in sales tax revenue as a county because Lake Mendocino is not up fully functional for recreation. That's not to even get into how many times, and I understand maybe coastal supervisors or Third District supervisors don't hear the same comment. Why does Sonoma County get all of our water? If we're not at the table with a wallet, I mean, it's one thing to be at the table. It's one thing to be at the table with a wallet and money to participate. Then we are not going to be able to secure our water resources. And it's much bigger than just Ukiah and just Potter Valley. And it's not a trivial amount of money. And it's certainly not money that we can just take from some other discretionary revenue within our budget when we already have budget shortfalls because of health insurance and because of cannabis. And we just went through an entire budget process where we talked extensively about how we didn't have any extra money. There's no extra money. What I'm asking is, hey, voters, do you want to support this in a way where we can have a meaningful impact?
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, that gets back to there's a commodity. It's called water. The people who are selling it need to sell it at the market rate. They're selling it at below market rate. And now they're asking for all taxpayers in Mendocino County to pay a sales tax because they're not willing to pay the market rate for water. So there is no reason for a water sales tax. The types of projects the type of assistance we're talking about providing the water purveyors in Mendocino County does not require a sales tax. It requires something in the neighborhood of $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year, which the county can find if we work at it. And we also know that we have good, smart intelligent people working for the water districts throughout this county. They're, the ones I talk to are willing to help out each other to get grants. And, yes, we do probably need to help them. Maybe there's someone here in Mendocino County that could be paid part-time or full-time to work with these water districts, with the cities, to help them secure additional grants. And that could be the role of the county. But, when people are talking about raising Coyote Dam through property tax, or in this case, a sales tax, a countywide sales tax, that makes no sense. There are water consumers. The consumers of that water can pay for the infrastructure. They don't have to pay with cash. It can be financed with the revenue stream.
Dan, I support your idea that water is a local problem and can be self-funded in a lot of cases, but I want to share, and I support the direction you're going, I think, but the town of Mendocino is not sourcing water from Potter Valley Project. It's not Russian River water, and recently the state sent out what they're calling surveys. This is the Division of Drinking Water. They sent out surveys to about 78 businesses. And the survey basically asks, are you serving water to customers and where are you getting it? How is it tested? And I know that most of those businesses probably get it out of a shallow hole in the backyard. And it probably isn't tested or treated, and technically may not meet drinking water standards. And that's a big revenue source for this county. When you look at the bed tax and the sales tax, I don't think there's anywhere else in the county that generates so much revenue within about 1 square mile. So as much as I'm concerned about wage earners who work in the visitor economy that could be impacted, and general viability of that town, what it's like when there's no water available, I'm also worried about the county revenue. That revenue goes into our general fund. It gets spent everywhere. All 5 of our districts are spending the money that come out of the town of Mendocino's bed tax and sales tax. And I don't see it moving in a good direction. I see the state pulling out the agency that's the stick, not an agency that's a solutions provider. Perhaps that changes. Perhaps the SAFER program will recognize that this is a prime candidate for an actual water system, but it's complicated. We've spent a lot of time on it, and there isn't water nearby. We could source it in District 4 in Casper and run a pipeline down Highway 1. There's no real water nearby. Big River is brackish about 11 miles up. You can't do desal like you can on Noyo. And state-approved well is sealed the first 50 feet. Most of the water in that town flows as surface water between 25 and 50. So I don't think it's just the Potter Valley ag folks who are looking for a countywide sales tax to take all of our money to fix their problems so they can have free water forever. I think we have water problems throughout the county, and I wouldn't support a water tax if it were not solving the problems in all 5 districts. That said, if you're going to campaign against it, I'm likely to bend and go with the fire only, because last thing I want to do is have Board of Supervisors campaigning against the other Board of Supervisors to try to get a tax through voters to solve critical public safety needs. That doesn't sound like a good recipe. We've had past fights on the board. We've had conflict with the sheriff. I don't want to go down that path again. So I'm looking at the rest of you to figure out a plan where everybody gets something, some amount of compromise, and we walk out friends. McGordy.
I just have a question for Dan. Do you feel that the community of Mendocino needs to solve their own problems too?
I think with the assistance that we're talking about at the level of $400,000 a year through the county water agency, with that level of assistance, which we're hoping that our dynamic and amazing state senator, Mike McGuire, the first North Coast state senator to be majority leader since Barry Keene, and probably I think only the second. I think somehow McGuire, with the county's technical assistance with the town of Mendocino, might be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat. But I don't see a sales tax being the solution to the town of Mendocino. So again, in the spirit of compromise, I would like to propose that we, unless there's more discussion, that we propose a 1/4 cent sales tax with the formula brought forward by Supervisor Mulhern for the fire departments, for 90% of the funds and 10% of the funds for fire protection and prevention services, such as dispensable space and fire resistant structure evaluations, vegetation management, fuel reduction, and public education programs and that this tax would be for 8 years with the companion resolution by the board.
I'll second that.
I would appreciate hearing from McGordy and Mulhern. I know this is not the tax plan that you want, but can you work with it if we work on a general fund allocation for our water agency?
Okay, so here's my position. I probably would not support this, in terms of, if we take a vote right now, when it appears on the ballot, I'll probably vote for it because I'm not against fire. I just feel like the water situation is so important. I can't just do nothing. That's kind of how I feel.
And I understand that you can't do nothing, and I feel that as well. And I know if a town or two goes dry, I'm going to look back and think this was a mistake. But if you have 1 or 2 supervisors campaigning against, I don't think you can pass it. And in which case, we've really done nothing.
I would not campaign against my supervisors. Once the board makes a decision, we live with the outcome, and I'm going to support whatever he decides to do. I think campaigning against something, unless it's really vile, and this isn't really vile, this is really good. It's just not quite good enough. That's the problem. It doesn't address a key constituency that I can't ignore. That's all.
8 years isn't long enough. It needs to be minimum of 10. I mean, I prefer 20. 8 years is not long enough for fire departments to be able to plan and try to figure out future funding. And I really cannot support moving forward without some type of real opportunity to secure all of the water strategies that we've already talked about. And I understand that, there's comments about maybe there's discretionary funding. That's not enough for me. I don't want to sit in this seat and say, well, gee, I think the board's going to come up with some money. So I would hope that if there are 3 supervisors that support moving forward, that they would request more than 8 years.
Supervisor Jurdy, would you consider 10 years?
I think 10's reasonable.
And is there a way for us to couple this with a board commitment for identifying funds in our existing revenue to support water planning and research for water projects? And I don't mean just tell staff go find it, or sort of wishful thinking that there's creative. This means hard decision making about we're going to cut some other priorities temporarily because water matters so much.
So I'm committed to that, and Supervisor Hashak and I actually offered a proposal a couple meetings back.
Oh, about the cutting the marketing for the county. So I'm not 100% against that, but my concern at the time, and it remains, if we cut the marketing budget and we see fewer people spending money here, we're going to see a reduction in our taxes, and we're hurting wage earners. So if we were to somehow study it and find it doesn't make a difference to the economy whether we market the county or not, by all means, let's cut it if we're wasting the money. I just don't want to cut it and find that we haven't saved any money at all and we've hurt people who are working. Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure. I've read the draft implementation study for the water agency, and I know that there are county water needs all over in every single district. Supervisor Jurdy, you just tried to cut $25,000 from IWPC, which is a JPA agency that we are members of, which provides water not only to Mendocino County, but secures water for other resources. And again, our agriculture economy brings in $16 million, $20 million per year. I mean, I can't understand how, moving forward, that's going to be something that will become a priority for you for the way that the last couple of weeks have gone. That's a concern for me.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, Supervisor Jurdy brought up a good point. Is a couple of weeks ago we had that discussion about the bid match that the county was doing, and it's not that we were cutting any kind of advertising budget. We were just keeping it status quo. Their budget was going up. Their advertising was 92% increase. So we were just saying, hey, let's look at the status quo. Let's save a couple $100,000 here or there. And if I don't see any other places in this county budget where we can get that kind of easy return. As far as the water needs of this county, we have incredible needs, and we all know it. It's just, how do we get there? And I'm just looking at this sales tax. We already have the Ukiah Daily Journal against it. We have the Mendocino County Observer against it. We'll probably have the AVA against it. So just the reality is, whether you have one supervisor or two supervisors not supporting it, it's not popular already. And so that's what we need to consider. That's the reality of it.
Thank you, John. I think that's right. It doesn't matter if it's a good idea politically. I don't see it being feasible at this point. And yet we've identified water is a critical need. I think it's in the top 3. How do we get a couple supervisors working on specific reallocation of discretionary funds? I see a few different combinations here. I think Jurdy needs to be one of those, because if a plan comes forward, I would like to know it has his support when it arrives. And I see Supervisor Mulhern and Supervisor McGordy as probably good partners on that effort. Basically, when staff brought forward the reality that we don't have enough money this year, we have less revenue, and here's some things we might cut, and you saw the public backlash, that's the position you will be in to support water. And I think being a county supervisor at this point requires that level of ranking of needs. And so I don't know what your ideas will be, but I'm likely to support it. I think we need to address water. Supervisor Mulhern.
Considering there's this Brown Act violation being thrown around, I certainly don't think that another ad hoc is going to be helpful. We have a drought ad hoc, we have a budget ad hoc. I don't think we need a new ad hoc.
Well, generally I would agree. You might have noticed I'm trying to avoid creating ad hocs that I have to serve on. But county council needs direction. And the best direction we can give, if we want the voters to support us, is all 5 of us agree, and we're all out there campaigning and we believe in it. And I don't see us getting there today. And we're not going to hash it out at the next meeting and have county council in real time author the language. So between now and then, either we call a special meeting or 2 of you work together. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I would work with anyone that wants to look at how to fund the county water agency or how to fund water projects in the county. I think it needs a holistic approach. There's not going to be a single silver bullet. It's going to probably come from dozens of sources because we have so many needs in this county.
Dan, I agree. I don't think all five of us will sit well with a plan to hold a workshop in a couple months and think about ideas. And so what I'm looking for is, can we support fire with the sales tax, firm that up, and couple it with specific funding plans for how to move water forward out of our existing budget. And if you're willing to sit on that, I would be very pleased.
I would work with anybody who wants to work on that subject, and I'm not waiting for a workshop.
McGordy?
I'm already working on that kind of as Lone Ranger, so, probably be good to pull down into the conversation, even though we may not agree on everything.
McGordy, you already sit on an ad hoc related to that issue. Is that right?
Not exactly. So I, if we can bring CEO Council into the conversation. So we're kind of working on trying to figure out, with the existing budgets that we've got, how to put together a kind of a water resource team. It may not be an actual department, maybe a way of having in-house people to work on it, and working with the cooperative extension. So
Glenn, I guess I'm worried about Brown Act. I don't have the list in front of me, but I know you're on a lot of ad hocs that could overlap. How would the board feel about Jurdy and Mulhern working together? I don't think there's any Brown Act conflict there. And at least we would be guaranteed they would come back with a compromise. If they both support it, I imagine at least the majority, hopefully all five of us, would come into support.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Mulhern?
Exactly.
You, for you and for it's 6 o'clock. It's 6:30. We have other items. A compromise that all five will support needs to be reached before July 12th. Are you willing to work with Dan to come back with an agreement both of you can support that'll address fire, a little bit for fire safe clearing, and water in some way? Water probably won't be out of the sales tax. It will be general fund cuts that free up budget to reallocate.
Mr. Chair, if I may, it may be a little bit cleaner if you simply have it be the water piece. And if there is a proposal on the fire today, I could start the drafting. I'm a little bit worried if there's essentially ad hoc specific to the fire tax proposal as to what that might mean with respect to prior conversations. I'll admit I haven't fully analyzed, and frankly, it's getting a little bit late.
I hear you. So I guess that would be the proposal, to direct county council to work on a 1/4 cent general tax for fire, 90% according to the fire district's allocation table, 10% to Mendocino County Fire Safe Council, and Jurdy and Mulhern to find a compromise for funding water out of our existing budget. And I imagine the fire tax would have support if the two supervisors are able to also bring back a water plan by the 12th.
I would support that.
Check.
Yeah, I'd support it.
McGordy?
Oh, well, I guess you're right. If you're going to do something, at least do one thing right. I just kind of feel a little betrayed about our water situation. That's all. And I'll stop there.
Mulhern? All right, I think we have direction. I can stay here all night if you folks want to keep talking about it, but we have other items.
Well, I guess one of the key issues will be what they bring back in on the 12th for cuts.
Yeah, don't disappoint us. And we recognize what a difficult task it'll be. Jurdy and I were there when we were working on the budget with CEO. That's now over and we've reported out, but this is a lean county. 4G CEO's report.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, I was just going to remind, item 3A was continued, or 3AB.
3AB, yeah.
Was continued.
You want to do that one next?
If the board is ready.
Sure. So item 3AB, staff believes we need to pass. Can County Council explain?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So there is a provision in the government code with respect to passage of the budget that does indicate that at the time of adoption of the budget, there also needs to be a position allocation table. My recommendation would be, if you're going to be passing item 3P today, which is what you did, you go ahead and also adopt 3AB, either making modifications today or choosing to come back and make, essentially adopting it for now and then choosing to make modifications mid-year.
Is there any public comment on item 3AB?
Patrick Hickey, SEIU Local 1021, Mendocino County Chapter. The only comment I would make is the county used to have a practice when they produced their budget book to listing out all of the allocated positions and whether or not they were funded. I believe that practice ended a couple of cycles ago, and I would encourage the county to move back to that practice. So when you're approving the budget, or when you're approving the allocation table today, it would be good for you all to know if you're actually approving funded positions or unfunded positions.
Yeah, good idea. I see CEO taking a note. Any other public comment? Any public comment on Zoom? Raise hand or *9. Anna, you have your hand up. Maybe it's just up from earlier. I don't think we have any public comment. It's back to the board. Is there a motion?
I move approval.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hushak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4G, CEO report. It's attached.
Yeah, as attached, would you like me to give a brief update on the McCavan question from this morning on the invoices?
Yes.
So the fiscal team has worked with Public Health and Social Services to determine what the delay was. On the county side, there has been some delay due to staffing changes as well as COVID priorities. I was assured by both departments that the April and May invoices have been processed or will be processed by the end of the month and have been submitted to the auditor controller for payment. I believe that gets us current. If there's something that is still out there to McGavin, I would ask them to contact myself or their contact with Public Health or Social Services. I would also like to encourage them to have all their invoices in by the 20th of the following month. By proper and prompt submission, that gives the department time to go back and forth if they need clarification on an invoice. So encouraging prompt submission by the 20th of the following month.
Any public comment on CEO report? I don't see any in the room. On Zoom, first speaker is Anna. And she's gone. Okay, no public comment. CEO report is accepted. Item 4H. Ledge platform. CEO.
No ledge platform today.
5A, Supervisors Reports. Any final comments before we adjourn? Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, there's an issue that got brought up about the cannabis program, about local authorization and significant progress. So Supervisor McGordy and I, as the ad hoc, will be working on that. And conferring with the department. I'll be bringing forward an item on short-term rentals for August 2nd and a possible way of dealing with that. And also, I appreciate the Housing Action Team's comments and their memo. And also, next meeting, July 12th, Supervisor McGordy and I will be bringing forth a ordinance proposal on water extraction from private wells. So, okay.
Any other supervisor? Nope. Okay, I think the meeting is adjourned at 6:30.